Welcome to the Worldwide CacheCon. I'm Derek, Baker 6 Clan, part of the Geocache Talk Network, and we are so excited that you have joined us online for this very special event. And guess what? You are being joined from many others from around the world. Places like...
G'day guys, see my Shelley all the way from Australia, and welcome to the Worldwide CacheCon.
Hi, I'm Lyric Lass.
And I'm London Westy. We're from Cache Canada.
Welcome to the Worldwide
CacheCon.
Hey friends, it's Joshua, the geocaching blogger, and welcome to Worldwide CacheCon.
Woo! Yes, yes, yes!
Throughout this online event, there are going to be codes that will be flashing up on the screen. And yes, those are trackable codes, and yes, you can log them. Some of those codes may give you the opportunity to be able to win a special prize. If you haven't yet gone to the website, go to geocachetalk.com/WWCC21 and check out the page and all the events that are going to be happening today. Also on that page, you'll be able to find the link to the swag that you can get for the Worldwide CacheCon. We got shirts and we got coins. And you know what? Those are some really great stuff, and you don't want to miss getting your swag for the first ever Worldwide CacheCon. Now I hope you're excited to be with us today, because I know I'm excited, and I know the rest of the Geocache Talk Network is excited. Now, let's kick this event off by hearing from our keynote speaker, Bryan Roth, president and co-founder of geocaching.com.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bryan Roth, and I am the president and co-founder of Geocaching HQ. I'm coming to you from Geocaching HQ this morning in Seattle, Washington, USA, and hopefully you're watching this at home, staying safe, staying healthy during this crazy global pandemic. Welcome to Worldwide CacheCon 2021. First of its kind. I want to start out by saying thank you to the Geocaching Talk Network for putting this event on. It's really exciting. We've got a packed agenda for you. It is my honor to get to talk to all of you today. I have to say, I wish it was in person. I wish we were somewhere out on a trail or at a geocaching event somewhere in the real world, but this is what we get to do during this time, and so we're doing it virtually, and that's going to be just fine. In 2019, there were over 42,000 geocaching events. In 2020, there were just over 18,000. We all know why. The game has changed. The world has changed, hopefully temporarily. But here we have a chance to get together as a community. I know I'm looking forward to it. Hopefully all of you are as well. In February 2020, I was attending the Beethoven Mega event in Bonn, Germany. The event was on February 29th, which incidentally was the day where the most cache finds were posted for the entire year, at over 600,000 geocache finds. That's a lot. We flew home on March 1st amidst news of the pandemic spreading throughout Italy and Europe, and certainly in the United States. Seattle was a bit of ground zero in the US. And so we got back on March 1st. That was a Monday. On Wednesday, March 3rd, we had to make the decision to send the entire company home for remote working. And we said to all the lackeys, hey, we've got this pandemic. In the interest of safety and keeping ourselves safe and the community safe, we're going to close the visitor center. We're going to switch to remote working, and hopefully it won't be too long that we are remote working. Here we are 47 weeks later with months to go of remote working. It's been hard as a transition, because here we are working in an office face-to-face for 20 years. And now we're working over screens and having virtual conferences and sending and reading a lot of email and Slack conversations. At the same time, we recognize how fortunate we are, because during this global pandemic, there have been entire industries negatively affected. There have been individuals who have not survived this pandemic. And so it's been a real tragedy on a lot of levels, but there have been some positives. And I want to just acknowledge that for many people around the world, myself included, geocaching has been a positive. Over the course of 2020, there have been various news articles telling people that with this pandemic, we have to socially distance, we have to wear masks, we have to stay safe, stay home. And for those people who have been able to get outside, without the joy of concerts and sporting events and geocaching events and other gatherings, there's been a little bit more social distancing and a little bit more isolated activities with individuals, couples, families, etc. And during the course of 2020, many people found out about geocaching. They were told, hey, here's something that you can do. Here's a way to get outside, stay safe, stay healthy. It's been something that's been really important. And so as a company, we've always looked at this as, yes, things have changed for Groundspeak, things have changed for Geocaching HQ, but because geocaching is playing an important role for people around the world, helping them have more fun at a time when some of the fun is a little bit harder to come by, we know how important it is, the work that we're doing. And to be fair, it's not just the work we're doing. There are countless geocaching community volunteers out there who are reviewing caches, translating different things so that people in different countries can understand geocaching and the mobile applications and things like that. There are moderators participating in discussions. And then there's geocachers who are still hiding caches. We had 434,000 caches hidden during 2020. And it's not easy because throughout that time, there have been areas where geocaches couldn't be hidden. You know, we've given a lot of latitude to the reviewers to say, pay attention to the health guidelines. We want to be respectful. The safety and security of geocachers and the community is critically important. And so if we have to stop publishing caches for some period of time, we're going to do that. If we have to stop publishing events for some time, we're going to do that because it's important and we all have to band together if we're going to get through this in the right way. As a community, we're playing an important role and we take it really seriously. And so that's why from all of the lackeys here to all of you, we want to tell you that we're still working. We're still working hard to bring you new features and new functions and new aspects of the game that you can play with. And so I want to share with you a couple of statistics just for 2020, just so that you understand what has taken place. There were over 80 million finds in 2020. As I said, there were 434 new geocaches placed, 7 million souvenirs given out, 5 million new accounts created. That's almost twice the number of accounts created in the previous year. And we know why that is. We know that people have chosen geocaching as a way to bring more fun to their lives during this challenging time. So it's really important the role that we all play as a community in welcoming these new players, helping them understand the benefits of the game, how to play, etc. There have been 23,000 adventure labs created. For those of you out there who don't know what that is, Adventure Lab is a new extension of the geocaching platform. There's an app for iOS and Android called Adventure Lab. It is multimedia location-based experiences created by people just like you. So it's historical tours, story-driven adventures, and more. Those are all available for free in the Adventure Lab app. We're really excited to see people embracing this and playing it as part of the game of geocaching. We just announced a few days ago, or about a week ago, the new locationless cache. It is GC8 NEAT, GC8 NEAT. It is a locationless cache focused on cleanups, improving the environment, doing projects to cash in, trash out, and things like that. Consider what you might do to improve the environment, contribute positively to the game board, and starting on February 6th, get out there and start doing good and log the location list. You'll get a special souvenir. It's certainly another cache find, and together we can have a positive impact on the environment and our game board. Recently, we released a new version of the Where I Go iOS app. This has been a long time coming. The previous version has admittedly languished. The new version has some drastic improvements, and for those of you who are passionate about Where I Go and active on iOS, only at least for now, please get out there and check it out and play. We hope you enjoy it. There are other really exciting projects in the works. As I mentioned earlier, we are hard at work trying to build better features, better functionality, give more to the community. We want you to be happy. We want you to give some. We want you to enjoy the game in more ways than you have in the past. Another update for you. This past August of 2020, we plan to celebrate the 20th anniversary of geocaching. Everybody knows, and I know everybody understands why we had to postpone that to this August. So I know some of you are saying, what's going to happen? Should we be planning? Should we buy tickets? Our plan is to announce the status of that event sometime in early March. We are going to look at the health guidance from all over the world, particularly locally in Seattle, and our plan is to make a determination in early March. Being completely honest with you, it's a tough time right now, and what we're seeing is not as positive as we'd like it to be. And so if we had to make the decision now, I think it's really an easy decision, and we would choose to postpone it, again, in the interest of health and safety. So if things do improve, if vaccinations improve, if people are wearing masks and we are having a positive impact on COVID and things get better, well, then there's a chance that we're going to have the event. But as of now, it's not looking as likely as I would like it to be looking. Thank you to all of you for participating in today's event. It's going to be a lot of fun. There's a lot of stuff in store for all of you. A special thank you once again to the Geocache Talk Network for putting this on. Thank you to all of the community volunteers around the world who helped to make this game happen. Thank you to the Lackeys that I get to work with every day, albeit remotely. We are looking forward to seeing all of you in real life, out on the trail, back at geocaching events as soon as possible. It can't come soon enough. So until then, please stay safe, stay healthy, pay attention to the guidance from your healthcare professionals as well as your governments. And today, let's focus on geocaching. Let's have a great time. I know that the organizers have a fun event in store for us. We miss you, and we can't wait to see you again. Thank you so much.
Sie sind es, die uns Tag für Tag inspirieren. Die sich auf die Suche nach neuen Abenteuern machen. Und bis zum Ende durchhalten. Sie sind unsere Teilnehmer. Aber warum nicht auch Ihre besten Kunden?
Hi everybody, this is Chad, aka Bounce Bounce. We're down here in downtown Seattle at Geocaching HQ's headquarters. We're going to go into a virtual tour for the WorldWide CacheCon 2021. Let's go inside and see who we can see.
Hello and welcome to Geocaching HQ in Seattle. My name is Chris, my username is Rock Chalk, and I am one of the 80 or so lackeys who works for Geocaching HQ here in Seattle. There are 70 or so of us that work here at our office in Fremont, neighborhood of Seattle, and then a small group of lackeys who work at the Shop Geocaching warehouse in downtown Seattle, which is just a few miles south of where we are. But we're extremely excited to welcome you here and give you this virtual tour of our offices. One of the great things about being a lackey here at HQ in normal times is that we have an opportunity to interact with members of the community almost daily when they come to visit us here at HQ. And unfortunately, due to the pandemic, our offices have been closed for several months. And so this is an opportunity that we're very excited about to have the chance to welcome you here and show you around Geocaching HQ. So let's take a look inside. So here we are inside the visitor center at Geocaching HQ. So if you come to visit us, hopefully soon after we've gotten past this pandemic, this is what you'll see. You'll be able to tour the visitor center. And I will just point out a couple of the highlights to you, and then you'll have more to see when you come and see us in person. We have a number of really exciting geocaching products, many of which are available at Shop Geocaching. Then there are a number of things that are only available here at HQ. So HQ-specific items, t-shirts, hats. There's even a version of a Lackey coin that is only available to purchase here at HQ. So some fun stuff there. We also have special trackables that you can come and discover when you're here, including a couple that have been up in space, which is extremely exciting. And so that's something that you can look forward to when you come to visit us. We also have a number of various pieces of memorabilia, old geocaching, special geocaching t-shirts. We have special trackables in our little museum, various tags and Geocoins and things of that nature that are a lot of fun to see when you come to visit us. Of course, you also get to find and sign the official Geocaching HQ cache when you come here to visit us. So if you haven't done that yet, we hope that you will come to see us again once we're back open, once the pandemic has subsided. So there's a lot of fun stuff to see here in the visitor center, and now we will give you a peek back inside the geocaching offices. So we are back inside the offices here at Geocaching HQ, and you will notice no one is here. Again, that is because we have all been working remotely for several months, and so you might see a couple of people as we go through the offices here, but for the most part, Lackeys are working from home and have been for quite a while. But I'll try to just tell you a little bit about each of the areas when there are people there and what the people in those areas do. So the first thing here is the community volunteer support team. So it's just what it sounds like. It's a team that supports the community volunteers. So these are the reviewers, the forum moderators, the translators, the folks that translate the geocaching.com website and the geocaching apps. And do a number of other things as well. We also, I say we because I'm on the community volunteer support team, we also support players and the rest of the community and work on a variety of other projects. So this is where the community volunteer support team would be during normal times. Next up here we have the community engagement team, the CE team as we call it. And the CE team is the team that if you email Geocaching HQ, if you have an issue with your account, if you have any problems with the website or the apps or anything like that, the CE team is the team that's going to try to help solve those problems for you. And they might do that by checking back with the development teams, with the web developers or the mobile developers or any number of other people at the company to try to get answers for your questions. But they are real people. There are 5 people on the CE team that answer every question that comes in. So whenever you write to us, know that you are interacting with people that usually, during normal times, sit right here in this area. The CE team also tries to identify bugs that might come up and then relay that information onto the developers and try to squash those bugs, try to figure out how to fix any problems that might come up. They also work on things like country souvenir campaigns. So whenever you see a new souvenir announced, that's the CE team that's been working on that. They also create great content for our social media platforms, Facebook and Twitter and things like that. So whenever you interact with Lackeys on our Facebook page, that's usually the community engagement team that you are talking to them. The business development team at HQ is a group that works on a really wide variety of things. It might be something like promotions. So if you see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle Trackables or the Smokey Bear 75th Anniversary Trackables, fun promotions like that, that's usually coming from the business development team. They also work on Geo Tours. They also work with API partners. If you like to use Project GC or Cachely or Cache Tour or any of the number of exciting API partners that HQ works with, that is also something that is handled from the business development team. I can't even begin to cover everything that this team does, but it's really exciting stuff, and it's stuff that, as a player, pretty good chance that you have interacted with something that the business development team has worked on. The marketing team here at HQ, if you enjoy the fun emails that you get from Geocaching HQ, the logbook email, for instance, if you're a premium member, that was something that was created by the marketing team. They also come up with those fun souvenir challenges, like Wonders of the World, Mystery at the Museum, things like that. Those are usually something that the marketing team has dreamed up, and then they work with people from all over the company to make things like that happen. They craft release notes to explain various products and services that we announce and bring to the community. lots of stuff that the marketing team does. It's a great group of folks. I wish you could see them, but again, nobody's here today. So we will continue on. So back here are some of the most creative people in HQ work, and that is the creative studio. When you see some of the fun artwork that's associated with our souvenir challenges and country souvenirs and, gosh, any number of other things that you see come out of HQ, usually the creative studio has had a handle on that. If you look on our shop geocaching and see some of the products there, whether it be t-shirts or Geocoins or things like that, a lot of that was created by the creative studio. So they're just, God, they're just such amazing folks, and they come up with such fun stuff. I'm always just wowed by what they do. I would also mention here shop geocaching. Those are the guys that work down at our warehouse, which, as I mentioned earlier, is in downtown Seattle. And if you place an order from shop.geocaching.com, it's going to be that group of guys who we affectionately refer to as the shop boys. The shop boys are the ones who work down at the warehouse and make sure to get those products out to you so you can enjoy them. Of course, you got to have a really strong IT staff when you are a company like Geocaching HQ, and we definitely have that here. These are the folks that make sure the servers are running the way that they should be so that the website and the apps can function flawlessly. And they do such a great job of that, making sure that we have a really great infrastructure so that our products work the way that they're supposed to. So I cannot stress highly enough how important the IT department is here at HQ.
Hey Cacher, are you looking for some ideas of how to create gadget caches and even very creative containers? Well, hey, don't look any further. Check out my channel, Behind the Cache. My name's Derek, and Behind the Cache is a channel that I like to share ideas of how to create gadget caches and creative caches. Now, you may be asking what's the difference between a creative cache and a gadget cache? Well, you're going to have to check out my channel to find out. But on this channel, you'll find caches that are very simple to make all the way up to more advanced. So if you're looking for ideas, check out my channel, Behind the Cache. The easiest way to find my channel is to go to behindthecache.com. I hope to see you there, and always remember, every cache has a story, so go check out Behind the Cache.
So I'm not sure how exciting a conference room is, but I do like to show people our main conference room here at HQ whenever I show people around, because once a month we have a company meeting, again during normal times. Actually, we still have them during the pandemic too, but it's online. During normal times, we all meet together in this room. And I like to point that out because before I came to work here, I assumed that HQ was a huge company with lots of people. And we're actually 70 to 80 people who can all fit comfortably in this room once a month to have our company meeting. So one of the most fun places here at HQ is Signal Cafe. This is our main gathering place for Lackeys during normal times, where we have lunch together, where we just kind of, talk about various projects and enjoy each other's company. It's just one of the parts of this building that makes the HQ culture what it is. Now, as you see, and as I've mentioned a few times, there's nobody really here right now because of the pandemic, but there is one face that is here at HQ a lot of the time during this pandemic because he's not able to travel due to the various restrictions, and that's Signal. So Signal, you've got to be missing mega events and giga events, right? You really want to get back out there, don't you? Signal is usually traveling all over the world throughout the year. We never see Signal here at headquarters because Signal has so many places to be. And so Signal's really getting to know the office now and getting to know what it feels like to be us. We're usually stuck at our desks all the time, but you're really looking forward to traveling again, aren't you? So let's get past this pandemic so we can have mega and giga events again and Signal can leave the office once more. Thanks, Signal. A couple of the other teams to mention here at HQ are the finance team, which, as you would imagine, handles finance. Also, what we call Team Unicorn. And Team Unicorn encompasses things like human resources, learning and development, which is helping lackeys to get more training on various things that will help them do their jobs better. The legal department and things like that. Also, the data team is another group that works near here, and the data team is another one that is kind of exactly what it sounds like. When someone might need data for a project, that's who they're going to go to round up the information that they need to fill out the project the way that they need to. One of the fun little amenities that we have as lackeys is our gear closet. So this is a place where you can come in and check out various items to enjoy the outdoors here in the Pacific Northwest. And that would include geocaching. We have a couple of inflatable kayaks that I personally use, but then also stuff like snowshoes and camping equipment and stuff like that. Just one of the amenities that's kind of fun for us to enjoy the outdoors here around Seattle. And nearing the end of our tour now, this is the part of the office where we start seeing the product and delivery team members here at HQ. They're the ones who create and implement features for geocaching.com and for our mobile apps. These are mobile and web developers, product managers, engineers, product designers that are working in this general part of the Geocaching HQ offices. So that just leaves one last place to visit, and that is our president and co-founder, Bryan Roth.
Hey there. Hi, everybody. Put my mask on for safety. Whoa. Signal trapped in carbonite. Oh my goodness. This is pretty amazing. Created by the Geocache Talk Network, and especially Bounce, who really built this thing. It is, as a Star Wars fan, and you can see by my lightsaber up there, may the force be with all of you. Here, I'll turn it on real quick just so folks can see. So, pretty fun. That's really more cool and more fun. So this is Signal trapped in carbonite. There's a very special tracking code on here. We're going to share this with all of you. Hopefully it's another one of the many highlights of today. If you want to come around here, Chad, and show it off. Up, and it's on. I'm sitting here reading my WSGA email, and this is where I work. Here's my office. We've got the Aurora Bridge outside. One of the really cool things, not sure if you can see it, but down there in that little plaza is the Beneath Aurora geocache, which is part of the HQ Geo Tour. So one of the really cool things about getting to work here is that every so often I'll see some geocachers out there finding the cache. So if you ever come by and you do find the cache, please just wave up, and there's a few of us along here that might be able to see you and say hello. So I hope you've all had a really wonderful day. I know I have, and we just want to say thank you again to all the organizers, Geocache Talk Network, all the people that put this event on. We hope it's really been informative and fun, and you got to see some things that maybe you wouldn't have seen otherwise. And as I said earlier, we hope to see you again soon on the trail at a geocaching event. And until then, please be safe, stay healthy, and happy geocaching to all of you. Cheers.
On behalf of the entire Geocache Talk Network crew, I'd like to welcome you to the first ever worldwide virtual geocaching conference. We here at the network have worked very hard to provide some great geocaching entertainment today for you from around the world, as well as a prize or two, so keep a close eye out for chances to win, including a 5-stage adventure lab provided by Geocaching HQ. The Sunday Show, Geocaching with Children audio podcast, Gadget Talk, Puzzle Talk, and Challenge Talk are all available live or watch later on YouTube, and the audio versions are on your favorite audio podcasting app. The Geocache Talk Network is much more than our 5 podcasts. We have a cash exchange program, books, videos, and exclusive content for our patrons, including special events only for them. But there's plenty here for everyone as well. The conference store is open today only, so don't forget to check out the swag at gcswag.com/WWCC21. Also, there'll be a badge available so that you can proudly display on your geocaching profile. Enjoy the conference.
We have some special guests for this hour, and we're going to let them introduce themselves, and then we're going to talk to them a little bit. If you're not familiar with who they are, these are people that have the luckiest job in the world. So I'll let them explain, and you'll realize that I'm right. So, Sven, do you want to start first?
Sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Sven. I am originally from Germany and now live in Seattle, Washington. And I'm one of the lucky people who gets to work for Geocaching HQ. And specifically, I lead the team that supports all the geocaching community volunteers across the world. So volunteer reviewers, translators, moderators, geowares, name it.
Okay. Cindy, do you want to go next?
Sure. Okay. My name is Cindy. My username is Frau Potter, and I am currently the Director of Community, and I'm on the Senior Management team. So as Director of Community, I oversee 2 teams, pretty much anything to do with community, social media, blog, community volunteers, all the email support, mega and giga events, translator support. The list is quite extensive. And I've been working there for almost 10 years.
So for any of our high school students out there, if their counselors haven't told you that you can grow up and work for geocaching headquarters, you need to get a new counselor. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. But awesome job. And there actually are people that work there, and it's not a huge staff, but very dedicated and hardworking people. And we're lucky to have 2 of them on right here. So we'll start you off with an easy one to get you warmed up, right? You have to know this one because of where you work. And either one of you can start first. But for many of the people, there's very many new people to the game. But let's get an expert opinion. How would you describe geocaching to somebody that's either brand new or doesn't really quite know what it is yet? And I'll let either one of you jump in.
I can start if you don't mind. Because I, not too long ago when I started working at HQ, actually had to explain the very thing that I would now be working with and for to my parents, who weren't geocachers at the time, but now have gotten into the game as well. So I basically explained to them as a modern day tech-driven treasure hunt that is played worldwide. And I also use the comparison that I always really liked of sort of using $1 million satellites to find Tupperware in the woods. That one always cracked me up. And at the same time, geocaching has really become so much more than that with urban heights as well these days. But yeah, the idea of finding little treasure in otherwise places that you may have missed or places that you may know already for many years was kind of the angle that I took.
I like that. That's a good description of it. Cindy, do you want to add something to that?
Sure. Yeah. I often just say it's a really fun game. It's a treasure hunt, a worldwide treasure hunt, and there's more than 3 million geocaches hidden worldwide, and there's probably one less than a mile from wherever you are. And so often when I'm talking to somebody, I'll just open up the app and show them, because that's the easiest way to kind of describe, because you know what it's like. Their eyes just pop open like, what? All of those things you're showing me, those are caches, because it's on their familiar streets. It's along the path to their school. It's behind their church or something. And that just surprises them a lot. So yeah. But I like to emphasize it's a fun game. But there's not real treasure in there. It's in the pursuit. So you also kind of have to emphasize that you're out there having fun, getting outdoors and fresh air, getting into nature. And so it's not just about what you find in the cache, because there's been sometimes too much emphasis on, like, as if they're going to be getting real treasure.
That's good. Yeah, you always have to tell them there's no actual treasure in it. That treasure hunt means something different to some people, right? So that's a different game. We're not doing that one. So throughout the day today during this convention, we've been talking about all kinds of cache types, things that have been happening. We're giving people education on everything. But I don't think people really get a good idea of what's going on at headquarters, because it's really a small amount of people that run this worldwide game. So, and then I'm going to throw this first question to Sven only because you didn't tell us how to pronounce your geocaching name. So you get to go first. And I tried before we started, and I believe I was wrong. And I'm not going to repeat that now. So, we know you probably get asked this by people that are in the game a lot, but as we all know, there's more than 5 million new geocachers coming into the game, right? So I think that's the most recent thing you released from headquarters. So a lot of them probably haven't heard it, but what is it really like to work for a geocaching company, the geocaching company that does this for a worldwide audience?
So to start with my geocaching name, I picked that before I knew that nano caches were a thing. So full disclosure that. But it's pronounced Black Hawk Germany. Just Black Hawk has been a name that's been sticking with me since my computer gaming days, and Germany paying tribute to my roots. There's roughly 80 people that work at HQ, give or take, and so it's a small but mighty group of coworkers that Cindy and I have. What's it like to work at HQ? It's really fun. It really is. The things that we do at HQ are probably as diverse as the game itself. There's a lot of different types of flavors of jobs. Again, Cindy's and my job is sort of on the community side of things. So we get to interact with the community volunteers on a pretty much daily basis, and seeing how differently people play the game, what draws them to the game, what kinds of challenges they experience in that process, but also what kinds of joy it gives them is probably one of the most rewarding aspects of the job. And also, I personally really enjoy problem solving. So I do a lot of the bug reporting and technical support and advocating with product and engineering teams for tool improvements that reviewers rely on. So it's sort of the admin behind the scenes tools. And so you have the reality of being out in the field finding caches, but you also have some of the technical aspects of the job that I didn't really anticipate before I joined HQ.
Cindy, do you want to add anything to that? No, because you have a slightly different position. You're over quite a few things.
I would say it's easily the best place I've ever worked. And I've been there for almost 10 years. So that's a long time for one place. I think the key part is that the mission really speaks to me. So the mission being to inspire and enable adventure, exploration, and community. And the community part is the thing I'm most passionate about, and that's why I'm on the community team. So my favorite days are when geocachers come to visit. And unfortunately, during this past year, our office has been closed, so we don't get to see anybody. And no one's really traveling anyway. But those, over the other 9 years, those were my favorite days when I actually got to see people coming through the office. And for some people, it was just obviously a very, very exciting day for them because they've been waiting a long time to come and log the cache and see what it was like. And so it's nice to share that enthusiasm. And then just this shared game that we all have, you have international visitors where you might not speak their language very well, and they might not speak English very well, but there's this shared understanding about the game. And so that's really cool. And I love that part. And then I learn something new every day. So the job doesn't get boring because the website, and there's just so many nooks and crannies. Like, we have a lot of old stuff on the website, and sometimes like peeling back the layers, what's that? And how does that work? Or something like benchmarking, like, okay, we got some old explanation of benchmarking here, but I'm going to read through this. And so you can tackle something new every day. And I like that aspect a lot.
That's very cool. I think that it shocks me every time I hear it, because we've talked to people at headquarters many times and talked to people all over the world, but there's millions of people playing this game, like literally millions of people.
As a special treat, we've been given the opportunity to give 1 Adventure Lab credit to somebody who's attending this worldwide CacheCon event. And here's how to enter to win it. This weekend only, send an email to wwcc@cachetheline.net and be sure to include your geocaching username plus the correct answer to the following question, and you could win. And that question is: up to how many locations can a standard adventure lab contain? To win, you must be a geocaching premium member in good standing, and a qualifying winner will be chosen by Geocaching HQ, and we'll announce the winner on an upcoming episode of Geocache Talk. Now, adventures can also be created by anyone who opts in to be selected to receive one of these credits at the URL shown below, geocaching.com/play/request/adventure-lab. Or you can request one from within the Adventures mobile app. Users do have to meet the minimum qualification in order for a chance to receive one of these credits. Good luck.
People running a company that people check into this website every single day, more than once for a lot of people around the world, when they base trips around this and everything else. And your Geocaching HQ gets to bring that kind of joy to tons of people. So it seems like, everybody's, it'd be great to work there, but it's a hard job. Y'all have to work really hard to get, you don't just get to show up and work and go geocaching all day. I mean, you have to actually work hard and keep websites running and everything else. So I think that's some of behind the scenes that people don't understand, but you both are obviously dedicated. And we were chatting before this started, and you couldn't answer me for a minute because you were out geocaching. So that says a lot about what you're doing. Most people don't take their work home with them, but y'all do, because that's what you enjoy doing. So that's pretty cool.
And Cindy, that's a good point that you brought up, because a lot of new geocachers might not know that you actually can visit HQ and that there's a geocache in the lobby. And so if you're a new geocacher and you're unaware of this, there is a geocache in the lobby at headquarters, and you get to go in there and log it and see the inner workings of things that happen at HQ, and see people walking around and, stop and ask people questions if they've got time to take that. And so that's very cool that you get to experience some of that stuff. For us that have been to HQ, it's such a highlight of our trip to Seattle, and you get to be a part of that for every person's visit there, potentially. So that's very cool.
My career actually started in the visitor center. So I was the guest experience coordinator and would welcome all those visitors from around the world, both local folks and people that traveled for thousands of miles to visit Seattle and visit HQ, share their excitement, share their joy, and likewise had people like, I know, grandparents with their grandkids stop by that had heard about geocaching, wanted to get started with it, and introduce them to it, walk them through it, and get them excited about it. We had school classes come in, summer camps come in, that wanted to get into geocaching. And again, like having that direct connection, being able to interact and give back to the community, because at the end of the day, we call ourselves Lackeys because we're working at the service of the community. This game is so community-based and so community-driven that if it weren't for players like yourself and players like us as well, in a sense, we all wouldn't get to enjoy this game to the extent that we do.
Well, and sadly, at the time where this convention is going on, and part of the impetus for this convention is the fact that many parts of the world are shut down. And the good news is we've had tons of people come to the game. The bad news is if they came to the game since March, they haven't seen you guys. They haven't been to events probably, and you really do exist. And these people don't understand this. You really do exist. And when events start back again, they'll be able to see you in person sometimes, because lackeys get to go to mega events and giga events and everything else. And everybody's been kind of shut down now. But that just shows that part of the game, you don't just do it there and stay locked in the ivory tower. You get out and do things with people, right? So you just have to trust us. Until the pandemic's over, you just have to trust us that that's really what happens, right, everybody?
That's right. All right. So outside of the previous question that was just asked, what is the most common thing you get asked when out at these events with the community?
I can go first on that one. So what I often bring up is people think that our jobs must be really fun. It must be like going caching all day, or hearing from people that are really happy because they love geocaching so much. The people that love geocaching so much are busy caching. They're not writing to us. So the people that are writing to us usually have some kind of a problem. And so Sven and I and our teams are spending quite a lot of time responding to a wide range of issues that have arisen in the community. And they could be bugs, they could be geocacher disagreements, they could be temporary account suspensions. And so I'd like to remind them that what we're doing is we're trying to keep the game moving and going and make sure people have access to their accounts, but it's not like we're getting the cheery news during the day. We're usually getting kind of the not so nice side of geocaching. But that's what our jobs are, and that's what customer service is about. And at the end of the day, that's why we like going to CETOs or events, or going to our neighborhood brewery where geocachers really like to host their events, because then we get to just chat about geocaching without the problems and get some perspective. So I guess that it's the misconception is that we just have fun all day, because I don't think people usually get paid to have fun all day.
That's such a disappointment. I was hoping for that job to happen.
Sorry.
Sven, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, one of the most common questions we already answered, in the sense that it's, hey, what's it like to work at HQ, especially from very active and very involved community members, right? Other questions, especially at big events, especially when I was traveling to Germany to attend events there or attend reviewer meetings, that kind of thing. You meet a lot of members that are very passionate about the game. The German community is giant and very active, and everybody has some kind of idea of like, have you heard about this idea? And like, don't you think that would be a great idea to make geocaching even more fun? And or I brought up this idea, but you guys don't seem to listen to community feedback. And it's always like, okay, hold on. I totally listen. I'll totally make a note of this. And at the end of the day, the reality is, like any company, the backlog of great ideas, both community ideas and our own ideas, never gets smaller, right? You have to see where can you get the most bang for your buck, so to speak. Where do you have the best return on the resources that you invest? Where can you meet or improve the experience for the most players? And so sometimes the experiences or the things that are important to people vary substantially based on, are you somebody who likes to go for long hikes and like really meticulously plan out a route? Or do you like to just do power trails? Are you a new player? Are you a player who's been playing for 10 plus years? And so trying to find that balance for us, again, it's sometimes less easy than it seems, and trying to raise awareness for that or explain that sometimes comes as a surprise when you get asked those questions.
If you haven't yet gone to the website, go to geocachetalk.com/WWCC21 and check out the page and all the events that are going to be happening today. Also on that page, you'll be able to find the link to the swag that you can get for the WorldWide CacheCon. We got shirts and we got coins. And you know what? Those are some really great stuff, and you don't want to miss getting your swag for the first ever WorldWide CacheCon.
Well, you both kind of led me perfectly in the next question I want to ask, so that's great. When you hear all these ideas, or you're out at the brewery and you're talking to everybody else, y'all know a lot of stuff that's going on, future stuff that's going on. I mean, obviously, I'm sure Signal is not very good at keeping secrets. So, and since that's your boss, I'm sure you hear all the good stuff that's happening. So when you're out, and you take your Lackey cap off and you're putting your geocacher cap back on, how do you keep from spilling the beans on all the upcoming stuff? I know it's your job, but it's also a very exciting thing to have. Is there, first of all, do you know about what's going on, which we know you do? And then do you get pestered constantly to find out what's going on?
I'm going to let Sven start that.
We do know a lot of things, and there are basically at any point, there's probably a couple of projects in the pipeline that we can't talk about. And at the same time, that is part of the fun, because people, again, bring up these ideas, right? Not so long ago, like let's say end of last year, I want to say October, November, around that, somebody from the community actually wrote in and was like, we can't have events right now, but people love their sea touring and love giving back to the environment. Can't we do like a locationless CEDO? And GC8 Need, that was launched the other day and will be loggable on starting February 6th, was already in the works at that time. Trying to get all that lined up and fleshed out takes some time. And so, of course, we couldn't tell them that. But knowing that a couple months down the line, they will be delighted and be like, oh, I had that idea, and look, now it happened. Just knowing, again, that you can bring that joy to people, it's honestly also one of the best parts of the job.
Very neat.
Sven is not telling everything. This locationless cache was his brainchild, and he's making it happen. So Tuesday's release was because he pulled it off, and our team has been the team that came up with virtual caches, the community celebration events, both locationless caches. We also have done things that maybe weren't quite as popular, like the moratorium on challenge caches, but then we brought back challenge caches. Mm-hmm. So all of those were moments where, like, yeah, when you're out at a CEDO and someone has an opinion about challenge caches, you might want to like spill the beans and tell them like what the plans are. But at the same time, I think it's really fun to see the worldwide response all at the same time for something. So if you tell some people in Seattle, they're just getting things before everybody else, and that doesn't feel fair. And it seems more fun to launch it all at the same time. So we're, you can imagine when we launch these things, we're kind of going refresh. Like nobody's posted anything yet. So they hate the idea. Like it was like half an hour before someone said anything about the locationless cache on Tuesday. And I'm thinking, okay, wasn't interesting, but it just, it takes people, they're busy. They're doing other things in their lives. They're not sitting and waiting for release notes. But yeah, it's exciting to see the community response. And I think to what Sven said, pretty much all the ideas we come up with are some mixture of things that have been brought to us through emails or direct contact with people, and you start to think, could we work with that, and kind of come up with an idea that's a melding of a lot of people's ideas.
Very cool.
That's very cool, and that kind of rolls into this final question that we have for you guys. Unofficially, in a dream type world, with your geocaching hat on, and maybe not so much of the Lackey cap that you wear, what would you like to see for the future of geocaching?
It's a difficult question. I personally think that what I will hope for going forward is balance. And that may sound cheesy, but in the summer, I love taking our 4x4 out on like old logging roads and up into the mountains and kind of like doing old school geocaching, as some people may see it. And at the same time, technology is so rapidly evolving, and the Adventures platform has been growing super fast and in exciting ways. And I really hope that going forward in like 5 or 10 years, we will be able to see the same mix between sort of the roots of the game where it all started and just new and exciting technologies being added to geocaching and allowing people to explore the game and play the game exactly how they like it, whether puzzles are their thing, whether where I goes are still their thing, whether adventures have grown into something different than they are now. I mean, you never know. But at the end of the day, there's still going to be that epic hike that you can do and find an ammo can on top of a mountain.
Nice.
Yeah.
I think for me, it's a funny question to answer during this crazy year that we've had with COVID, because my brain goes first to, I want to have events again. So I guess that's not what I want in 10 years. I just want to go back to what we had, because without being able to see people and interact, I think we lose something. But then that also makes me think about how could we improve things like that in the future, especially things like friend functionality within the app and the website, make ways to be able to do better planning, like when you create a list and you want to share it with your friends, sharing it within the app and being able to comment on each other's things, and I don't know, just all kinds of like a private caching kind of thing, maybe where you could have challenges or achievements that you choose, like missions just for your group, I think would be really fun. I think technology-wise, I'm figuring GPS will become more accurate, and so maybe it'll be easier to find caches, fewer geo trails, which might be good for like parks departments and kind of a wider acceptance of geocaching. So I think there's a balance of like, well, if everybody knows about geocaching, could it be harmful for the game because it's too hard to sustain? But if we have the right people, like parks departments, that are supportive of it, then they can be really great partners. And so I'm hoping that continues to evolve. Like we see some of it now, but see more of that in the future.
Nice.
And things like augmented reality, geocaching in space, you can keep dreaming.
Geocaching in space is that's closer to reality than we think. So, well, that is perfect. And we definitely appreciate you joining us to answer a bunch of questions. There's some hardcore geocachers out there that have seen both of you before. They remember the time pre-COVID where they got to see Lackeys in real life. But again, I think this was very important for those millions of geocachers that have joined since we hadn't been able to do the game like we all want to do it again. So I think this has been some good information for them, and I really appreciate you both being here.
Absolutely.
Well, thanks for organizing this CacheCon. I think it's really going to be fun for people.
I hope so. And I said good evening earlier, But since we're talking to the world, I got to say good night. I've got to say good morning and good afternoon. That's for everybody. And we'll let Charles translate those into all the different languages for us. But but thank you for being on, no matter what time of day people are watching this on. So
thank you, guys.
Yeah, good to be here.
Years ago, I made a 30 folder, went and hid a cache somewhere in Oregon. The next day my cheek was the first to find. Within a week my people hid a stash using a GPS. Mike Cheek spread a stash hunt list using the internet. Multiple caches came. Steadily more people learned about this game. More and more try to find some. From their home to far beyond, it's where they dwell. Each time they find another on their way, the caching hunger grew. Shifting the game into a higher gear, ready for a breakthrough. Coming from all over, said hide some more. Shout out to Bryan Roth, Jeremy, Irish, and Elias Alford. They saw the bigger plan. Build a site to make the game a worldwide score. It kept growing, it kept growing, it kept growing to a global board. Now the game has turned 20 years, and we still want more. Cause the cash is coming from all sides, and joy is such a
All right, Gary.
We're live.
We are live. This has been so much fun. I hope everybody that is joining us. World, yeah, you might want to put your microphone there. We've
Thank
been
you, sir.
in the green room for a while, but
Yeah, I know.
it is so much fun. We've had a couple questions. How do I put? What's the profile? image. That is what you see on your screen right now. It's in the chat. How you do that is that you go to you copy and paste that into your go to settings on your geocache profile, and I am out of focus. There we go. Now
You're
I probably
fine.
look better. Hey, it's been long nights. Everything is out of focus to me right now. But you go and go to settings on your geocaching profile, and when you go into where you edit it, go down to where you would put do the about part, and you just paste that in there, and it'll put the icon in there into your profile. So that's really quick how you can do that. So I hope everybody is having a great time. I really enjoyed seeing the Lackeys on that, Bryan Roth and the HQ tour in the last hour.
Absolutely.
That was really cool. Gary?
Yeah, we've got several things we want to mention too, and we've only got a couple minutes to do that before we get right back into the conference. One, of course, is that the Trackables. Keep an eye out for the Trackables. They will change over time. You'll see different ones.
That's right.
If you log that Trackable, we've had over 600 people log that Trackable so far.
Holy cow, really? That is awesome.
So that's awesome. So go log it, and you might win a prize. We will let prize winners know about that after the conference. So, give us time to process and get all that taken care of. Just let you know that. So that'll be afterward.
Right.
Also, I want to mention that we're going to be several promotions. You'll see several commercials today, but those are important because they're not just a standard commercial. They're geocaching commercials. So we really want people to be aware of those commercials and to patron the sponsors that we have. It's been important for us to work with our sponsors, and it means a lot to us, and it means a lot to them to let them know that you guys care about the geocaching sponsors, and just let them know, give them your love and show them support. And we've got swag available to purchase for this event. Let me bring up the swag for that. This is right there. And there you go. So I think we're about ready to get into the next hour. Please go to the website and check the schedule. If you're wondering, you can go to the website and you can find out what the schedule is. So I think that we are about ready. Derek's got a cool little setup here.
Yeah, I'm having an issue with one of my cameras right now.
Yeah.
But this is a little bit, I want to show you guys a little bit of behind the scenes real quick of what's going on. So I'm coming in from this camera here, but we also, to kind of see what's coming back here behind me, there's a shot back here. So, hey guys, glad you're with us. And if we needed to, I could always jump down over here. You can't hear me very well, but I'm over here too. So, but just having a lot of fun today. It's going to be really interactive. I do want to mention to go to the anywhere on social media. I'm ADHD right now. Lots of coffee this morning. It's been a lot of long sleepless nights. But when you tag us on Instagram or Facebook or Twitter, remember hashtag WWCC21. We're going to be looking for people that are going to be winning prizes on those as well. All the prizes you'll be announced or you'll be notified, and you'll after the event today.
Yes.
So just want to let you guys know about that.
All right. I think we're ready. We'll see you guys. We'll break in again later on.
All right. So here is our reviewer panel.
All right, guys, and we are back and glad to bring to you two of our volunteer community reviewers. Below me is Heartland Cacher, and below Jesse is Blue Raja / GeoAware USA 2. We'll let them both introduce themselves. Let us know how long you guys have been caching, how long you've been reviewing, and any of that stuff that you'd like. Go ahead, guys.
So I've been caching since 2008, and it was only a year later that I got asked to be a reviewer. So it was pretty fast, and kind of done a little bit of everything. I kind of early on liked to play with every kind of hide and every kind of thing that was out there. I tried to figure out where I go in the early years and did a few of those and just had a good time doing it. And somebody made a call to me, and for some strange reason, and I, for some strange reason, said yes. So I've just kind of been doing it and now for 10 or 11 years.
Wow. Okay. Heartland Cacher, how about you?
Yeah, I started started geocaching in April of 2003. And then I started reviewing in April of 2006. I've seen a lot of changes. I do Wyoming and Nebraska in the United States, and I help out in other places. I've been to other states. I've even helped out in different parts of the country, world even. So, and I enjoy it. When I first started, things weren't near like they are now. There wasn't many caches. I took the grandkids a lot. That's when we had ammo cans more than there is now, and they just loved all that McDonald's and all that trinkets that was in there. And as they got bigger and the cans got smaller and there was nothing in there, they lost interest. So it's pretty well just me now. But so about it.
Yeah, I guess I could say where I
be reviewing. Sorry, go ahead.
I guess I could say where I review as well.
Oh, there you go.
For people. Utah, I've also helped out in New Mexico and Colorado off and on when there was a need. And then as GeoAware, I work through the Rocky Mountains of the U.S. So
for people that don't know, what are the differences in those two names? So you're a reviewer for regular geocaches plus something else, right?
Right. So Blue Raja reviews regular geocaches in Utah right now. And GeoAware USA, I cover Montana, Idaho, forget all of the states, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah, and Arizona. And periodically I've helped out in other areas as there's a phone call or somebody needs some help.
Yeah. So the GeoAware designation means that you review Earth caches.
Right.
Under that personality, under your other, your split personality, right?
Right. And sometimes you get mixed up and, GeoAware will publish a regular cache and Blue Raja will do the other one. So, it just depends on if I'm paying attention that day.
Just chaos. So you've already kind of answered the question that you're both geocachers, but kind of for the audience that doesn't quite understand, because there's a lot of new people in there, how are you able to balance being a geocacher and being a reviewer at the same time? Heartland, if you want to start, I know you probably don't review in the area that or do you get all the secrets so you can find every puzzle in the world?
I tell you, I'm not much of a puzzle person. I do some puzzle caches, but I that is not what I do much. When my grandkids used to go along and they could figure out the puzzles, and I used to do them, but being they're not around much anymore, I don't do them unless I go with a group of cachers. But I really don't have that much trouble splitting up my time between the two. I try and keep it pretty balanced. I do have put out events. We put out an event every third month. We have one. We rotate between some of the towns here in the middle of Nebraska. But I haven't had any problem. I've helped out in other states too to cover them. So my wife says I put in too much time, but I enjoy doing what I'm doing. So I do that at night when nobody else is around, and it's pretty quiet most of the time.
Blue Raja, how do you manage to be both? You're two reviewers and a geocacher. I don't know how you manage to do that.
The GeoAware really isn't as difficult. I can go a couple days before somebody puts one in the queue, or a week. So it just kind of varies. Sometimes in the winter months, I can go a month and only see 2 or 3. So that they're a lot more time consuming, but they're not, I don't see as many of them. I have not, I'll be guilty here and say I haven't cached anywhere near as much as I've wanted to in the last, plague year. I kind of wrapped a few things up and kind of stayed hidden for various reasons. And I went out the other day and realized, I got to get out more. Went out and found a few. And then I tried to find somebody to go with, and they were like, oh, I've already found those. Dang. So, a couple of my buddies who cached a lot haven't been out much. So it's kind of like, okay, I need to find a new group to go out with. So what are you doing this weekend?
Yeah, there you go. I'll just drive right over. We'll go caching.
Should only take you a few minutes.
Yeah, no problem at all.
We'll meet halfway
somewhere. Agree with that. Yeah, I think all of us would agree that we wish we could have been caching more.
Yes.
Mid-pandemic, but the world is what it is, right?
I miss events.
Oh, yes. God. So much so I can't even tell you.
I mean, we had a group here that used to meet every week, one time a week, and we had another one that would get together and play games at a game store every month, and it just kind of feels bad when we miss those now.
Mm-hmm. The world is different for geocaching right now.
Yep. I attended an event last weekend, so.
Hey Cacher, are you looking for some ideas of how to create gadget caches and even very creative containers? Well, hey, don't look any further. Check out my channel, Behind the Cache. My name's Derek, and Behind the Cache is a channel that I like to share ideas of how to create gadget caches and creative caches. Now, you may be asking what's the difference between a creative cache and a gadget cache? Well, you're gonna have to check out my channel to find out. But on this channel, you'll find caches that are very simple to make all the way up to more advanced. So if you're looking for ideas, check out my channel, Behind the Cache. The easiest way to find my channel is to go to behindthecache.com. I hope to see you there, and always remember, every cache has a story, so go check out Behind the Cache.
With you guys being reviewers, what is one of the most common mistakes that you see people make when they try to submit a geocache?
Well, I can think of more than one, but these are not in any particular order. Sometimes they're too close to a mystery, a multi, or a where I go. But unfortunately, you can't see the hidden waypoints as a geocacher, so you can't find them. They don't get permission from the land manager or the property owner. They don't read the guidelines and understand them. I'll tell you, sometimes I don't understand some of them, but I'm sure we've probably all been that way. Coordinates are wrong. Sometimes they're in the wrong format, or they don't match the description. It may say it's by the river, and I plotted on the map, and it's in the middle of a meadow someplace 10 miles away, or, well, maybe not that far, but it's not where they say it is. Sometimes using Google Maps is okay, but I have found people that not a lot of them, but they're not always right either. Coordinates are still the best way to find out, and use a beta tester. That helps too, to have somebody test your. Well, one way you can get rid of that. That's about all I have for right now.
Yeah, location, having the right coordinates. How often I see one in China. Actually, somebody puts in east instead of west, so you just end up in China. It's like, gosh, you didn't look at your map to even notice that it's characters, not names. Not names I can read, but just characters of a location. The Chinese script, and I was like, man, no one even looked. And that's one that kind of gets frustrating because you see them so often. And it's not the ones that are off a little bit that, it's when you look and say, wow, that is quite a ways off. Or, that's just somebody, the pop-up comes up and says, is this right? And somebody said, yeah, clicks the button and moves on. That's the most frustrating. But as an Earth Cache reviewer, I could say, just not even reading the guidelines, not even knowing. So quite often I'll see submissions that are really virtual caches that are, how do you put it? somebody says, this is a really cool, the one I saw yesterday was, this is a really cool site. Here's the history, take a picture by the sign, and, or they won't even have you do anything. It's like, oh, visit this spot and log it. And I'm like, that's not an earth cache in any way, shape, or form. So,
a lot of that probably, go ahead.
Another thing that I just thought of just now is sometimes they don't have the cache placed when they submit it, and they're supposed to be in place before you submit it. You don't have time a lot of times because there's sometimes that I may get a cache and it's only a half hour between the time it was submitted and the time I publish it, and there ain't time to run back out there and put it out there if you don't have it there. So that I don't know for sure where that's at. It used to be on there somewhere where that it's I haven't read the submission thing for a while, but it's supposed to be on there that it's in place and ready to be found. And sometimes they aren't. It don't happen that often, but it does happen.
My favorite is when you see a note on the cache page later that says, I'm really sorry, but the reviewer published it. And I didn't have the cache in place yet. I thought I'd have more time.
That's those are common errors, and I don't know if Charles wants to admit it, but he and I have both published a lot of caches over the last decade or so, and I know that I've done at least over half of those mistakes. So I'm fine to admit that. That's okay.
I'm definitely guilty of a couple of those.
But Heartland Cacher, you actually mentioned something that I want to touch on in there that I think needs a little more explanation, and that's permission. I know that's one of those big hot topics, and newer people to the game don't always understand that. Some people have been around for a while, don't always understand it, but that's okay. We'll talk about it some more. Can you talk about permission in public areas? That's always the hard thing that people sometimes don't understand.
Well, a lot of people think just because it's a public park or public whatever that you don't need permission. But there's a lot of places that, and I've run across it in Nebraska and Wyoming before, is just because it's public, whoever is a land manager or whoever takes care of that, whatever they want to be called, they don't want to cache in their park necessarily. And so you need to ask permission before you place it, because you're not going to go back there again most likely as many times as all the people that are going to come and find it, and they're the ones that are going to get chewed out because people are going to want to know, what are you doing here, and why are you climbing on my pole, or whatever you're doing. One of the things we run across here is trees. A lot of people like to climb trees, but I have one park in particular where we almost got kicked out of the park because they were climbing a tree, and it might be okay for 100-pound person to climb that tree, but you get somebody that's 250 pounds climbing it, they're not easy on the branches. And the whoever was taking care of the approving the permits went out there and looked at one of these one day and sent me a nasty note. And so I try and be careful then to make sure, especially in a lot of places, that they do have permission to climb in the trees. Another thing, when you do get permission, like say you get permission at Walmart or any of them places, any of them parking lot, you got to remember that the person that gave you permission may not be there, and somebody else takes over and they know nothing about it. And I have a perfect example. I had one on a caboose in a museum, and I went in the day I placed it. I went in and I got permission from the director at that time, and so it was there for about 3 years. And I get a note sent to Heartland Cacher from Groundspeak that says the person, whoever the director is, did not give permission for this. Well, I knew better because I got permission. So, but I archived it anyhow, because if they don't want it there, I don't want it to be there. I mean, that's the way I look at it. So
that's actually
problems. There's plenty of other places in the world to hide them.
That's actually a big thing with schools.
Yes.
Even if a school gives permission, all it takes is one parent and the bomb squad is there. Mm-hmm. So does the principal know? Does the principal? It probably in many cases doesn't matter with them. somebody makes a phone call, the authorities are going to show up just out of an abundance of caution. And, so some places are just really hard to have permission because there's so many people who can, call the police or call the authorities because it looks questionable. Someone's hiding a pipe in a bush,
Definitely.
And just because you have permission, the rest of the staff may not have a clue that there's permission been given for that. And so that, like Dick said, they'll call the cops or somebody. The bomb squad will show up,
and we had a great event here with the bomb squad. One of the guys he was a police officer, and he organized an event with the bomb squad. And I remember the first thing the guy said when he walked in is like, "I would like to thank you all for my vacation to Cancun because your overtime paid for my vacation." And he said, "We know that most of your geocaches are harmless, but we have to treat them like they're not until they're open and we see." So he's like, "We show up, and we'll show up in force, and we'll bring all the equipment, and and they're more than happy to pay for their vacations that way."
All right, so this question is directed towards GeoAware. Why are the requirements different for Earth caches? Be that the permission aspect of it, the uniqueness of what you were trying to go, but why are the requirements for Earth caches different?
I think the first to note is that they're to be educational. They're not really the same purpose as a virtual, or a virtual is just anything that looks neat, or a regular cache. The purpose of the Geological Society of America, who sponsored the program and oversees it with Groundspeak, is it's to be educational. So you have to go into it with the thought of you're going to teach somebody something, and they need to answer some questions to prove that they learned something. And the second is permission, because they wanted national parks on board early on, and worked with the national parks, the Department of the Interior, to kind of get something set up. And in the process, they were like, we want permission for everything that's on national parks property. Even if it's a virtual site, we want to have some say in this. And so that was added to the requirements. And it just was kind of spread very blanket requirements across the United States, where that most reviewers have, that if you leave a paved road, and in some instances even the paved road, they're going to ask for specific permission. And we've had people turn it down. We've had people say, that's an area that receives so many visitors, we don't want more visitors. It causes too much damage. Or places that were too far out of the way, and they didn't, they felt like they didn't want to encourage travel. A great example was the Wave in southern Utah and northern Arizona, depending on where you classify it at. But there was an Earth cache there for a number of years, and they felt like they don't advertise where that location is. Now you can find out. It's not that hard, and you can use Google Maps, and you can use other things to find it, but they don't advertise its location because they only give out 20 permits a day or so to go visit it. It's a fairly low number. And when somebody posts, they felt like somebody was using the coordinates to drive to a new trailhead and hike over. So they just said, we would like to revoke permission on this. So the owner archived it. And periodically things like that arise. And, it's much easier to, when Zion National Park calls and says, who gave permission for all these? And they're really upset that they never gave permission. And I can say, this is the guy who gave permission. And then they go, oh, well, that's fine then. That's okay. But they're really worried that it's happening and no one's giving permission. And then if they find out that, Ranger such and such, or the BLM offer such and such, they spoke with somebody, that calms people down because, they know that at least somebody's talked about it.
So that with permissions and things change and everything else that both of y'all have covered, is it probably a good idea when somebody gets permission to cache or that's submitting a cache to keep a note of that somewhere so they'll have it in a couple of years from now when they forget who gave them permission?
Yeah, probably a good idea.
Yeah. So it's not just, Ranger Bob, they gave him permission, they forget 5 years later, and they have to track somebody down in their emails or whatever. But it's probably a good idea on cache owners' notes or whatever to keep who they got permission from, how they contacted them, and everything else. It's a lot easier than having to archive your cache because you can't remember.
And if you put it in the cache notes, those get archived. But at least the headquarters and the reviewers can look in and see who gave them permission and who. So there's information at least for HQ and the volunteers to be able to address it if it comes to their attention.
That's so. With all these things we've talked about already, we don't want to scare anybody off from trying to publish caches. If they're kind of getting into all this and they're trying to do all the steps right, is it possible for a cacher, before they submit a cache for final publishing, can they contact the reviewer ahead of time to communicate any before that final publish button is pushed?
Definitely, they can contact me. I'll help try and verify that their coordinates are good, or no, but there's no conflicts in their coordinates. I do have some cachers that have my phone number because sometimes it's easier to it's easier to just call and get it over with. I mean, in 30 seconds or a minute, we can have it done where it would take 10 notes back and forth before it's done. And unless it's something major, then I want to have it in a note so there's some kind of a record of what we're doing. But if it's just to find, I don't mind somebody calling me as long as it's they're not trying to sell me anything like that. But
yeah, I like people I tell them create a cache page and title it coordinate check. And then it's really quick and easy. It's a little more difficult if they just send me coordinates, because then I have to create a cache page or stick it in a cache page and update it and check it. So it's a little faster I can check it on my phone while I'm traveling if I have a cache page, if they make a cache page. Otherwise I kind of need to get to a computer to shuffle around and do some work on it.
So that is possible. And I think a lot of people forget that part over the years, or new cachers don't realize that there's more options than just hit submit. They can do that reviewer note on there.
If there are a lot of mystery caches in the area, you really need to. One of my first caches, I got denied 5 times. There was mystery caches everywhere, and I put it in a park, and they said it's too close, so I moved it across the park, and they said it's too close. So then I moved it all the way across town to another park. Well, it's too close. So I moved it to another park. It was too close. Then I said, forget this. So I took it all the way out of town, half mile out of town, and said, there's nothing here, and put it there. Yeah, too close again. I was like, just what are the chances that? And every time I was too close to a different cache. It wasn't the same cache in the parks. It was a different cache. And in fact, I went back to one of the parks to I'm picking up this cache. I can't believe it's too close. And I reached up in the tree to pull my cache out of the tree, and like hanging next to it was the one I was too close to. I just never saw it when I was hanging. I wasn't paying attention. I was like,
that is pretty close.
Yeah, too close. Yeah, 6 inches is a little too close.
Absolutely.
Hey Cachers, it's Lookout Lisa from Cache Advance, and I am so excited to be a sponsor and a part of the WorldWide CacheCon 2021. So how would you like to get specially curated geocaching gear delivered right to your door every month? Well, that would be a part of our Cache Crates, which is a monthly subscription box just for geocachers. And we have a special for you right now. If you join up today, you can also receive 10% off with the coupon code WWCC2021. And that will get you 10% off your first invoice. So if you join us for monthly, it's 10% off your first month. Or if you go annually, it's 10% off the entire year. And we would love to have you as a part of our Cache Crate crew.
All right, gentlemen, according to Groundspeak and the numbers that they put out a couple of weeks ago, in 2020, there were 30,131 first-time hides for geocaching accounts that were submitted. What advice do you two gentlemen have for a first-time hider trying to get their very first geocache published?
Read the guidelines, then read them again. Try and find some cache, different variety of caches before you hide it. I don't know. There's a lot of debate on what number you should find before you hide a cache. I've got hiders that have found over 1,000 caches that hide caches worse than somebody has hardly found any caches. So I don't know if that necessarily, but I think the variety helps as much as anything to find a variety of caches and see what kind of containers they're in and go by that, and ask other geocachers that you may know to ask their advice too. They'll help you out. I haven't found any that won't.
Yeah, I was going to say ask for help. There's unfortunately these people don't know anybody a lot of times.
Mm-hmm.
So, they're more nervous to call some stranger and say, can you look at this? But that helps a lot just to have a second set of eyes that can look over stuff or another idea might be, once you're done, put it away. Don't list it for publishing yet. Come back the next day and just look at it from top to bottom. Does the map look okay? Is that really where it's at? Is China where my cache is located, or is it somewhere else? Make sure that stuff is just correct. I've done puzzles where I did the math and everything's great and I published it, and then I realized, oh gosh, everyone's complaining, and I start running math numbers and I was like, ooh, sorry. My puzzle was not where I was sending you. So, just like pretend you've never seen it before and look over it and see if there's something missing, or obviously read the guidelines like Heartland said. But I think a lot of times we make, especially if we're experienced, you make dumb mistakes. You just, it's not on top of a building. Why did I even think it was there?
Another thing, get good coordinates. Get the best coordinates you can get. Do it 2 or 3 times if you have to get coordinates. I know a lot of people use phones. I don't. I use a GPS. I've had one not since I started, but that's a whole new story. But I use a GPS most all the time. I do have an app on my phone that I use, and it's sometimes pretty close. I think things are a lot better than they were when they first come out, getting coordinates on the phone than they used to be. But get good coordinates. That's one of the things that people that go out and find caches. If you read their logs, that's one of the first things they say. The coordinates are off 30 feet. Well, 30 feet ain't bad when you figure all the variances there is, you know, but when you're looking for a nano, 30 feet's quite a ways sometimes. So
it can be quite far sometimes, for sure. Especially when 30 feet means horizontal, not vertical. Depending on where you are in the world, 30 feet can be
a long
8
way.
miles away. So
remember, he's in Heartland. We're in the mountains.
That's right. That's right. In the mountains, 30 feet can be half a day or a whole day sometimes.
It's only a mile. How bad can it be?
Yeah. Yeah. We've all done that.
It's a 12% grade.
Yeah.
We've kind of been talking about general stuff and a lot more information for the new people, and some of the newer people in the game, which is a lot of new people in the game, won't identify with this as much, but it'll give them a lot of good information. A few years ago, there were some changes to the challenge rules, which it's come and gone, and it's been out here for a little while now. After the time that you've had to do that and review a bunch of challenges, are they easier now with the new rules?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, there you go.
We had tons of challenges here in Utah. I don't know when somebody picked up on the idea of those, but it was early on. So I'd heard other reviewers say, I don't think we have more than one or two in the whole state. And I'm like, geez, I own a dozen. How can you only have one or two? But a lot of them, yeah, the rules there were no rules, to be honest. So it was fairly arbitrary, and there was some pretty strange ideas for challenge caches. So having a format that is kind of blocked out and is well thought out. I think Heartland, you could correct me. Didn't we spend like a year talking about it as reviewers as to what would work and what wouldn't?
Yep.
And we had 200 plus reviewers at the time. So everybody's giving input and everybody's putting ideas on the table. And I don't think everybody agrees with everything. Some hate them still and don't, So, and others love them. I wish there was some changes to it, but it's way better than it was.
One thing that's helped is they have to have a challenge checker with them to be a challenge cache, and that's eliminated a lot of the I don't know if I want to call it garbage or not, but a lot of the questionable caches that aren't near as bad. It used to be I know some of them that I had, we'd bring them to the watering hole and we'd talk about them, and they'd go to HQ, and the owner would submit a protest to HQ, and it was quite a process back then. And it's not the best necessarily, but it works good. It works a lot better than what the other ones did. And I don't mind doing challenge caches reviewing anymore like I did back in the olden days. I don't remember when that was all changed, but it's a lot better for everybody concerned, I think.
Charles and I are both big fans of challenges, as anybody that's ever heard us talk about anything knows. But I think it speaks to, and the reason why we wanted to make sure we asked this question, it speaks to the fact that we're over 20 years into this game, and it's grown from a few people doing it to over 3 million or over 3 million active caches. Are we at 4 million active caches now? I don't even know how many we're at now. Over 3 million active caches. I remember when that ticked over. But, you can spend a lot more time when there's only a few people playing a game, whereas there's millions and millions of people playing a game. And I think that speaks to the evolution of the game that not everybody knows, but it's good. And I'm glad that was a big improvement and saved a bunch of your time as well. So
I think a lot of people forget that some of them were really a boastful challenge. Somebody would say, find 22,000 regulars, 7,000 of these, and 74 virtual, and they'd have a checklist of do this, 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 or this. And really, why did they come up with those numbers? Because that's what they had accomplished. That was exactly what they tried to do. I shout out to one of my friends that today hit 14 years of a geocaching streak.
Oh my gosh.
And I can't think of him saying, oh, I'm going to put a challenge out for 14 years. No one would find it. I mean, I think there's 3 guys that are within a half year after him, you know, and then that will meet it in the next few years. But how many of those guys are going to come to Utah again or to Utah? So I just look and say, too many of the early ones were problematic because somebody would do stuff like that. You know, find 5,000, now find 5,500. And a block down the road was find 6,000. And, you know, it was more of just to flag their achievement, not to put challenges for other people.
All right, Blue, this one's coming back to your
Earth Cache
reviewer hat for you. And I'm sure, like myself, I've got numerous Earth caches published, as does Jesse. And we get this and we hear this a lot in group discussions and whatnot, but why do people think that it is so hard to publish an Earth cache? We hear it all the time about, oh, well, I've tried to submit one 4 different times, or I've tried to submit 3 different styles of Earth caches, and they all get rejected, and I'm done with them. Why?
I think the first and easiest to address is just to go back to the history of Earth caches. The first 3-4 years of the Earth Cache program, there was 1 and later 2 guys who reviewed the entire world. And they worked at the Geological Society of America, and it was their job, but they also had other things to do. So lots of early Earth caches were really published and they were virtuals. They don't, you know, when I'm looking, I can't imagine sitting in my queue. And did either of you publish Earth caches in 2005 to 2010? That window?
No.
You went to the Earth cache site, you filled out information, and then sent it to them, and they would review it, create the cache page, and then publish it and adopt it over to you. So it was very, very labor intensive for them. And so I think, and they admitted to me, they got really lax in the end. They were seeing 100 pop up in a day and stuff was being published without really meeting that. The guidelines weren't very well thought out at that point either. So, and then around 2010, 2011, they started to bring in other people to look at different places in the world and to review. And you see a lot of people who go back to those early caches that are really just a Earth-based virtual, and they grab it and they copy it and they try to place it again. And they don't really meet the guidelines anymore. Around 2011, there was a major guideline overview review massacre where, you know, the reviewers and the GSA and Groundspeak rewrote the entire guidelines for Earth caches at that point. But that still means there's years of caches in place. So people look to those and then want to copy those. And, you know, a lot of people look at what they've done, they don't read through the guidelines back to, you know, what you see with regular caches, I think. So when they don't read through the guidelines and I get one that's on the history of something, it's like it's not on geological science, it's on history. So you have to try again, and then they'll add a paragraph that, there's sand at the site, and then they'll add a question that says, what color is the sand? And then they'll resubmit it. You laugh, but that happened to me recently. So, it's like it's hard. And I think a lot of people don't take the time to read through the guidelines, and then you have to find a place for it. It's not like I have a geocache, it's this big, now let's go over here and we'll hide it under this rock or this bush. You can just take it where you want to. When you're doing an earth cache, you need to kind of know something about the site. So and I think in America in particular, we're not that good at teaching geology. It's not. I remember my field trip in high school, the geology field trip. I took the trip because I was getting out of class. I wasn't taking the trip to learn geology. I was getting out of class. But I think you see the difference in Europe, where geology is one of the sciences that's taught, and man, there's a lot of earth caches that pop up because people know the area that they're in. I think that's the big difference. So I see a lot of people who try to publish stuff and really have no knowledge, and they don't study it, and they're trying to shoehorn, they'll take one of your geocaches that's specific to a site and then try to shoehorn it into, he did one on a erosion here, and this looks like the same thing. I can just kind of cram it in here and it kind of works. So it's harder to do. I want to be able to say it's easy and everyone can do it. It's not. I see people put a lot of time and effort into them. And, sometimes it really hurts when you know that I can't give them advice to make this work. I don't know how, especially if I don't know the area or the situation. I can, sometimes I can get go to Google Earth and I'll get a shot and I can get an idea and look at it. And I can go to some maps that I have from the Geological Society and, what's the ground there? Maybe I can give them some hints or ideas. I probably spent more time on caches that never got published trying to find stuff for people. Because I feel bad that somebody's working hard. So I'm rummaging through, University of Missouri doctoral thesis that's on the Grand Canyon. And I'm trying, maybe I can find something on this point because some guy wrote a whole doctoral thesis on it, and I get lost and I'm like, I just can't, sorry. I hope so, but once in a while I find something great and you can point them and say, look, here's a file that I found, see if you can redo it so it focuses on this. And sometimes it works great, sometimes you just can't. People who know that there's geology there but you can't see it. Heartland probably knows this problem in his area. There's geology in that area, but if it's very flat and you can't see it, you have to be able to say, this is why it's here and describe it. And it's tricky. I mean, some places like the central states are so flat and you're going to have to work a lot harder. Road cuts are your friend. Oh,
yes,
absolutely. So
you have to have a road cut.
We definitely want to respect your time, and we've tried to give a lot of good information, and I hope everybody's enjoyed this hour. But right before we go, we want to address one rumor. So I believe that both of you review full time. That's your full time job, and you make $300,000 a year. Is that correct?
Yes. Actually, it's more than that.
Okay.
It's in signal dollars.
It's in signal dollars. Okay.
Yeah.
All joking aside, for people that don't know, the reviewers truly are volunteer reviewers. They do this out of the goodness of their heart because they want the game going. So all this stuff we just talked about, they did all this on their own time, and they do all of that on their own time. also being geocachers at the same time. So I just wanted to make sure for people that don't understand, and they're sending in those crazy messages that y'all talked about, you guys are geocachers just like everybody else, but you're helping them go.
And I have a full-time job and teenagers.
There you go.
One thing that I thought of a while ago is one thing, and I think Blue Rod will tell you the same thing, is we want to publish caches, and we will help you any way we can to get it so that it'll meet the guidelines, so we can publish it. Sometimes it can't happen, just like he's talking about Earth caches. Sometimes it absolutely can't. There's no way it'll happen, but if there's a way, we'll try and make it happen.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, and we'll let you get back to your full-time job of reviewing. And again, thank you very much for contributing to this hour.
The finger's ready to hit the button.
That's
Where
right.
are your caches?
All right, that
Man.
was phenomenal. That is for those that are out there that are new to geocaching and you've never seen a reviewer. Well, there you go. You got some reviewers, and like they said right there at the end, they are wanting to publish the caches. So don't be mean to them. Be nice to them. Find your reviewer in your area, and they will help you. Just reach out to them and say, "Hey, I'm trying to publish this cache, but I don't know what I'm doing completely. Can you help me out?" And they'll help you because hey, they're geocachers too. So
Absolutely.
I just really love that.
Yeah, it's been great so far, but we're just getting started. But
yeah.
I wonder what's happening. I haven't had time. I'm helping you right now producing. Are people going to Instagram? Are we getting some
Yeah,
hits?
we're getting stuff on Instagram. In fact, check this out. We're getting some people that are hitting up on Instagram here.
Oh, that's
and
awesome.
This is what I love seeing. I mean, look at this. We got somebody out here caching and they're watching CacheCon.
That is awesome.
We got somebody that's taking some pictures of them as they're watching CacheCon right here. Well, hey, look, there's Charles watching himself on CacheCon. And
Charles himself. I love it.
Jesse's over here down here. This is actually Jesse. See if he'll come up. There's Jesse right there
Jesse.
watching himself with the Lackey panel.
That's awesome.
Not just on Instagram, but check this out. On Twitter, we're getting some stuff on Twitter. There's some posts here on Twitter that's coming up. And I absolutely love this.
Yes.
Facebook, we got John David Crew watching CacheCon.
J. Crew.
So, I mean, we have people, and remember, tag us.
Yes.
Hashtag WWCC21. And we're going to be giving away prizes to those that tag us on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. We got coins. We got stuff. We even have, now, Gary, don't we have some Cashly stuff that we're giving away?
Absolutely. We got
subscriptions to that. I mean, we got different stuff. We're not going to announce everything we get because we want it to be a surprise for you.
But this Geocaching is giving away some stuff. I mean, we've got some of the sponsors have mentioned it. Some 10% off was mentioned. Cache Advance. Thank you, Cache Advance. We've got more to come. More to come.
Got more to come.
Let's
go. It's 11:57 here in Central Time, so we're doing really good. How about those the Bugsy and the Bugsy?
Yes.
So we got more music coming up. In fact, we got 2 songs coming up for you right now from Bugsy, and these guys are in Belgium. And that's where they're coming from. They're doing a whole bunch of different stuff. They've later in the day at the 6 o'clock hour, we have our actual concert with the Travel Bugs, and they have actually toured with them over in England. So they did that. And Bugsy was, I believe, we're supposed to be doing Steve's backup as well at the HQ celebration too. Weren't they?
Yeah, they're communicating and connected together. And I do want to mention real quick, shout out to really everyone in all the different parts. Malaysia was on earlier. We're going to be showing videos of people from all over the world, and especially during the World Hour, which is the 4 p.m. Central Time. But every hour is great. So
yeah,
we're excited for everybody to be a part of this.
So after these 2 songs, we're going to be getting into Adventure Labs, and we're going to be talking about different Adventure Labs, some around the world. So, but without further ado, let's get to another Bugsy song.
Let's do it.
Hello, my name is Jeff Caulfield. I work for Geocaching headquarters as a Lackey. I'm also known as Gear Guru, and I am part of the Travelers and Tourism team with an emphasis on Geo Tours. Now you may ask, what is a Geo Tour and how can I find one? Well, a Geo Tour is a series of curated caches that is designed to take you on a self-guided tour of a specific location. Whether that location is a city, a town, a historic place, a park, whether it's state or national park, a Geo Tour is designed to show you all the cool things about that location and teach you the history about that location. All of our Geo Tours can be found on both the website and in the mobile app. We currently have over 70 active Geo Tours worldwide, with many more getting ready to launch this year to expand our coverage of Geo Tours. So how do we go about creating Geo Tours? Well, actually, Geo Tours are a combination of headquarters working with a local organization, whether it be a chamber of commerce, a tourism bureau, a destination marketing organization, a country, or a park system. All of our Geo Tours have started by having either a geocacher, local geocacher reach out to us, or someone from one of those agencies reaching out to us wanting to create a Geo Tour for their area to drive tourism into that area by marketing those locations to our active community of geocachers. So if you think your area might be ready for a Geo Tour and you want to work with us, you can reach out to me at jeff@geocaching.com. Be happy to talk to you about that. We are also always looking for local helpers to help us place, maintain, and work with the local local organization, since they may not always be familiar with geocaching. As a thank you for the local geocachers that help us out with Geo Tours, we do offer 12 months of free premium membership as a small token of our appreciation for help that organization with their geocaching knowledge.
Hi, I am Emily Renee from Challenge Talk in the Geocache Talk Network, and I'm here with Gia. Hello, Gia.
Hello.
Hi, and we are here to talk about Geo Tours. So you may not know, or you may know, but a Geo Tour is a custom geocaching tour that leads geocachers on a series of interesting geocaches showcasing specific locations. They are made up of regular geocaches that can be found alone, but together, all of those caches offer a curated experience. And Gia and I both have experience with Geo Tours. And so Gia, tell us about your experience first.
Sure. Yeah, like you said, I'm Gia Caches, which we're so
best name ever.
I know. People are always like, so did you create geocaching? Yes. No,
Take
it. Yeah, so I'm based in Fargo-Moorhead, which is Minnesota and North Dakota. So in September of 2019, I helped launch the Fargo-Moorhead Geo Tour. And so we're now in our second year. And that's 24 different caches kind of spread out across the community. So I was one of the geocachers that helped kind of get that off the ground.
Great. And I helped get the South Coast, I'm going to say it wrong, the Cache the Coast, South Coast version Geo Tour in Oregon. And so that runs from the very southern end of Oregon up through approximately a third of the state. And I came in after the folks who decided to do the Geo Tour got everything established, and they needed a geocacher to hide the geocaches and know what to do on that aspect. So I was kind of given a list of locations, a list of people who were interested to connect with a cultural event that was happening. And so even though the cultural event was 10 days, they wanted a tour to last. And we're in our second year too. So it is lasting. Another stage of the tour has been created in the middle part of the Oregon coast. And I was able to complete that tour a few months ago. And so that's my experience with being involved in a Geo Tour, as well as participating in Geo Tours. And so we want to talk about the fun of Geo Tours. If you haven't had the experience of doing one, we invite you to try one. It can be any Geo Tour. We think our Geo Tours are great because we are involved in them. But because we're involved in them, we know that many Geo Tours are great. And so even from a headquarters perspective, geocaching headquarters, they suggest that a purpose of Geo Tours is to combine geocaching and travel, and you can up-level your vacations. And I know that's what I've done in multiple times. I've sought out Geo Tours just to do as a specific trip, and I've added them to my vacations. And so what we'll talk about today for you to learn is that Geo Tours highlight the best of their destination that they want you to come to. So it's helping you to discover possibilities, and geocaching creates interactive maps to help you plan your trips. They've incorporated into the official geocaching app to help you find Geo Tours, to know if a specific cache that you just stumble upon one cache, it'll tell you it's a part of a Geo Tour. So it's really an integrated part of the geocaching experience that can really increase some of your experiences. So Gia, tell me, when you were a part of creating this Geo Tour, what was trying to be accomplished by your tour being created?
Sure. I think what I tried to do with the Fargo-Moorhead Geo Tour is to show people that there's so much more to see and do in Fargo-Moorhead than you might expect, especially because it seems like a lot of context, or the only context people have, is like the movie Fargo, which I've actually never seen. But
no, I haven't either. But of course, that's what I think of is the movie. Right?
Apparently, it's a thing, and everyone just thinks it's like open prairies, and we have a lot of that, and it's beautiful and amazing, but like there's so much more to see and do here. And I think what I tried to do is show geocachers all of the places in the community that I love. And I think, I mean, as a geocacher, the thing I love the most is all the places geocaching has taken me, and things that maybe wouldn't have come up first on like Travelocity or whatever, but it's like stuff that's off the beaten path a little bit. And so that's something that I thought about a lot when I was creating the Geo Tour, just kind of bringing people to places that maybe they wouldn't have found on a search.
Yeah, I really like that you say that, because so often, I think for me, part of a trip, or I should say, really what I really love about a trip is even all the planning that goes into it. And then I have this little high when I get to the places that I plan to go to, that I'm actually there. But in planning, you're right. Using all these websites, whether they're commercial or community built with suggestions, I never am as satisfied as I am letting geocaching be my tour guide. I really am not. I'm all in with geocaching. And it's because locals show us what is the best part of their area.
Totally.
Yeah. And then even in your Geo Tour, you guys, I've heard, have taken it up a level by the types of geocaches you hit, right?
I guess so. I haven't actually completed a lot of Geo Tours myself, which is maybe a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not quite sure. But I think I tried to take elements of all of the caches that I've enjoyed, that I've found over the years, and kind of bring them together. So there's a lot of art, like all of our ammo cans have been painted by local artists. We have some cool gadget caches, like just some really creative, different types of containers. They're not just and I'm not saying not just, like they're not just like a pill bottle or a bison tube, like most of them are something special or different or specific to the place that they're at.
Yeah, and I've really enjoyed it when I find those special touches on a Geo Tour. It really is neat. So I know in my experience, like the special containers or the special locations, that's really what's made a Geo Tour special to me when I go. I've participated in a handful, some that are well known. I cannot wait to come to Fargo and do it when things clear up and travel is easy again. But I did a Geo Tour based on Bigfoot carvings. And
cool.
In Washington, and I did the Donut Trail and in Ohio, and I did the Homa Geo Tour in Louisiana. And I just know, no matter what the container is, whether it's elaborate or it's a container showcasing a location, I know that these folks have put together something special to give me an experience, whether it's don't forget to eat this food while you're here because it's special, it's local, it's what we eat, or you've really got to experience this unique landscape feature of our area. So what are some of those unique, you mentioned art, what other unique spots have you hidden tour caches?
So one of the cool spots on our Geo Tour is called the Fargo Street Art Wall. And that container is actually just kind of your traditional magnetic container, but the location that it brings you is this alleyway. It's an art alley where people have permission to bring their own spray paint. And so we have all of these really talented graffiti artists that are constantly changing. I mean, there's really cool stuff that they do, but I mean, just anyone can bring a can of spray paint and add their own name. Like it's kind of like a giant logbook.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's so much fun.
So that's kind of a neat spot, and it's kind of just in this random alley that why would you ever go down that alley if you were visiting? But geocaching brings you there.
On behalf of the entire Geocache Talk Network crew, I'd like to welcome you to the first ever worldwide virtual geocaching conference. We here at the network have worked very hard to provide some great geocaching entertainment today for you from around the world, as well as a prize or two, so keep a close eye out for chances to win, including a 5-stage adventure lab provided by Geocaching HQ. The Sunday Show, Geocaching with Children audio podcast, Gadget Talk, Puzzle Talk, and Challenge Talk are all available live or watch later on YouTube, and the audio versions are on your favorite audio podcasting app. The Geocache Talk Network is much more than our 5 podcasts. We have a cache exchange program, books, videos, and exclusive content for our patrons, including special events only for them. But there's plenty here for everyone as well. The conference store is open today only, so don't forget to check out the swag at gcswag.com/WWCC21. Also, there'll be a badge available so that you can proudly display on your geocaching profile. Enjoy the conference.
And I heard you say before regarding your Geo Tour, something else that makes it special. You said it was like creating a love letter for your community. And that's special too, because that means effort and appreciation for who's going to come is built into these tours.
Totally. I mean, creating the Geo Tour felt really full circle for me. I got to involve some geocachers that are veterans kind of in the area, geocachers whose hides I had found and really admired over the years. So getting to have them involved felt really cool. And like I said, all of the locations are something special to me. And so feeling like I'm able to bring people to the places that I love has been really cool. And I mean, it's been a labor of love as far as maintenance and all of that, but it's been worth it. I've met some really cool people and just, yeah, it's been a really good experience for me.
Right. So know that the folks putting on the Geo Tours are there for the folks finding the caches on the Geo Tour. And I know what you mean. It's a labor of love to maintain a Geo Tour. I just went to a town last weekend to do maintenance. And what do you know, this past weekend, there's another one in that same town that needs to be maintained again. So it's what we're up against, but I'm going to maintain that. And I have a sense of urgency to maintain those caches because I know people are coming. People haven't stopped coming to those caches because they become almost like a magnet for geocachers to come to a location and experience it. So I guess as geocachers are finding tour caches, give us those good logs. Tell us how things are going. Not only your fun experience that you've had, but tell us what we need to do to keep the cache running, because we want to keep it in good shape for the next person to find.
Yeah, I mean, just the same kind of etiquette that you would do with any geocache, making sure that you close it properly, that if something is wrong, that you send a message to the cache owner immediately. I always appreciate when people write longer logs.
Yeah.
Like longer than just found it or got it, especially when it's a cache that someone has put a lot of time and effort into.
Sure, I agree.
Yeah, those are kind of the big ones.
Yeah. Yeah. So sometimes, like I said, I plan a trip around a Geo Tour. I've done that where with the Bigfoots, for example, I took a long weekend to go to the Bigfoots, do other caches in the area. So to get started, I'm going to put the link on the screen here. You would find Geo Tours at www.geocaching.com/play/Geo Tours. And this shows you a map of all the Geo Tours in the whole world that are active. And you can zoom in. You can either dream about your trip and check out the tours somewhere else in the world, or you can check out what's local to you to see what's available. And like I said, the app, you can search for Geo Tours in the search function of the app. And so sometimes planning a trip around these, I don't think is ever going to be a bad idea because they're a special set of caches. They are highlighting something specific, and there's going to be more caches than just the Geo Tour caches. And so I think that's definitely something that a geocacher would not be disappointed in doing, is planning a trip around a Geo Tour. Now, we know that Geo Tours have, at minimum, the official Geo Tours, a digital souvenir if you find all the geocaches listed in the tour. So, Gia, if a person found a few, if their long weekend can't be as long as they need it to be to finish a tour, is it still worth it if I'm not getting the digital souvenir?
Absolutely.
I would agree with you. It's kind of a leading question. So, yeah. And, some Geo Tours have a prize for accomplishing it, but there's only so many. So, oh yes, like this Geocoin. So I presume that's the Fargo Moorhead Geocoin.
Yes, probably kind of hard to see, but we've got the Red River of the North goes in between it, which is what separates the states of Minnesota and North Dakota.
Nice.
And to get the coin, which is free, you just have to find 20 of the 24 caches.
Oh, okay. So not even all of them. So in case the day goes a little sideways, 20 caches is all that's needed. And so that's an awesome prize. And I've definitely been motivated to do a tour for a prize. But, even if you don't get the coin prize because the tour is a little older and they're all out, maybe even if you don't get the souvenir for finding all the caches on the tour, because that's how it is for Fargo, right? You have to get all 24 caches to get the digital souvenir on your profile.
Correct. Yep.
So it's definitely still worth it, because those caches, like we said here already, they're special for their location, for their uniqueness in and of themselves, or for some reason. So it's definitely worth it to not skip some Geo Tour caches just because you can't do the whole thing.
Sie sind es, die uns Tag für Tag inspirieren. Die sich auf die Suche nach neuen Abenteuern machen. Und bis zum Ende durchhalten. Sie sind unsere Teilnehmer. Aber warum nicht auch Ihre besten Kunden?
Gia and I both got involved in Geo Tours kind of through our connections with our someone local. Got connected through Oregon Coast Today, who is hosting our tours. And that's led me to have multiple opportunities to talk with a few different visitor center along our coast, and even more specific folks who highlight, for example, I'm going to be highlighting more of what's called the West Coast Alliance Food Trail. I think it's what it's called. I should have been more prepared. But we're going to be highlighting some of those special places that aren't already on our tour, and we want to add to them, which can be done. And so I found that participating in Geo Tours is something really huge. It's really big to put on a Geo Tour, but you can participate in your local community and introduce geocaching if you have any kind of connection. So Gia, tell about your little connection with your visitor center.
Sure. Yeah, my background is in communications and marketing, and I was working at a college and had kind of interacted with our visitor center on social media. And then when I became obsessed with geocaching, I put a multi-cache actually at our visitor center, and the final stage is indoors. Doesn't require any purchasing or anything, but just by nature of the location, they got to see a lot of geocachers that were coming in to find the cache. And so that kind of piqued their interest a little bit, as like, who are all of these people, and where are they all coming from? And I set them up with their own account so that they could see the logs as they were coming in.
Right. Mm-hmm.
But I kind of what you were saying just with connections, I think, especially right now during COVID times, I'm on the park board in Moorhead, and I think so many organizations are looking for ways to get people engaged with their mission, or get people outside and doing something active, providing a way for families to do something together outside of the house. And I think it's always a great time for geocaching, but I think right now so many more people are open to the idea of it.
Right, exactly. So I would encourage everyone who's listening, if you have some kind of connection, or if you are interested, it absolutely doesn't hurt to reach out to make friends with your visitor center or your park and recs department. And you never know what can be developed. It might not lead to a full-blown Geo Tour in your area, but it could lead to geocaching friendly areas, which is really great. The more people are understanding of geocaching and appreciative of what it brings to their community, and those tourism boards love folks coming to the communities. It can really build a positive reputation for geocaching and a positive geocaching destination, even if it's not official. So Geo Tours are great. They definitely should be sought out, in my opinion. I think Gia, you agree.
Yeah.
And but know that you can do something if it's not as big as a Geo Tour. So Gia, any last thoughts on Geo Tours, or have you ever had your eye on a different tour that you've considered finishing?
Well, I want to finish the one at headquarters officially. I've been looking at the one in Norfolk, Nebraska, because that's one of the closest ones to me. And West Bend is close. I mean, I want to do every Geo Tour.
Sure, everyone, right?
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good point about HQ. It's a short Geo Tour, and Geo Tours can be any length of geocaches. I've seen them with 100 or more, but HQ I think is something like just maybe 7, but you're definitely going to have an amazing experience. They take the flavor of their community where they're located and they incorporate geocaching, and it's an official Geo Tour, and you can get that official digital souvenir for having a really fun afternoon in their neighborhood. And I think a lot of folks are looking forward to attending the anniversary celebration in Seattle. And so it's a great thing to make sure while you're planning that trip to check out the HQ Geo Tour. And those are definitely not missed geocaches. Don't miss geocaches. Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much for chatting with me about Geo Tours and your experiences with them. And we hope that our audience will seek them out. And if you haven't done so already, learn what an amazing part of geocaching that they are. So thank you very much, Gia.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
As a special treat, we've been given the opportunity to give 1 Adventure Lab credit to somebody who's attending this WorldWide CacheCon event. And here's how to enter to win it. This weekend only, send an email to wwcc@cachetheline.net and be sure to include your geocaching username plus the correct answer to the following question, and you could win. And that question is: up to how many locations can a standard Adventure Lab contain? To win, you must be a Geocaching Premium member in good standing, and a qualifying winner will be chosen by Geocaching HQ, and we'll announce the winner on an upcoming episode of Geocache Talk. Now, adventures can also be created by anyone who opts in to be selected to receive one of these credits at the URL shown below, geocaching.com/play/request/adventure-lab. Or you can request one from within the Adventures mobile app. Users do have to meet the minimum qualification in order for a chance to receive one of these credits. Good luck.
We're continuing our Geo Tour conversation with some gals who host a Geo Tour out of New Zealand. So if you guys could introduce yourselves, I'd appreciate it.
Thanks, Emily. I'm Talia Hargreaves, and we're from the Ministry of Education in New Zealand.
I'm Suzanne, Ministry of Education.
All right, thank you. And you guys are hosting a Geo Tour that spans the entire country of New Zealand, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And what is the name of your tour?
It's called Toyamata, the first Geo Tour.
All right. And tell us what is unique about your Geo Tour. To have it's Geo Tour that spans an entire country. What is the theme, and what are you bringing people to this tour to experience?
The Toyamata and Geo Tour was about celebrating our dual heritage, and so that they could work together towards a better future. And so we wanted
all New Zealanders to have a strong sense of who they are and where they come from. And we know that a lot of those stories are recorded in places. So that was the main reason for it. Develop confidence that they could say, yes, I'm from here, and these are the great stories that that have formed our past, the layers of our history.
And we also wanted to highlight at a local level too some of the historic sites that exist in communities that may not be so well, publicised. So we wanted to do that. And geocaching's been a really good way to succinctly give people information about history in an app that's portable and they can take it with them. So that really suited our purpose as well, running a roadshow.
Wonderful. I like it. Thank you. So you guys were not geocachers before this experience, right?
I was an amateur. I think I had maybe 150 finds on my app. I dabbled in it for like about a year before we had this roadshow that we were running. So that was sort of the segue into really using the app, because I'd enjoyed how it had brought me to places that I didn't know existed when I was just going on general road trips around the country. And I'd be like, oh, I'll have a look on here. Oh, there's something to go and see. And that really highlighted places that you didn't know were there. Fairly amateur, but we're aware of it.
All right, wonderful. So did you use your connections at the Ministry of Education and your knowledge of geocaching to promote the idea of connecting the two?
Definitely not so much in the Ministry of Education. Actually, we had to educate people here because there were, in our circle, in our group itself, nobody had heard of geocaching. So we definitely had to find out a lot more about it in order to promote the game. And we relied heavily on the geocaching community. So there's a community of volunteers that have helped us to create Te Reo Mātauranga. And without them, we wouldn't have been able to do this tour. So we learned a lot from them about what geocache is like, such as collectibles and badges and, first to finds, all these new acronyms that we had to learn along the way. And we had to learn that really quickly. And the geocaching community of people are wonderful. As I say, we couldn't have done it without them.
Yes, it is a good community. So I've never been to New Zealand, and I tried to find a little picture to show. I'm from the States, so how big is New Zealand compared to the States? And it could be somewhat compared to an East Coast road trip if we were to drive all of New Zealand to find everything. So that's kind of a lengthy area to bring people to. And I think I saw you have your Geo Tour split into regions. Is that correct?
Yeah, just quickly show you in our current, this is our passport that we have, and those coloured sections are all, there's these 10 regions that it's been split into. Yeah, so that's how we've currently divided it up. Because, geographically, there's some huge distances for people to travel.
All right. So do the regions have different themes, or are your regions geologically very different from each other?
I think probably the main thing that we've highlighted really is we've used birds. So we can probably talk more educationally about this, but we've used it. I'll just show you up close the badges we've got here. So you can see how we've sectioned them out.
Oh, nice.
Into birds that are critically endangered, or, that we want to.
And some commonly known.
Yeah, commonly known, yeah. And so as best as we could, we've tried to section the birds into areas where they actually habitat.
Nice. I like that idea. Good. And you are you started with a phase, and you're expanding your tour, right? What does that look like?
Second year goes to more parts of the country. And there's 150 caches, and we've learned, like for the one coming up, we wanted to highlight again the dual history, the heritage, but also we wanted to look at like New Zealand's been explored for 1,000 years actually. So we wanted to tell the story of those explorers following their footsteps, and then look at what was the impact of that exploration and settlement, and what can we do to restore the environments and habitats for the future. So there's both of those components, the heritage and the exploration, but also looking forward.
Wonderful. And that seems like it matches perfectly with most geocachers, the spirit of exploration, but also knowing that the earth is our game board and we must take care of our game board to respect it, to have it for our future. So it sounds like your tour is right in line with that. In your opinion, what would you say makes a Geo Tour special in addition to just regular geocaching?
Our Geo Tour is about prompting conversations. It's about making a personal connection with the Geo Tour. So I think for me, that's one of the key things. So you do go and see historic sites. You learn the history of it, but it's about questioning the perspective. Where did that perspective come? What's the story I bring to that? Is there something else I can learn? So that, I suppose changes your thinking about places and how you'll look after them and what you'll do into the future. So the relationships with the land, also the relationships with other people, so that you understand those layers of history and why people feel about a place the way they do. Māori people in New Zealand, when they introduce each other, they talk about where they come from, and they talk about the mountain that's significant, the river, or awa as they call it. They talk about the waka that they came, the vessel that they migrated to New Zealand on. So all of those things are wrapped up in the way that they introduce themselves. So for me, the Geo Tour is important because you're going to all of those sites that are significant and that people belong to.
And it kind of completes that picture as well. And I think, there's also the competitiveness of when you put something together in a full tour like this. Like, you could go out and see a number of caches and you can do them in your own time when you want to, and you'll pick and choose which ones you want to do. But when you've contained it into a tour, there becomes a sense of, I want to complete this. I want to finish the whole thing or the whole section. You don't just want to do a few dots here and there. So for us, it kind of just helps to sort of push people a little bit more to actually engage with what we're trying to achieve here with that completion. Hence we have badges and coins, because we, that's sort of just something else that drives people to want to finish it.
In the badges and coins, we thought about stories that go with that.
Yes.
So the badges for the new Geo Tour are all critically endangered species, where there's only a few individuals left in those populations, and they're not all the pretty things like dolphins and kiwi. Everyone loves them, but we've looked at some of the insects and plants because they're our most critically endangered species. And as well as that, we've taken one of the well-known stories of the discovery of New Zealand as Maui. And so we've taken, and a lot of people think it's a legend, but actually he exists in people's genealogy. So we've included that as our main coin, that they'll complete that puzzle. So I guess, more ways of telling that story in the coins and badges.
Oh, your tour sounds very exciting. And not all tours are like that. Some tours are very short, but your tour, though being very long, you've already caught me. I want to come and do your tour. I've learned so much in this conversation already. And even I like that people can complete a regional section and have a sense of accomplishment, but also have a taste for the whole tour and want more and want to accomplish the whole tour. So you have regional prizes, and what do you have to do to earn your coin prize?
So that's a new passport. So it's, it launches in early February, but as you can see there around the sections around Aotearoa, New Zealand, at the top there are all the badges, and the coloured parts are the sections that you can get your coins. So you would do basically each coloured section, you would need to complete those GC codes, so collect those caches and write code words in. And when you've completed a coloured section is when you would get, your coin puzzle piece, which is one of these ones down the bottom here. So yeah, we've extended this tour. We started the first tour. This is something we learned as we did 1 year. It wasn't nearly enough given the geography of our country and the distance people have to travel. So we've made this one 2 years. So it gives people plenty of time, to get at least some, portion of the Geo Tour completed.
Right. And that's the thing I want our audience to hear, that Geo Tours, no matter how much of them you can do, they're still very worth it to do. Even if you can only do one section of the tour because you're limited by your travel for whatever reason, it's definitely going to be worth it because of the locations. And I like how you're incorporating the stories and telling what people don't want others to forget. So that sounds so special. Your tour is very unique, and I love hearing about it. And
you're very
so you also you mentioned.
And I was just going to say, because
go ahead.
I was going to say this Geo Tour, based on what you said, it's actually made up of 5 mini Geo Tours. And that's so that people can get digital souvenirs, because as you know, with a Geo Tour, you need to complete 100% of all the caches loaded in that Geo Tour to get a digital souvenir. So we've purposely made it more attainable for people to get the souvenirs, because we know that's something that geocachers really liked as well.
Yes. Well, that's good. I haven't heard of another tour like that. Yeah, I definitely know people have to do the whole thing. So it's neat to hear that your tour is split into mini tours where they can still feel that sense of accomplishment.
Exactly. And as far as I know, we're still the first in Australasia, which is Australia and New Zealand, to have Geo Tours. So
I believe so, right?
Jeff at headquarters is he's the one that's been really helping us to understand what we can do, what's achievable for us. For a small country like ourselves, we've got a small population of just under 5 million. So we don't have a big population. And so Jeff's been very good and he is very good at helping people to tailor the Geo Tours to suit, what you've got available to you. Right.
Headquarters has a dedicated Geo Tour staff, and I agree. Jeff is very helpful, and Jen, and so yeah, headquarters is here to make Geo Tours successful for the folks who want to create one. And also, you said because it's so spread out, you're relying on geocachers, local geocachers, to maintain the tour and keep it in good operating conditions so that when folks come, everything is as you hope it to be for their experience.
Absolutely. And I think that's a really good point to make. Because of the way our passport is that people have to get code words from inside the geocache. So if those code words go missing, then the CO has to go and replace them, and if a cache goes missing, they have to go and replace it. So, they've been so great at just making sure that we keep that maintained for, the authenticity of the tour so that people can actually participate.
Right.
So we've been really thankful.
And plus, we wanted to use local people because we wanted the stories to come from local, not from the central part of New Zealand.
That's right, yeah.
We wanted their authentic stories.
Wonderful.
So they've come from one perspective, obviously, because only one person's written them, but they've come from a local.
Good. And a takeaway for our entire audience, if you have a tour near you, maybe you didn't create the tour, but you can get involved by buying into the tour and helping to maintain a good tour so that those who come along have that good experience. So not everyone in our audience will be able to create a Geo Tour, but if they can maintain a Geo Tour for the value that it has.
Absolutely. I think that and we've been, Australia, organisations in Australia have reached out to us to ask us how we put together the tour, because they want to do one. So there's definitely organisations, especially tourism organisations, that really do want to use Geo Tours to promote their country, their location, their business. So yeah, geocachers could definitely get amongst that if they wanted to be part of it.
If you haven't yet gone to the website, go to geocachetalk.com/WWCC21 and check out the page and all the events that are going to be happening today. Also on that page, you'll be able to find the link to the swag that you can get for the WorldWide CacheCon. We got shirts and we got coins. And you know what? Those are some really great stuff, and you don't want to miss getting your swag for the first ever WorldWide CacheCon.
One of the big reasons for the Geo Tour, like when we looked at the suite of resources we were putting to help develop an understanding about dual heritage and shared future, we had things that were done in print, we had film put together, videos, audio resources. So this was the physical resource that appealed to children and young people with their whānau who learn in that way. So yeah, there are people that like to physically be doing things to learn. And so, there's value from that perspective too.
Yeah, that's a really good point.
Yeah, when you physically go there and you can feel that sense of something that's happened before, and you're reading about it and you're seeing it, that really sticks with a lot of learners.
Absolutely. I know that a lot of my travel experiences are that way. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we all learn differently. But.
Yeah. Oh, good. No, I know exactly what you're saying. I feel like travel is so eye-opening, and you understand the world so much better when you travel. That's just been my experience. And so I know there's got to be others like that, of course. And it really helps you to remember things and have a deep experience. And so it's exciting to hear how a heritage can be long remembered through a geocaching experience. And I'm excited for your local geocachers. And I think a lot of people in our audience are going to really want to seek out your cache. And if they can't even come, they can certainly still learn from your cache pages and even your online resources.
We would love that. I mean, yeah, we're really promoting obviously domestic tourism right now with the COVID situation. But once the borders open and international tourists can come again, we would love for them to take part. But yeah, equally we have a website and we have a mailbox too. If anyone's reading information and they want to know more, we welcome them to visit our website. And I can pass you that information, Emily, if you like.
Yes, we'll add that info.
But we're always there to. Yeah, it's so nice. So like we're direct contact. We're happy to field any queries, any interest. We're more than happy to.
Good. Wow, I am so excited about your tour. I was excited to talk to you guys before, but now hearing it straight from you, it makes me very excited to learn more about it. And even if I can only check it out online. So is there anything else you'd like to say to our audience as we're ending today?
Yeah, well, I just want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to your audience, actually. And yeah, we are really excited about our new tour, equally excited about the current one. And we've had 33 countries participate in our current tour and over 2,000 people. So, we're excited to continue that. Sorry, that message is coming up.
And it's a really great way of commemorating history and looking at things in the environment that need human intervention now through the explorations that we've done over the past to save them into the future. So because they're actually there, they're seeing those habitats, they're seeing what's been lost, and hopefully it inspires them to take some action to do something about it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you guys very much. It's been a pleasure speaking to you.
We're involved with the Geocache Talk Network. How has the network been great for you?
Very good question. Well, when it first started, I was just me. And it's been almost 5 years. It'll be 5 years in June for the network. First started out as just the Sunday show, and it has, of course, grown from there. But I think what's been great about it is being able to share experiences, to share other people's experiences. I mean, that's been really one of the things that I focused on early, which was interviewing people and getting their reactions to the questions that I would ask them. And then, you can also obviously speak when you came on, but which was really, timing wise, was perfect. I had done it for a while. It had gotten to a point where it was time really to bring on a co-host. And from there, you and I have been able to really grow this into a full-blown network. So it has meant a lot to me. We've been able to meet a lot of people through it. And I think we've been able to do the two goals that I had when we started out, which was to educate, geocaching, education, and also geocaching entertainment. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's pretty close to what I would say. And I'll give the other part. I know this is a weird one talking about what we do, right? But most of the time you get to do a hobby, and hobbies come and go. This one stuck with both of us for many, many years. And it's brought so much joy, and people have heard me talk ad nauseum about this, but with our family, and it's been a family activity for us. Geocaching is great for that. And you really, now we have spent tons of money on it, but you really don't have to. So it's this thing that just keeps giving to you. And I think the original podcast and then the network we've been able to add, and go do more. The reason why I continue to do that, and besides just it's fun to do, is we're able to give something back to the hobby.
Oh yeah.
The hobby that doesn't ask for anything back, and HQ doesn't charge much money, and there's no real big ticket items or anything like that other than your own travel. We are able to, one, entertain people, educate people, hopefully elevate the game some, and spread knowledge about some of the things that people wouldn't think about that wouldn't be inside their own wheelhouse.
Right.
We've talked about caching for people with different abilities, caching for people with different color, caching, in different ways that you just wouldn't think about because it's not inside your wheelhouse. But we've been able to kind of open that, that door up for everybody. And if that one little bit giving back helps, Geocache Talk, the whole network has been worth every bit of time we put into it. So it's fun. Now, obviously, it's cool because we get to see people and meet people all over the world, which is awesome, right? Yes. But really, the best thing that it does is we're able to give a little bit back. So that's pretty cool for you don't usually get to give much back to the hobby.
Right.
Sweat, despair is getting close, haven't found me yet. girl standing next to me. Dog snapping at me, better get out of reach. She's got the puppy under her shirt, and all I wanna do is rub its face in the dirt. 'Cause I can cash, I can log. Only thing around me is the Margaret squad. I can start, I can search. I'm just standing here, I'm missing. Oh, checking previous logs that will place. You never know, it just might be gone. Her dog spring piss on my shoes. My mind's telling me gonna blow my fuse. Blood boils, see her smiling through. I never thought so much could happen, never had a clue. 'Cause I can cash, I can log. Only thing around me is the puppy squad. I can laugh, I can smile. I'm just standing here and cursing. Oh, and hitting her right in the face. She never knew what was going on. Perfect murder on the perfect place. Now I can cash. No, I can start, I can search. Only thing around me is the Margaret squad. I can cash, I can log. I'm just standing here missing everything.
When are these muggles gonna leave? I mean, that lady's been sitting there for an hour. What's she waiting for, a bus?
Damn, young. I think her dog is sitting on the cache.
Yeah, that would be something.
Yeah, I know. It looks rather vicious. I'm not approaching that one.
Oh, come on, Hans. We need to log that cache. Just go.
Yeah, it's not such a big dog after all. Come on, poor excuse for a dog. Get out of my way.
Boy, it's boring around here lately. Can't go to work. I need to do some geocaching. I'm going to call a couple friends and see if they can go geocaching with me.
It's Bob Billy. Hey, Bob Billy.
Hey, I was just wondering if you had some free time, we could do some geocaching.
Yeah, nah, I don't think that'd be a good idea right now with the coronavirus epidemic that's going on. So I might have to say no for right now. We'll have to do it some other time.
Yeah, all right. I understand. You have a nice day.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you soon. Bye.
I got one last friend I can try. I'm going to give him a call. Hey, Sandman, how you doing? You want to do some geocaching? You do? Great. I'll be right over to pick you up. Wow, Mr. Sandman, you are a good geocacher. I'm so glad you could come along and do some geocaching with me today. All my friends, they couldn't come because they were either on a lockdown or they had to get tested or something. But I had a great time today. I sure hope we can do this again sometime. Beef stick? I tell you what, if you ain't gonna eat it, I am. Oh, sorry.
Despite the fact that geocaching is a worldwide hobby and this COVID-19 pandemic has affected the world, there's no doubt about it. Geocaching as a whole had to adapt. Our hobby has the benefit of being naturally physically distanced, outdoors and healthy and active. Yet still, we all had to adjust to new laws and regulations for the safety of ourselves and for our communities. We had to learn to trust and adhere to our regional health regulations, guidelines, and even our local reviewers who had to make some tough decisions. Everything from postponing live geocaching events, canceling mega events, to completely halting the publishing of all new geocache listings. But this is where our amazing hobby of geocaching could also shine. Being sure not to break any health regulations, any restrictions, it could still be possible to see friends from a distance, to go for a walk, for exercise, and to find geocaches. But with lingering concerns about the dangers of touching geocaches and being near crowds, there are still other ways to enjoy the adventure and exploration without touching anything. And that is Earth caches, virtuals, and adventure labs. And the pandemic has brought out some really creative thinking, helping to bring out some new life to these experiences. Hi, I'm Jeff from Cache the Line, and now keep an eye open for the next hour to find out how you can win a chance to earn an Adventure Lab credit to make one of your own. Now let's dive in and find out how much the pandemic has affected this geocaching hobby of ours. So, Earth caches are one of the best touchless geocaching experiences we can enjoy. It takes us to some absolutely wonderful places. And here with me, right over there, is Gary Lewis, aka the Geo Aware, the creator of Earth caches. So, hello, Gary.
Hey, Jeff. Thanks for inviting me.
First off, since we have such a large worldwide audience, undoubtedly, there are quite a lot of people watching who are new to the hobby. So can you give a little bit of an explanation about what an Earth cache is and how they differ from regular geocaches?
So an Earth cache is a special type of geocache that doesn't have a container. It is somewhat like a virtual geocache. The big difference is that it follows a theme, and the theme is that you are taken to a place to learn something about the planet. So when you visit an Earth cache, you're there to see something about the planet and have to do a logging task that shows that you have learned something about the planet while you're there.
So it could be anything from doing something like answering a question on a sign to doing an actual task with your hands.
Exactly. So, you most of the time it is like counting something or measuring something, and we're not talking about stairs here. We're talking about how big is the fossils that you can see, or estimate the size of the stone that's in front of you, things like that. But they're always related to something to do about learning about the planet. Most of them are related to straight geology things like this picture behind me. This is an amazing place. It's got these big columnar basalt sort of forming this waterfall. So you're there to learn something about it. And the logging task here might be, how many sides are there on the largest column that you can find in the creek, and how big is it across? So they'll be related something to what you're learning about. We really want people to have tasks that are not overly complex. So you don't have to have a degree in geology to visit an earth cache and enjoy it and be able to log it.
So you also created the very first earth cache, correct?
Right. So back in January, it was January the 10th, 2004, my then 7-year-old daughter and I decided that we were going to create a cache on a headland in Australia that was in a national park. And we knew that we weren't able to place containers in the national park. So we created this experience where people went and visited this headland, and they visited like 3 or 4 different places on the headland and learned something about what the rocks of that headland told us about what the environment was in the past. It happened to be a place that glaciers had been back in the Permian time, and there were fossils. So we created this. We spoke to the people in the national park about placing it. They were cool with it. So we placed it as a cache, and we called it an earth cache. And at the same time, we were talking with the Groundspeak folks about creating this new cache type. So that first one was placed in 2004. Then we placed the 2 in Colorado because I was actually working in Colorado, although I was an Australian. Then I placed 2 more in Australia, and our plan was to have 500 within a year. They weren't owned by me. We just wanted other people to say, hey, this is cool. We'd like to create our own. We design guidelines with the Groundspeak people, and along with some national park people as well, because the national parks were really concerned at that stage about geocaches. So we developed rules with them, came up with rules that everyone was comfortable with, placed that. As I said, we were hoping we would have 500 in the first year, and we got over 1,500 in the first year. And then earth caching then exploded from then.
Are any of those old ones, initial ones, still active and still being found?
Earth Cache 1, and its code is, I wrote it down, is GCHQ Tour. The very first one we placed is still active and people still visit.
Here we have Earth Cache 1, a simple geology.
There it is.
Wasp head.
Yeah, how cool is that?
Is that the oldest active geocache? Earth cache?
It is. It is the first earth cache that was ever created. Now, there will be people who say, oh, it isn't the oldest, because some people had some virtual caches that they then converted to earth caches, and they've been placed before. Earth Cache 1 was the very, very first earth cache, then a couple in Colorado, and then Earth Cache 2. So Earth Cache 2 wasn't the second. It was more like the 4th, I think. But you can see photos. It's a really cool place. There's igneous intrusions and big joints and fossils and beer bottles, obviously. Yeah.
So what is it that you actually do for a living or for fun? What led you to creating these earth caches?
So I'm a geologist by training and a school teacher by trade. And I got out of school teaching and worked in geology education, both in Australia, where I set up an education unit for the National Geological Survey. Then I moved to the United States and worked for the Geological Society of America, and that's where earth caching was born there. About 5 years ago, I left the Geological Society and wanted to get a job closer to home, which was in Maine. I work for a not-for-profit in Maine. I run their sort of operations. But on the side, I run a geology education and outreach business where I run trips for people around the world to go and visit interesting places. Mostly have something to do with volcanoes. So we go to Hawaii, we go to Iceland, we go to Italy, but we also go to some other strange and wonderful places as well. We run those trips mainly for school teachers and college students. And then every 5 or 6 years, we run a trip specifically for geocaches. And the 2 places that we run trips to is to go geocaching on the active volcanoes in Hawaii, or we also run one to Iceland. Our next one is to Hawaii in January 2022. So COVID should be done and out and dusted by then. We had trips running for people in 2020 and 2019 that The 2020 trips were all transferred through to 2021. We've still got them up there in 2021. It'll depend on what happens with vaccine rollout, whether they run or not. Then we've got the 2022 ones that are already got people registered. People are desperate to get out and go and travel. And the one thing about our Geo Etc. trips is, I don't do it to make money, and therefore the cost of the trip's really, really affordable. If you're going to travel to Hawaii and you're a geocacher, then you can come with me and have a week, and all your accommodation and all your ground transport and all your breakfast. Most things are covered except your lunches and a couple of meals at night. And you get guided around. We go caching. We go looking at volcanoes. Currently, one is erupting, so it's awesome.
So yeah, you've got a little information about how to do this all safely during the pandemic as well.
The last thing we ever want to do is put anybody at risk. And being a scientist at heart, I follow the science. We follow all the guidelines, and we would never do anything that put people at risk. So the minute people realize that vaccines are coming and they'll be able to travel, those trips are going to fill like wildfire. In fact, the geocaching trip is already about half full of people. So
they're definitely attractive. So you also led a team of geo-awares that were all around the globe. Can you describe this special group of reviewers and how they handle Earth caches compared to other geocaches?
Sure. So after me being the only reviewer for like 3 years, we sat down with the geocaching folks, and they came up with the idea of going and recruiting other volunteer reviewers. They were people who were already geocache reviewers to look after Earth caches. And this team of geo-awares, they all have my name with letters after it, like Geo-Aware EU and Geo-Aware USA and HQ and et cetera. And they're people from all around the world who also have a passion for geology, and they became the special reviewers, and they're fantastic people, and they really help and guide people through to getting Earth caches reviewed and published. I'm sad that I am no longer active in that, but sooner or later people retire and move on. But I'm still in touch with a lot of them. We're friends on Facebook, and I'm really, really proud of the legacy that they are continuing to leave with Earth caches, because Earth caches is how you learn about the Earth when you're geocaching.
I think from what I know, Earth cache reviews are much more strict than general geocaches. There's permissions and a whole lot of hoops that people have to go through in order to get an Earth cache published.
Right. And especially one of the beautiful things about an Earth cache is you can put an Earth cache inside a national park or a state park. You must get permission to do so. But because you're not leaving a container, because you're taking people to places and basically doing interpretation for them, a lot of national parks and state parks and provincial parks around the world have really taken on Earth caching as a great way to sort of do more interpretation in their parks. So there is a lot more involved, but also the people who go and visit your Earth cache, they're not just signing a log and putting, terrific, fine, thank you, and gone. They're really learning something. And so the experience they get is totally above and beyond what a person gets from an ordinary geocache. And that's what makes them really, really special.
Especially when it's a location like that picture in your background. It's stunning. It's very rare. It's the sort of thing that you really want to experience firsthand.
Right. And why would you want to go there to find a container? Look what you're looking at. So let's learn something about what you're looking at, right? That's the whole process. I want to point this out. People ask a lot, well, why do I need to get permission? I'm not leaving a container behind. And it's about something really important that people don't understand. And that is lots of places are protected by obscurity. And what I mean by that is they might be some amazing fossil site or archaeological site. And if people don't know about it, it's protected. The minute somebody goes and advertises that fossil site is in a location and puts the latitude and longitude out, you'll have people there with picks and shovels digging the fossils up, and the site gets destroyed. So the reason that we seek that people get permission from the landholders is to make sure that the landholder, whether it's a park, a state park or a provincial park, that they're not trying to protect that area through that level of obscurity, that they keep people on trails and protect areas is really important to them, and that's why you have to seek permission. And in that way, we help the parks to not only take people and interpret things that they don't have the time to have people write interpretation material. That's the first thing. And the second thing is we protect the places, or help protect the places that they don't want people to go and visit. And it could be they want to protect it because it's really special, or it could also be because it's dangerous to go there.
So I've got a quick trivia question for you. With the whole pandemic thing last year, do you have any idea how many Earth caches were published since March of 2020?
I can't tell you that from the top of my head. I'm hoping that they didn't decrease in number because of the pandemic. And I'm hoping also that people had time to go and do the research. And certainly a lot of the parks had a little more time to actually go through and do permissions because they weren't having to deal with, to start with, massive crowds. As it turned out, crowds increased in parks by the end of the pandemic, especially during summer, because people just wanted to get out of home. And national parks, certainly in the United States, had huge numbers.
Since March 1st of 2020, the number of new caches that were published is just over 2,000. I'm not quite sure how that compares to the average rate of Earth cache publishes, but 2,000 new Earth cache publishes since the pandemic started.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. The last time I sat and did statistics, which is now maybe a couple of years old, over 6 million people have visited Earth caches, and there are Earth caches on every single continent, which is really remarkable that we have Earth caches in Antarctica. But Earth caches on every single continent, and there are some parts of the world where you look at just the Earth caches alone, Germany in particular. If you look at a map of Germany and just map the Earth caches, you cannot see Germany for Earth cache symbols. Really quite remarkable.
Well, and that's another benefit of them, is that they're not physical, so there's no proximity concerns like there are with physical geocaches.
There's not, but there are some topics that in Earth caches that you really will struggle to get approved. For example, in North America, certainly in the northern states, there's a whole pile of evidence of glacial activity, large boulders that have been dragged down and brought from Canada and dropped into the United States without a passport. And we made a decision quite a few years ago that, we don't want every single one of those turned into an Earth cache, because I probably got 10,000 of them in my backyard. So getting one of those glacial erratic boulders published as an Earth cache is probably really difficult. Likewise, waterfalls, unless there's some geologic process like the one behind me, the waterfall is a secondary thing, but lots of people were publishing waterfalls. What type of waterfall? How high was it? So we're looking for things that are a little more unique and teach something about the geology on site, rather than just, is it a waterfall? Is it a glacial valley? But that doesn't mean that people who are new at developing Earth caches couldn't find something really close to them to turn into an Earth cache. You don't need a geology degree to do it. You just need to find something that's unusual, go online and find out a little bit about it, write some notes and put it in. Make sure you got a logging task that's related to what people are looking at.
And that kind of ties into my next question, which is, what advice would you give to somebody who's looking to publish an Earth cache?
That's great. First thing I would really do is have a look at other Earth caches that have been published around you and see the sort of theme and the level of material that they've provided, and try to sort of duplicate the same sort of level. Make sure that your idea hasn't been done like within the Earth caches that are sort of close by, because I think it's really important that you're not trying to duplicate something that other people have done. But for example, if you wanted to do something about a cool waterfall and nobody else had done anything about a waterfall, I'd give it a go, as long as you were talking about the geology and not just the waterfall shape. Have a really good logging task that isn't counting the number of stairs or isn't just reading something from a sign, that actually has people observing something and making a comment about what they're observing. So you come up with an idea of what you want to show people, and then have a logging task that proves that they've seen what you wanted them to look at and have learned something from it. That's the key. And then work with your GeoAware Earth Cache Reviewer, work with them, go backwards and forwards with them to get it published. They're always delightful and helpful with people to get things published.
So is there a place where people can go to research more about Earth caches and how to publish them, create them, that sort of thing?
Sure. If you go to earthcache.org, which is a site that's administered by the Geological Society of America, you'll find more information in there about setting up an Earth cache and how to find one, how to get one published. But there's also ways to be rewarded for getting involved in Earth caching through earthcache.org. So there's a couple of different rewards you can get for collecting and publishing Earth caches. The Earth Cache Masters program and is one of those. So, for example, you find 3 Earth caches, you can become a bronze master, and you get an icon that you can add to your profiles and things like that. Earthcache.org really will set you in the right direction, and it's a way to build your community through there.
And if you are curious more about the technicalities of publishing, then there is an article in the Help Center on geocaching.com for that Earth cache type. And they should link to a number of resources that should help with those little details as well. And as always, if you have any questions, you can always ask your local reviewer or Earth Cache reviewer, and then they'll be happy to help. So, do you have any final thoughts for people about handling Earth caches during the pandemic?
You know, as a scientist, I just say to people, you know, follow what the science is saying, whatever type of caching you're doing. Please wear your mask if you're around any people, socially distance. If you are caching with a small group of people, you know, wear your mask all the time and socially distance. Let's stop the spread of this pandemic so we can all go out and geocache to our heart's content and not be worried. And it also, right, it starts with us, you know, it really does. And we should be, as outdoor people who love going out and discovering things and showing people how passionate we are about being outdoors, whether it's an Earth cache or a traditional or a puzzle or whatever it is, let's all do the right thing and get our world reopened.
Totally agreed. Thank you so much, Gary, GeoAware, for joining us today, and hope you have excellent geocaching adventures.
Thanks. Hopefully we'll see some people in Hawaii with us.
Oh, yeah, man, that would be so great.
Hey, Mr. Neil. Hey, Bob Billy. What's up? What do you say? Can I use your power tools to do some work? Yeah, I don't care. Go ahead. Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Neil. Thank you. What? Power tools? Bob Billy, wait a second. Now I can get after it and make me some gadget caches during this dad blame pandemic. Well, time to get busy. What is that? Oh. Well, as us professional woodworkers say, we made some sawdust today, and plenty of it. I sure am proud of this gadget cache. Boy, take a look at that. Nice and bright red, green roof. Look at that silo and the little cow. I'm really proud of the work I did on this.
Okay, gadget cache, a lot of maintenance. Oh, that reminds me. Dang Bob Billy borrowed my cache. I wonder how he's doing with that. Better call him.
Oh, there's the telephone. Hello, this is Bob Billy.
Hello, Bob Billy. This is RDC. You remember me? You call me Tricky Bobby quite often.
Oh, Tricky Bobby. How you doing, Mr. Bobby?
Good, good. Just out checking on some of my caches, and it reminded me that you borrowed my red barn. I was wondering how you're doing on that. Are you done with that yet?
Yeah, I guess I am.
Okay, you gonna get it back to me, or?
I'll make sure I get that back to you here in the next day or two.
Alrighty. Looking forward to seeing you then.
All right. We'll see you, Mr. Tricky Bobby.
Yeah, you have a good day.
Bye. Oh, great. Gotta give that back. What am I supposed to do with this?
What China knew in the opening weeks of the COVID-19 pandemic, but did not.
COVID-19 can be characterized as a pandemic.
The two illnesses are caused by different viruses.
In the past 12 months, our world has been turned upside down.
Early in 2020, we had a great road trip down into the deep south of the United States with friends stopping at some really great geocaches. We had great plans for geo trips for the rest of the year. We were planning trips to Washington, D.C., New York, West Virginia, California, Ohio, and of course Seattle and Abbotsford for the Geo Woodstock. But then the border closed. So that left us stranded in Ontario. But then we remembered a commercial from the 1980s. So that was it. Ontario was now ours to discover. So, despite the pandemic, we did manage to get out and do some geocaching. After all, that's our exercise. We did make sure that we distance ourselves from people. We took precautions when necessary and also wore a mask when it was required. Travel was still allowed in the province through the summer and fall, so we took advantage of that. But we were missing one thing. We wanted to continue on our Earth Cache Fizzy. Our what? Our Earth Cache Fizzy. So everyone is aware of the different grids that you can complete. You know, the Fizzy grid, the Jasmer, your calendar grid, and the place date grid. We have all those filled, so we were working on others. And the one that intrigued us the most was completing a Fizzy grid completely made up of just Earth caches. Now, in order to complete that, we wanted to go to California, flying into San Francisco and working our way to Reno, where we could complete the entire grid within a week's vacation there. But with the border closed, that was not possible. So we looked towards Canada. Where could we go to complete this? We couldn't complete it, but we could take a big, big chunk out of it if we were able to go to Quebec. So into Quebec we made it, and we were able to add 5 of our target Earth caches to the trip. We were able to log a 1.5 on an island in the St. Lawrence, a 4 1.5 on the Quebec Bridge, a 7 location 5 2.5, an 11 location 5.4, and a 4 location 5.3 on the south shore of the St. Lawrence. Ticking off 5 more squares, we now only have 5 squares left to fill our 81 square Earth Cache Fizzy. If you'd like to check your Fizzy status for other types of geocaches, go to Project GC to your profile stats. Scroll down until you get to the Fizzy grid. The grid starts out with showing all types of finds, but you can change that to a traditional Fizzy, multis, mystery, letterbox, where I go, and Earth Cache Fizzies. And if you're curious, you can even check for a virtual Fizzy. So there you go, friends. There's all kinds of Fizzy fun that you can figure out for yourself. We've almost got that Fizzy done for the Earth caches, and there's 2 caches left in Canada, one on the west coast, one on the east. But in order for us to fill the grid entirely, we're going to have to travel outside of Canada. And this pandemic won't last forever, so mask up and get out there and geocache. Stay safe, everyone. Where will geocaching take you?
They say that geocaching is a language of location. Every geocache, every adventure we go on tells a story. This hobby's been around for over 20 years now, and with smartphones a ubiquitous tool in most societies and mobile games being enormously popular, we use them for so much more than just locating containers at GPS coordinates. Recently, Adventure Labs have come to the forefront as another means for geocachers to share an experience, to tell a story, offer discovery, all within the comfort of our own phone. Like geocaches, an Adventure Lab is very much like a virtual geocache. It takes you to a location where you may perform a task or learn something like about some mind-bending art or the fascinating history of a location, or maybe even helping an alien fix his crashed ship so he can return home. All this in order to answer a question and earn that successful accomplishment. Who knows what an Adventure Lab waypoint may ask of you? So let's chat a bit more about them, and with a team that is creating a unified experience that spans a nation. It's the Lincoln Highway Adventure Lab series. All right, welcome to Ian and Kyle. Thanks for coming on to chat about this project.
Thanks for having us. How are you?
Thank you.
Could you give us a quick summary of what the Lincoln Highway Adventure Lab project is?
All right, the series is a collection of obviously Adventure Labs, and they're all based around the Lincoln Highway route. They span from New York City all the way out to San Francisco, California. And at my last count, it looks like we're going to end up with about 106 Adventure Labs in the series. Most of them, I'd say the majority of them are 10 stages each. So we're looking at probably close to 900 individual stages all across the United States. They all focus on the history of the Lincoln Highway. A lot of the things you'll see are items with the Lincoln Highway logo on them, and as well as just a bunch of historical sites, stuff like that that were standing at the time of the Lincoln Highway when it was built back in 1913.
There's a few that are like super cool, like landmarks along the way too. I know one of the ones in Illinois, right, Kyle, had a whole bunch of murals dedicated to the highway. If I got that. There's another similar one in Ohio. There's a whole bunch of murals and stuff like that.
So how did the idea for creating this series start? What was the inspiration?
Be honest, I got an Adventure Lab credit and I didn't know what to do with it. And there's a local park near my house, and they have a Lincoln Highway. They call it auto camping shelter, which is where people who would travel the highway would stay overnight. It was kind of like a free motel, but it's an outdoor camping site. I was poking around the shelter and realized that there's also a gazebo, which Illinois has 16 gazebos dedicated to the Lincoln Highway. So with these two being in close proximity with each other, I decided just to kind of see if I could start something on that. And when I actually sat down and dug into it, I found out the Lincoln Highway was actually over 3,000 miles long. And when I pulled up the Lincoln Highways Association's map, there's just thousands of items related to the Lincoln Highway that I figured we could see if we could see how far this thing could go. We started off with 11 Adventure Labs in Illinois. I was going into different Facebook pages looking for people that wanted to join. And at first it was kind of slow. Not many people wanted to jump in on it, but once it started taking off, it just went like wildfire. And now today we're in 14 states and 106 labs. And the route was revised a few different times, so it takes different paths. We pretty much do have the entire route covered, even with those revisions. So it's well over 3,000 miles.
How many caches now are active on the Lincoln Highway, did you say?
As of today, it looks like we're right about 86 that are live, and we've got right about 20 more to go. So we'll end up with 106, pretty close to it.
And that's anywhere from how many stages per lab?
The minimum was 5, and the majority are about 10. The thing that we tried to do is keep everything as close to the route as possible. So if someone is traveling the route, they're going to travel the actual route that was there in 1913.
Now you have a website that shows the actual route, the highway route from west to east. This isn't a website that you created. This is the Lincoln Highway Association.
Yeah, correct. That's the actual Lincoln Highway Association's map. And over on the right side, if you click on points of interest button, you can toggle on and off the points of interest, and it'll populate the map where you can zoom in. So a lot of those items we use to help plan our labs.
Yeah. So this was all populated by them, and you're using this as a guide.
Correct.
For people on good ideas for Adventure Lab locations.
Mm-hmm.
So that isn't the map of all of the Adventure Labs, but you do have a map of the Adventure Labs. These are all the active current Adventure Labs.
That's correct.
These are the individual labs or the locations within the sets?
Those are all the individual locations that people can visit.
You can use the filter on the left, if I'm not mistaken, and you can turn the stages off so you can see just the main adventure. And I think it's set up with both. So that right there, those are the individual adventures. And then by turning the stages on, you can see how many stages there are that cover the entire route too.
Yeah. So if anybody's ever looking for a road trip, here are a whole lot of places to visit. So LincolnHighwayAssociation.org. They seem to have a whole lot of information about the highway itself, partnerships and history, educational stuff.
You can join your local chapter if you're so inclined. Tons of information on there, a lot of history. Super cool.
It's a great way to retain that for future generations.
Yeah, each state has their own chapter where they'll do yearly events and stuff, and they'll go out and preserve the signs and maintain the roads and stuff that they have in their state. Kind of help to preserve the history.
So now, how many people have Adventure Labs on this highway?
I think we're going to end up, when it's done, we're going to have close to 95 individual Adventure Lab cache owners that have participated.
Do you have a certain set of guidelines or instructions for how these particular Adventure Labs should be structured?
So we kept it pretty basic. The one thing that we're trying to do is keep it created non-sequential, so that way people can do it from either direction of travel. we're just trying to highlight the history of the route, look for signs, markers, murals, stuff like that that are focusing on the highway. And then secondly, they're looking for other interesting items that are on the route. So anyone who's traveling this route, we just want to show them, give them a good time and show them interesting things.
As a special treat, we've been given the opportunity to give 1 Adventure Lab credit to somebody who's attending this WorldWide CacheCon event. And here's how to enter to win it. This weekend only, send an email to wwcc@cachetheline.net and be sure to include your geocaching username plus the correct answer to the following question, and you could win. And that question is, up to how many locations can a standard adventure lab contain? To win, you must be a geocaching premium member in good standing, and a qualifying winner will be chosen by Geocaching HQ, and we'll announce the winner on an upcoming episode of Geocache Talk. Now, adventures can also be created by anyone who opts in to be selected to receive one of these credits at the URL shown below, geocaching.com/play/request/adventure-lab. Or you can request one from within the Adventures mobile app. Users do have to meet the minimum qualification in order for a chance to receive one of these credits. Good luck.
You actually made images for the various states for us to use, Kyle, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
like we actually have a really cool like state specific Lincoln Highway image for each state. So that's one way to kind of tell which ones are part of this. And then a lot of them will also have Lincoln Highway somewhere in the title. That's a pretty common feature across most of the country at this point. Most of them say like Lincoln Highway blank to blank or whatever city it's in. So the naming's kind of similar. The images, the banner image is all kind of similar. So I think the image is like my favorite part of the whole thing. I think that was cool.
You got t-shirts all set up with the different states, the shapes of the states.
Our friend Sean at Arted Crafted came up with those, and he's got those for sale on his Facebook page and his website. And I believe he's got every state available.
New York, New Jersey, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Iowa, Nebraska, Colorado, Wyoming, Utah, Nevada, California, Canadian. Are you going to be ending off the series at some point, or will you be continuing to add over time?
I think we will probably reach an endpoint. Right now we're at 106 labs. I think we could probably support 110, 115, probably at the most. We do have it pretty well covered from start to finish. There's a few gaps here and there, but nothing really that could support another lab.
Do you think the pandemic has had an effect on people's interest in doing these or creating them?
Yeah, definitely.
I was going to say that was some of the appeal of the adventures this entire pandemic time was that, unfortunately people had a lot of time to be by themselves. So it let them be creative and it let them go out and do these non-physical away from other people kind of things. Right. So they weren't, looking for containers. They weren't placing containers or anything like that. It's just all, hey, look at this cool sign, but like I know that like the people that I worked with here in Ohio to create a couple of these stages, one of them I don't know how she had time. She's involved in nursing, and the other was off work at the time because of everything that was going on. So yeah, like I think that played a huge part in being able to get so much of this done.
Last year there was the addition of allowing people to create physical bonus geocaches for adventure labs. Are there anybody? Is there anybody who's created adventure labs on this highway who have also included physical geocaches to find?
Yeah, I don't have the exact number. I would say probably less than half have created bonus caches, but there are a bunch of bonus caches out there that people could find.
How much of a detour would people have to do in some places off the highway to complete adventure labs or find these bonus caches?
Yeah, and that's kind of the reason why we're trying to keep everything as close to the route as possible. Because if someone were to do it, start to finish, it would take forever. But if they're going to do multiple in a day, we want people going, 20, 30 minutes out of their way just to find a bonus cache. So we're trying to keep them on the route.
I have one stop on mine to go back to your other question, that it's like, I want to say like 2 miles north of the route that's coming through town. But it takes you to the cemetery where a really important person in the Lincoln Highway Association is buried, to the cemetery there. And I was like, I'll bend it a little bit. It'll go like a mile north. And it's actually on that Lincoln Highway Association map. So I felt okay about it. I'm a big history nerd. So if you're a history person, like, this is kind of the thing that I like. This is what I love, right? Like, I want to see things that were around 100 plus years ago. We're talking about 1913 when a lot of this was put together, right? There's stretches of the road that are still the original brick paving from when that was put together in certain places. There's the pillar markers with the bronze or brass medallions that are on them and stuff like that. And like, I love that kind of stuff. So this is right up my alley. And I mean, that's that. There you go. There's my shameless plug for all you people who like history. Come check them out. They're awesome.
Do you have any future plans for the series? Like, as we all know right now, there's very little information about Adventure Labs other than locations, really. So do you have plans for like statistics? You can imagine there's going to be people who want to complete the entire series just to be able to say, I've done the whole thing.
It would be nice to try to figure something out like that. Right now, I'm not sure what we can do. Maybe Project GC would come out with something. If there's a search feature where people can look up which labs they've completed. Something like that would be nice in the future. Just right now, I'm not sure.
So is there any particular location people can go to or connect with people to find out more about the series, about the highway?
We've got a Facebook page. It's the Lincoln Highway Adventure Labs series. So if they just search for that exact title, it'll pop up on Facebook. Post photos on there. When I go out, when I do any of the Adventure Labs, I'll post photos on there. And if anyone wants any more information, they can send me a message through there or on my under the geocaching app under my name, KC_11.
All these links that we've shown, all the maps and whatnot, the websites, they'll be available easily found at GC8MKGF, is it?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's the bonus cache listing. So we'll put some information on there with different links. They can find out more information.
Well, that is the Lincoln Highway Adventure Lab series. Perfect for, right now for people in the U.S. You can travel as much of that highway as you're able to and find these adventure labs and not have to worry about touching of objects and everything. So look into that. It's the Adventure Lab or the Adventures app. That's the name of it that you can find on your smartphone in your store. And go searching down that Lincoln Highway. This is a really good long road trip that you could do, especially during this pandemic. And if you're not in the US, you can perhaps use this as inspiration. See if you can work with some other people and come up with another power trail, as it were, of Adventure Labs. Mm-hmm. There's no reason why you can't do it, really. Yeah, maybe this will give you some ideas. Well, thank you guys, Ian and Kyle, for joining On a Boat and KC11. Make sure that you follow that Facebook group, the Lincoln Highway Adventure Lab series, for any news and what's coming up. And yeah, hope you guys have a great event.
Well, the posted coordinates put me right here, and I gotta look for something. It's a 4 difficulty. Not in there. Guess I better not open that. Who knows what would come out of there? What in the world? Nothing. What do we got here? Just some loose wires. Nope, that's not it either. Oh, doggone it, I ain't finding a thing. I'm going to have to make me a phone a friend. Let's see, let's call Mr. Nate the Great.
Hey, Bob Billy, how you doing?
I'm just out here doing some geocaching, and I'm over by the old water tower there in that sketchy neighborhood. I was wondering if you could help me out.
Well, I remember it just published here not too long ago, but unfortunately I haven't been able to get out myself. But I've had to work from home. We've had to quarantine because of COVID. I just haven't been able to get out. Sorry, I can't help you more.
Well, you have a good day, and I'll see you later.
All right, thanks a lot, Bob Billy. Take care.
All right, you stay safe.
All right, you too.
Boy, I'm getting desperate now. What am I going to do? I really need to find that geocache. I got it. Hey, Alexa.
Hello, Bob Billy.
Can you help me find GC93B00?
To find a lost object, stay calm and try to remember the last time you saw it. If you're feeling frustrated, try recruiting a friend or family member to help and turn the search into a game to make it more fun. You just might stumble across whatever it is you are looking for.
That didn't help one bit.
Jesse, let me ask you a question. Why is geocaching great?
It'd be pretty terrible if I didn't have an answer to this, right?
Yeah.
No, this is one of those questions that, anytime you're talking to somebody, you're selling geocaching. I generally try to tell them it's hard to explain why it's so great, but it's something for everyone.
Right.
Geocaching, to me, I have a certain part that I like. You have a certain part that you like. We've cached together and separate over the years. But everybody has their own thing that they like, whether it's climbing mountains or solving puzzles or, just sneaking around the mall and being stealthy and playing a game that nobody else realizes you're playing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a game for all abilities, all means. You don't have to travel the continents like people that we've interviewed before. You can do it right around your town. And I think that's one of the most amazing things about the game is when you very first get introduced to it, this game that's been going on all around you for 20 years now.
Yeah.
You're like, I don't believe that this is happening in my town that I've lived in for 50 years and I didn't know about it. And sure enough, anytime somebody gets introduced to the game, there's usually one within a mile from where they're standing. It's hard. Sometimes it's not, obviously, in some parts of the world, but so geocaching is a game that you can play by yourself with people in teams, spend all the money that you've ever earned or no money really at all, no matter what your ability is, and have fun from now until, even if no new geocache are ever put out, you could play this game for the rest of your life and still never finish it.
Yes.
So it's a great game for everybody. And I think that's why it's one of the coolest things that I've ever been involved with. And it's a hobby that's stuck for me for, over a decade now. Right. So we're quite a few ways in and I sure haven't gotten bored of it yet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I agree. Good points. You and I have been involved in it for a while now. We do a podcast on it. We have a whole network now of podcasts on it. We've written books on it. I got one right here just to show you. Life Lessons of a Geocacher. There's a shameless plug, but there's something about it that it is hard to explain to people sometimes. They're like, I don't get it. You're going to go find something hidden. It's like, the thing I always try to use is if you watch a kid, at least in the United States, I don't know how they do in other countries, but at least in the US at Easter time, when you're a little kid, there's usually an Easter egg hunt. And if you ever watch kids find an Easter egg, piece of plastic, typically with a little bit of candy in it, but the joy in their faces when they find it, because it's like, it's that whole idea of it was hidden and I had to use my wits, my creativity to think about where it could be. And I was able to find it. And there's something about that that's magical, that transcends all ages, and race, gender, creed, whatever you want to say. It transcends all of it and is a joy really for everybody.
Hi, my name is Sean, and I own Artofcrafted.com. We make custom geocaching shirts. Just go to Artofcrafted.com and save $3 on each and every geocaching shirt that you want. We've designed geocaching shirts that look like this, and we've designed geocaching shirts that look like this. You can send us your own art from your own tag, and we can print it on a shirt for you. Or we can come up with an idea, and we can print one just for you. Thank you very much for your time. Make sure you watch the WorldWide CacheCon. Cash on and stay safe.
Saw you in the app, so fell in love with you. Lying awake and tending honey Pikachu. I may be old, it didn't stop you coming through. I took my smartphone to the Pokemon in me. I threw a ball and got it single-handedly. And now I understand how awesome this could be. I had to thrill you. Kill the
We are the Force Awakens. We geocache because we love doing things outdoors as a family, as well as the family aspect of the geocaching community itself.
Hey, everybody. All right, so we're all here, the family. So it's, of course, you've seen me a couple times today, but I don't cache alone. I cache with my wife and the kids, and my wife and I are the Baker Six clan as we cache as a team.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've listened to Geocaching with Kids, you know my wife as the
chaos coordinator.
Right, because there is a ton of chaos. I mean, it has been crazy here all day, but we're also joined by none other than the Nano Kids right over here. And we got, who do we got with us?
Cam25474, also known as Curtis. Nikki, SW Dancer.
All right. And back here on the back row, we got our little pups back here sleeping on the couch right back here between, with signals in between them. So, but we are so glad that you guys are with us. And this has been really exciting. And we really want to talk about how geocaching is for everyone. I know a lot of people who are out there caching, and you don't see a lot of kids caching. And that scares me, because if we don't get younger people caching, then our favorite hobby that we all love may start kind of dwindling off. So we need to reach those that are younger, and we're going to hear from some different families that cache together. We saw the Force Awakens earlier, and we met them at Going Caching, and
Yes.
my wife has her Going Caching shirt on. Missed that mega this year, but that's one reason why we're doing this special event. So in the chat, I want you to put questions in there. Gary's going to be manning the chat, and we're going to have some of your questions that are going to come up here on the screen that you may have for the Nano Kids. But one of the first questions I want to ask, and this came in through our, I posted this question on Facebook, and I had a couple of people ask, and they want to know, between the two of you, Nikki and Curtis, what type of caches do you like to do? Because both of you have a little bit different style caching that you do, even though we all cache together. Right. So Nikki, why don't you go ahead and go first?
That's a hard question. I would say I would like gadget caches, because it's just fun to try to figure them out.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and they're my they're my beta testers. So all right, Curtis.
Again, tough question to answer. Let's think. I gotta say, gadget caches or smart caches.
Okay.
The ones that you have to like do a puzzle or something. They're fun.
Right, puzzles and doing something fun. Now, when we cache, a lot of times we may do some power runs, but we only do those generally once a year, because that's not really how we really like caching. Because when you're caching with kids, you really want to make sure that you're hitting a lot of the larger caches and stuff that they're going to find stuff that's going to be a lot of fun.
So, some of those caches that are going to have swag in them. Plus, you got to make sure that you are planning appropriately. You got to make sure that you have some potty breaks in there.
Oh, yeah.
If you listen to one of our first podcasts, you'll hear about a big mistake that was made by one of our good friends by not planning appropriate potty breaks.
We're not going to throw Josh under the bus, but you can check
Anyway.
that one. It was like in the second month of the Geocaching with Kids one.
But you also got to make sure you know where to stop for snacks.
That's right.
I do remember when we interviewed Neil Moore, he talked about taking his grandkids out for ice cream and stuff afterwards and making sure some of those stops were in there.
Right.
That's
That's one of the big things when you're caching with kids and different things. You want to make sure that you're making it about them.
Mm-hmm.
Don't make it, hey, we're going to be doing all these different caches right now, because you're going to lose interest.
The FTF mentality.
All right. So the FTF mentality. And this is something that I've really worked really hard with this last year. Let the kids find the cache. Yes. Okay. Don't go, oh, I got it. And then they're sitting there. They hadn't even gotten out of the car or whatever. Yeah. Don't do that.
I had to get on him last year when we did, not this past run that we did, our power run. We have this Christmas, I guess it's after Christmas tradition, right?
Yeah.
We go on, we did it first time we did a Geo Art. And so we try to find a place that we can go on a long cache run. And the first year that we did it was great, because it was walking around in the woods and stuff. And we kind of had some different caches to find different types of things we were looking for. And it was nice to be walking in the woods and have some quiet. Then the year before last, we went up to Jackson, Tennessee, and it was the kids and us and my mom. And we wound up sitting in the car, twiddling our thumbs, because Mr. FTF mentality was just bouncing out and grabbing the caches. So we're like, no more of that. We've got to stop that. So I am happy to say he is doing a much better job, right, kiddos?
I'm on the road to recovery.
Yep.
Oh, there you are. You kind of locked up for a second.
It's kind of crazy. All right, sorry guys, but I want to hear from Roger over in the Netherlands real quick because he had some really great tips. So let's go ahead and hear from Roger.
Hello geocachers all around the world. I'm a geocaching vlogger from the Netherlands and my name is Rogier, better pronounceable as Roger I think, and this is my son Daan. Together we do a lot of geocaching adventures and I make vlogs of them. I do my vlogs in Dutch and there are 2 countries in Europe where Dutch is spoken. That's of course in the Netherlands where I live, but that's also in Belgium, in the northern part of Belgium, in Flanders. We did a lot of great geocaching adventures and we are very, very honored that Derek invited us to tell something about them, to share some of our greatest adventures for the WorldWide CacheCon 2021. Thank you very much, Derek, because we had a lot of great adventures. Which one should we tell something about?
De Spoorbrug.
The Spoorbrug, the high railroad bridge. We went there, yes, tell them about it.
Ja, we kwamen aan. Moesten we een heuvel op. Moesten we in een soort van bosachtig iets.
Ja.
En de spoor moesten we zoeken.
Ja.
Toen moesten we de spoor volgen. En toen uiteindelijk kwamen we uit bij de Spoorbrug.
Yes, we came there, we saw the railroad bridge, it was very high. And we just gonna show, because this is the adventure.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna show them some footage of our adventure on the railroad bridge, yes?
Ja.
Yes, there we go.
Wow. Dit is hem en die gaat natuurlijk zo meteen verderop die brug op. Dus volgens mij moeten we hem hier gewoon volgen. Pas op voor de brandnetels. Oh, ik zie hem lopen. Ik zie hem erachter. Oh, moeten we daarop? Oh my god. Wow. Moet je kijken, daar staat de auto. Wow. Ja. Netjes hoor, Daan. Ja. Keurig. Je bent er bijna, jongen. Bijna op de betonnen pilaar. En ik zeg tijd voor een lunch en lekker wat drinken.
Ja.
Ja toch?
Alright, that was a really great adventure, right?
Yeah.
Wow, what was the best part about it?
De hoogte.
The height, yes, of course, that was the best part of it. Alright, we had another adventure, of course, a lot of other adventures. Which one should we tell them about?
De watertoren.
The watertoren, the water tower.
Ja.
At the oxygen factory, right?
Ja.
Yes, tell me about it.
Nou
Tell
ja,
them about it.
we kwamen aan. Moesten door een soort van hek. En toen kwam nog een heel groot terrein en alles. Toen gingen we in dat gebouw, een beetje rondkijken.
Ja.
En toen kwamen we de watertoren tegen. En daar lag de cache.
Daar lag de cache, yes! And we have that adventure here. It was a really big one. It was a really big one. Yeah?
Yeah.
Let's show them. Let's show them some footage. There we go. The oxygen factory and the water tower.
Wow, Daan. Kom eens. We dachten hiernaast staat nog een ander gebouw. En die staat er ook. Maar er staat nog iets super vets hier. Ah, die is vet. Wow. Oh, dat kan stof omhoog als je dat doet, zie je dat?
Bang! Whoa! The water tower at the oxygen factory. This was really a big adventure, right?
Yeah.
What was the best part about it?
Dat je in de watertoren komt.
Yes, it was great to see it from the inside. Okay, we have another one, of course. We have a lot.
Ja.
Which one shall we tell them about right now?
Die hele grote los vlees met die gangen allemaal bij elkaar kapot.
Yes, that's a great one. Tell them about it.
Ja, we kwamen aan. Moesten we weer door een hek. Over een spoor nog. Toen kwamen we aan bij zo'n heel groot gebouw. Gingen we daar rondkijken. Heel lang zoeken naar de ingang. Maar we konden het maar niet vinden. Toen dachten we, moeten we niet gewoon daar naar beneden. En toen was dat dus de ingang.
Yes! Oh, this was also a really great one. Yeah. Let's show them some footage. Yeah. There we go. A big lost place. A big one.
Help, help! 1 en 2 bellen. 1 en 2 bellen. Gelukkig niet.
Ja. Het is hier lekker koud. Oh my god.
Wow, het lijkt wel een hele hal, man. Een hele mijn of zo. Moet je kijken, al dit staal.
Ja.
Het buizenstelsel.
Heb je hem?
Ik denk dat ik hem heb.
Echt?
Dat moet hem zijn, Daan.
Yes!
Woe!
Ja.
Woe! Oh, yes! Oh, dat was het. De laatste, Daan. De laatste. Bam! Woehoe! Yes!
Yes, that one was a great one. It was a big one, also a very big lost place. What was the best part about it?
Dat je moest zoeken in die kleine gangen.
Yes, and that's where we found the cache. It was a really, really, really great moment. But there were some other adventures. Which one shall we tell about next?
De anker waar je moest duiken.
Yes, it was also a great one. It was also a great one. Tell them about it.
Ja, we kwamen weer aan. Deden onze zwemspullen aan. Gingen duiken. En naar de cache zoeken.
Yes. And then we found it, right?
Ja.
We hebben hem gevonden, hè? Alright, let's show them. This was a big one. This was a nice one. Very nice one.
En dan eens kijken of we er boven water kunnen krijgen. Letterlijk gezien. Oh nee. Weet je wat we gaan doen? Nee? Ik ga hem eens even heel heroïs uit het water pakken, jongens. Let's go.
really love this one. I also won a Geo Challenge of the Month coin from a geocaching vlogger and Cache Advance with the picture of this fount. It was great, I loved it. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much, geocachers all around the world. We were very honored to share some of our adventures. My name is Rogier, better pronounceable as Roger. This is Dan, my son, and together we do Dutch geocaching adventures and I make vlogs of them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Derek, for inviting us to share our adventures for the WorldWide CacheCon 2021. Have fun, guys. Bye bye. Railroad bridge. Where we okay. Where? My name is shit. My name is Slim Shady. My name is Slim Shady. Better pronounceable for. My name is Slim Shady.
All right. That was great. I would love to be on some of those adventures. What about you guys over there?
Yeah, that would be really cool.
So, but as we're watching that, not everybody can do those types of adventures.
Yeah, I would have to be on the ground. I couldn't do a lot of those because of, as some of you know, I had hip surgery. I have a bad back. So climbing into water towers probably isn't a good thing.
No, but that's why there's so many different types of caches, and geocaching's for everyone. That's really what we want to focus on. There's different types of cache types, but
we've had actually a couple of railroad adventures. Remember those guys just downtown in Memphis that I actually was able to participate in.
Yeah, it was a walking bridge. And guys, why don't you tell us a little bit about that adventure on that as well? Do you remember that one?
Nope.
You don't remember that?
No.
We did a video of it for your channel, the Nano Kids.
All I can remember is that I did this fun thing, like they were on a skateboard between Memphis and Arkansas, and like, now I'm in Memphis, now I'm in Arkansas, now I'm in Memphis, now I'm in Arkansas, now I'm split in half between Memphis and Arkansas.
Yep, that was right. And you, what was it? I'm in a confused state. I think it's one of what one of you said.
I think I was the one that said that.
You're right. So, but one of the things that we like doing, of course, we like family caching. And those are some of the adventures that you all haven't been able to do. But as you're getting older, those are some of the adventures that you guys want to do. In fact, I know I just dropped out again.
Go to the
In fact, there's the dogs. They're still back there sleeping. But all right. So one of the things that I remember that we did is the I know what it is. Sorry, lost train of thought, because we're talking about trains, and there is actually a train car that we can actually climb here locally that we may try and go do pretty soon. So I didn't know if you guys were up to that yet, but by watching Roger there, it looks like you guys might be ready to go try that out. Does that sound cool?
Yes, that sounds very, very fun.
All right.
Well,
So
and these are caches that we are able to do now that the kids are older. But I do remember, when they were younger, when we first started caching. I remember a couple of the first caches that we found with some friends. One of the ones we found, Curtis found.
That's right.
And he was the one that had to find it because he was 4 and he had little tiny hands.
Right.
And he was lower to the ground. We were searching and searching and searching. We couldn't find this thing. And all of a sudden, Curtis bends down. And he goes, "What's this?" And I'm thinking, oh, no, it's a piece of trash, because I don't know how many of you parents out there, when you've got your little ones with you, you got to be on watch because they might grab some trash that's not so good. But then we can teach them about CETO, right?
Right.
Cash in, trash out.
That's right.
But yeah, he found the first little cache and it was just a pill bottle, wasn't it?
I think so, right. But hey, Gary, we had a comment just a little bit ago. They were talking about holidays. Can you pop that one up on screen for me real quick? So they said when they go on a holiday to a new place, we set aside caching time and tourist time. That way the kids don't feel we are caching the entire holiday. That is such an awesome tip, because once again, we have to split it up. I mean, remember, holidays aren't all about us and what we want to do. We got to make sure that we're getting the kids and their activities in there as well, and a lot of different stuff. And we want them to stay interested into caching because as they get older and teenage years happen, a lot of times that interest kind of starts fading away. So we want to be careful with that.
Mm-hmm.
So, Any other comments, guys, over there?
Pretty quiet.
Yeah, I don't know why they're so quiet. They're usually not this quiet. So, but hey, Gary, let's go ahead and run with that next video, because as the kids are getting older, you can start maybe getting a little bit more adventurous with some of the if your kids are into it, be able to get into more adventurous finds like how Roger and his son did. But if they're younger, you might want to try something a little bit different. And so I want to hear from Shadow Dragon and her son.
Hi, everybody.
Hi,
Amy here.
everybody.
Shadow Dragon 1 and my son Bubby. What do you like about geocaching?
They were fun.
They're fun. What's fun about them?
They make them like different stuff sometimes.
Yeah, they make them different
like
stuff sometimes.
robots,
Yeah.
dinosaurs, elephants, lizards,
All kinds of fun stuff that you like, right?
and cars.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Bubby.
Bye bye, everybody. Bye bye. See you later.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Geocaching really is for everybody, including kids. When I'm caching with my kid, though, it's a little different than when I'm caching by myself. If I'm caching alone, it's about getting outside, getting exercise, clearing my head. When I'm caching with him, it changes completely. It's about finding something that's going to make a memory, something that's going to make him light up, whether it's a really creative cache container or just a really neat location. So a lot of times what it ends up being is a cache at a new park that we haven't been to where he gets to go and play, or an adventure lab that takes us on a tour of sculptures we didn't know were in our town. Something that's just going to be enjoyable for the whole family. He's not interested in finding bison tubes hanging in a tree or a magnet box on a guardrail, and I can't blame him. It's just not engaging for him. But if I can find regulars or larges that have swag for him to trade, or if it takes us to just a really neat place, he loves it. So check out those adventure labs, check out earth caches and virtuals, search by cache sizes, regulars and larges, search by favorite points. If it has a lot of favorite points, it's either a really cool cache or a really cool place. And don't forget that kid-friendly attribute. That's always going to be a big indicator for a lot of times if it's something that a kid's going to really enjoy, especially a little kid like a 6-year-old.
All right. So that was, I really love that too. All the great tips there. And we just had a question or a comment. My special time with my grandkids, ages 10 to 6, is taking them geocaching. This spring, we will work together to build a gadget cache. I love that. And that they will place and maintain. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we still have actually a couple of caches that you guys created as one of your
Challenges.
Yeah. Actually, one of them is sitting in the schoolroom right now.
Yeah, that's my water tower in the schoolroom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
because we haven't found a place for it, it might become a pencil tower instead of a water tower quite quickly.
Right. So, and if you don't know, we do have several different challenges and channels and stuff like that. Myself, of course, you know about Behind the Cache, and then which is you've seen the commercial throughout the day, but also the kids have their own channel. And I want them to tell you a little bit about it, because the goal of that channel is to get families and others out caching. But Nikki and Curtis, why don't you tell them a little bit about your channel and how they can find it?
So our channel is the Nano Kids, and we go out and find caches, and it has sort of like a theme. So we have challenges. So we get a cache according to that challenge, and then we
Then you guys roll.
Then we announce the theme challenge, and we tell them what they're going to win, because we always have a drawing at the next month for the last month's challenge.
That's right. And those challenges are a lot of fun for them to do. And and the kind of the drawings that they have are their own trackable. So if you like the trackables and stuff like that, they have that. They have their own path tag. And the easiest way for you to find them, if you want to go check out their channel and see their challenges each month, they have a new challenge every month. It's the nanokids.com. And it's just a lot of fun. And we've had a lot of comments from a lot of the different kids and families to say, hey, they absolutely love this. And it's just another way for them to get out and do this different things.
We always make sure that we throw out a bunch of ideas and we pick it all together. So that it is a family challenge and it is kid friendly, because that's what's important when you're caching as a family. But another one of the things that we talked about that we were going to talk about this hour was caching with disabilities. Now, a lot of you may think that it means this, which it does, but there are, that's where we want to make sure that we have caches. Be mindful when you're placing new caches to put them near, paved pathways so that those who are on wheelchairs or scooters or what have you can get to those. Park and grabs are perfect for a disabled cacher.
Right.
But there's more than just the what you can see, or what I would term as visible caches. Or not visible caches.
Visible disabilities.
Visible disabilities. Then we come into what's called invisible disabilities. And that includes things like depression, anxiety, social anxiety. You can't see those things. One of the biggest ones that I have that's actually near and dear to our hearts is autism, because Curtis, well, his superpower is autism, isn't it, bud? Mm-hmm. And so this is something that we got into, and it's great for people. I would say it's great for autistic people, autistic kids, because you can go out, you can be by yourself, you don't have to be near anybody, and it doesn't matter what you do when you go to find that cache.
That's right.
And one of the things that I appreciate so much about the caching community
I was saying the same thing,
is how open and loving and accepting everybody is. Nobody has said a thing. One of our dogs back here, the one that's scratching, he's actually trackable, but he doesn't have his tracker on. He's actually a service dog. He's fully trained service dog. Chewy.
Oh, there he is.
There he is. Oh. Hi, Chewy. Anyway, he is Curtis's service dog, and he comes with us wherever we go. And he actually, I don't know, maybe you might have seen him at Geo Woodstock. In Texas.
Going caching, Joshua. And
and going caching. Yep. In 2019.
Yep.
So he's actually part of our caching family and part of our caching team. So even our caching animals are something that we need to look out for when we're caching. So caching really is for everyone and every, and our animals too.
Yep.
Except for fish.
Yeah,
fish might be a little hard, buddy.
Yeah, unless they have like psychic powers where they can make a water bone.
Yes.
Fish aren't that sophisticated to do that.
Yeah.
Aliens, maybe.
Yep.
Yeah, maybe.
So also, kids say the darndest things, Hour. So, all right, I'm gonna put Chewy back down. Chewy, climb. Oh, okay. He's gonna go check out the kids for a little bit. But also, one of the things that I wanted to really mention as well is that, hey, hooray for GeoPeps and service dogs. Thank you. But one of the things, when you place a cache, a lot of people don't realize that that one terrain, what it really means. Mm-hmm. And here's the thing: if you put it out and say, well, they can just walk up to it, but look at what's around there. Is there a curb? So if it has a curb, if somebody in a wheelchair, they can't. It's not as easy for them to go up over that. If they're sitting in a wheelchair, how can they reach up to it? Or can they bend down to it? Do they have to bend down to it? Look really at the terrain of that. You got to make sure that it is handicap accessible, that you get to it in a wheelchair. So there's a lot of different things that you really have to look at, because I've seen one terrains and it was on a slight incline with grass off of a sidewalk. Well, they can't get to that. It's really hard. So you've got to be really careful what that one terrain is, because you don't want to exclude anybody. And not every cache is for everybody. But when you put that one on there, you need to make sure.
Well, and make sure that if you have that one terrain and it is handicap accessible, go ahead and make sure that you post it or whatever, publish it with that that icon on there.
Right.
Because people can, you know, in our nice little searches that we can do on our various apps, you can search those types of things.
Right.
So.
And you're welcome. Yeah. Because there are a lot of invisible difficulties. There's some people that are blind that are caching, and that's really cool. I mean, and then like for Curtis, he also has sensory issues, and getting out there into the woods and doing different things, that there adds that extra sensory. And also, of course, just getting out with the kids as the kids are getting more and more, especially in this time of this pandemic, we're a lot more on devices, and we struggle with that too.
Oh,
so
yeah.
don't think that we're perfect in this.
But one thing that we have actually been able to do that has helped out a lot is geocaching has worked for it. Because I know a lot of you moms who didn't intend on being a teacher are now teachers, because we're doing virtual school. I've been doing virtual school for a long time because it just fit into what we needed for Curtis and now for Nikki. And the environment, and you know, it's hard when you are different from everybody else. You get bullied. So we pulled them out and we're doing virtual school. But guess what geocaching does? It counts as PE.
That's right.
On that PE.
And that
log.
PE can be really hard. Most common invisible disability is
Osteoarthritis, and most people yes, they age and get it. I actually have it too. So if you struggle with something like that, consider that when you place a cache. Yeah. You want to make sure that it's going to be easy to grab the cache sometimes.
Right.
If you're looking for that one, you know, think about arthritis, all those kind of different things. Okay. You know, can anybody grab that cache?
Right.
Because we want to make it available for anybody.
That's right. And then, like I said, geocaching is for anybody and everyone. And we really want this game, this hobby, the sport really to grow. And, so that's just really cool. And I think I can see it. This is something I want to show you with Chewy. See how Chewy's sitting in Curtis's lap right now, which is really one of his things he's doing. And guess his name is Chewy, for short for Chewbacca. And the command that he's actually doing right now is what we call force push. So that's just.
He actually watches TV.
Yes.
Yeah, he does watch TV, and he loves watching TV with you. Yeah.
And every time he sees some kind of animal, he has to bark at it.
Yeah.
Even a fish.
He's protecting you.
Yep. He really is protecting. He really looks out for Curtis. And it was really great. And that's something else. A lot of us do cache with geopups and service dogs. And I think that's a really, really cool way of doing these different activities. So I just really want to encourage those that are watching and are hiding caches to really watch the way you classify your caches on terrain and everything.
Well, and if you didn't know, if you're brand new to geocaching, they do have this thing where you can put a trackable on your animal.
Yep.
So yeah, Chewy, when we take him, he's trackable. And we don't have his coin up here, but maybe we'll.
Yeah, we may end up designing a service dog path tag for him.
That would be actually
that'd be kind of cool. So anybody hit me up if you want to design the path tag for me. Would love to see it. But we want to hear from one other family that caches as a family, and that's the Hoosier Cachers, and they're in Indiana, and they are really cool. We've interviewed them once on Geocaching with Kids here on the Geocache Talk Network, but want to hear from them now.
Hey, welcome to the Hoosier Cache Hunters. We are a geocaching family located in Northeast Indiana. We have a YouTube channel, and we share our geocaching adventures with our whole family, with the idea of promoting geocaching as a family activity, and that's because that's what we love to do. I have my oldest daughter here, Depop1, and one of our cats. Charlotte, what do you like to do? What's your favorite thing about geocaching besides that it's just fun?
I get to go and see new places.
Mm-hmm.
And spend time with family.
Spend time with family. What are some of your favorite geocaches that you have found? Well, let me say this. What type of geocaches do you like to find?
Probably most likely traditional.
Traditional geocaches. Do you like puzzles, or do you have a hard time with those?
Depends on what the puzzle's about.
What is some of your like Earth caches? We've just
yeah.
recently been to an Earth cache. What do you like about Earth caches?
You learn about the land.
Learn about the science of it, huh? Yeah. So she also is getting really good at finding harder geocaches because she's our oldest kid. One thing that we do as a family is that we also take turns. So if we're geocaching as a family and we have all 3 kids with us, we will like stop and do a cache. Sometimes we really focus on trails if in the midday to where we are going out and we're going into a hiking woods and we find several geocaches. That way we're getting out, we're moving, we're exercising. But if we're just picking up like cemetery caches or this caches and we're out for the day just traveling around, we actually take turns. So because, well, kids are kids, right? She handles it really well. She's a good older sister and she lets the younger ones find them when we're all doing them. She like finds it and winks at me, right? Like it's over there. And then one of the 2 boys have it. So we do that as well. What else do you like about geocaching? Why can this be a family activity?
Because everyone can do it and it can be an activity for everyone.
What do you think about kids with disabilities? Do you think they could do geocaching?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. I'm going to go get Mighty E. Eagle and ask him a lot of the same questions.
I'm taking the cat.
All right. Well, this is my son, Mighty E. Eagle. He is 7.
Hi.
He started caching when he was, well, I guess we're going on to almost 3 years of geocaching. So he was about 4 when we started.
Yeah, that's correct.
What do you like about geocaching?
I like getting like the toys.
And what do we do as a family for swag? Because we make our own swag. What's that called?
Like keychains and stuff.
Well, keychains, but we also make geocachelets, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we make our swag.
And we make bracelets too. That's what Mom does.
That's what the geocachelets are. They're actually like a beaded bracelet. It's very cheap and affordable to make. And then what's your favorite type of caches to find?
Like the huge ones, like ammo cans.
Oh, we love ammo cans, don't we? Okay, and what about like favorite places to go geocaching?
The best one we have going to is like the big waterfall.
So last summer we did an Indiana Geo Tour, a Geo Tour of Indiana, and we went and found Indiana's highest waterfall is over on the west side of the state. And there was an earth cache there, and there was also a traditional. But finding those really cool places while we go out and geocache, that's a highlight because these kids get to see those. I didn't know Indiana had a highest waterfall. I don't think of Indiana as a waterfall type state, but it does. So finding those hidden gems within our own state has really helped. Do you mind riding in the car a lot when we go geocaching?
No, not at all, because I get to play the tablet.
We let them play games in the car, so we make the traveling a lot of fun, and that way it can be entertaining for all of them. Now, sometimes I told them earlier that we take turns finding geocaches. Is that a good way to do it so you get to find your own geocache?
Yeah.
Yeah. What else do you want to add?
So like if you like go geocaching a lot, and when you walk, it actually makes you exercise.
It does. We get out and move, don't we?
Yeah.
And moving keeps us healthy?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing why you love geocaching, Mighty E. So this is our youngest. He is now 4 years old. All right. So he started geocaching when he was just 1. We started tagging him along, and he actually has a geocaching account. His name is Little Bear Hunter, and he's gotten pretty good at finding geocaches, haven't you? Do you like geocaching with us? What's your favorite type of geocache? You like finding the big ones or the small ones?
The big ones that
for toys to fit in big ones. That's why I love geocaching.
And do you like going on walks in the woods?
Yeah.
This is my husband. I call him the geocaching half-blood because he doesn't have an account. He just caches on my account. He does find them. I wrapped him into doing this and drug him along. And because, I mean, what do you like about geocaching? Like, not the actual geocaching, but what about it being a family activity do you like?
I enjoy the places that we go because sometimes they're really unique places you wouldn't find without a geocache leading you there, because it's like I could say the hidden gem of a community.
Mm-hmm. What has been one of the neatest places that you and we have found that we wouldn't have found unless I said, oh, hey, there's a geocache there?
Maybe the waterfall. I don't know.
Apparently that was a big highlight of last year. Charlotte brought that up, and also Mighty Eagle, so the highest waterfall in Indiana. That was pretty neat.
I didn't even know there was really a qualification for that in Indiana.
That's what I said. And you really like history, and you like the history of cemeteries. And so, of course, in Indiana, geocaches and cemeteries are allowed. And so we really seek those out. Number one, the kids can get out of the car. Number two, we teach them respect about a cemetery, like no climbing, walking over headstones and stuff like that. But you really, what do you like most about like the cemeteries?
Just reading dates and some of the unique stones.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes names.
Yeah, the names. Some of these names. Oh my gosh. And then sometimes like we've found this is lucky. We've found geocaches and cemeteries that have French and German on stones, and that's really cool. We found Revolutionary Soldiers tombstones. And obviously Civil War tombstones, but that's pretty cool. Mm-hmm. So I call him the half-blood. He caches with me, but it took him a little over a year to actually, like, he was getting out his phone and actually, like, trying to figure out where the geocache was. If I said, like, you like finding geocaches, what are the type of geocaches that you like to find with me or like to search with me for?
I'm not a fan of puzzle ones.
Not a fan of puzzles, but what are you a fan of?
Well, I'll just say, not a big fan of puzzles, not a big fan of pine trees. The rest of them's fine.
The rest of them's fine. So you're like excluding the ones that you don't like.
Yeah, that's easier to sum up.
Pine trees. Oh, they could be my nemesis. But I think one of the ones that you really like finding are the harder, more difficult ones that are hidden in plain sight, like everyday objects that are there that just happen to be a geocache, and everybody walks past it every day.
I do like them because they take creativity.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so we as a family, we geocache as a family because it gives us a focus on our travels and it gives a focus on family adventures. You can check out our channels at the Hoosier Cache Hunters on YouTube. And you can catch us over there. Bye.
I just love that. I love how he's a snuggle muggle, and I know a lot of you out there that are caching have snuggle muggles, and is what I call them. But I just think that's really cool, and I've seen a lot of how they cache as a family, how they take turns and different things. I just really love that.
I can't wait until things open up again. And we have talked about going and caching together. So that would be an awesome
It'd be an awesome
adventure.
time.
I also liked, they were talking about history because I'm the history person. I love history. We'll be caching. We'll be going someplace. And I'm one of those ones that will stop and read every sign because I want to know what happened there. And so I have this habit now of when I go there, instead of reading, I have to take a picture. And then I read it later.
Right.
Or I'm going to put it in the scrapbook because y'all don't like it when I stop and read the signs, do you?
No. It just gets boring. It just takes too long. Then I want a bird to dive on me. Yeah, it's painful. I seen a video once where the birds were dive bombing the cat. The cat didn't even care. It was so hilarious.
Anyway, that's one of the things. And, as as we're all, trying to adjust to everything, adjust to caching in the pandemic and caching with disabilities or caching with, because caching is for everyone. Here's an idea for you moms out there that may have to have the kind of thing that we have. You guys are going to finish up school early, aren't you?
Yep. Yeah, we are.
So you might have some extra hours and extra. Yeah, you might have some extra time. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, so I just thought as they were talking about history and waterfalls, a project that you can do is to place a cache, place an earth cache, and do a project on geology. Place a historical cache, and there's an extra history project. And guess what? Caching will count as school hours.
That's right.
So keep it going.
Right. And I wanted to make mention, we mentioned about the kids' channel, the Nano Kids earlier, and that's for them, for their, and we also were talking about disabilities. And Jess has a channel that's called My Spectrum Life, and you can find it at myspectrumlife.com. And it's about autism and awareness and how you can help with that and acceptance. And really talks about that. So go check that out. She does a weekly podcast on there, and it's just a really great way. And a lot of times we do use caching as ways in there, and it's just something that one of those invisible
it's an invisible disability that people can cache with, and it's a great geocaching works hand in hand with something like this because it's a great outdoor activity to get exercise, but also that you can, be socially distanced, like that was talked about in the previous hour, but we can just be ourselves out in the outdoors and have fun.
That's right.
Because that's what it's about, is having fun.
All right.
And maybe learning something along the way.
Right. And I want to thank everybody for joining us this hour and talking about how geocaching is for everybody, caching with the kids, caching with disabilities. Yes. And next hour is going to be a lot of fun as well. I'll be back on with Chad, and we're going to be going and showcasing some gadgets from around the world. But first off, we got another song for you. Here's Bugsy and the Ammo Cans. All right, Chad. Welcome.
Nice. Well, that was a great episode. That last hour was great. Really
Thank
enjoyed
you.
it.
Yeah, and I know that was a lot of fun, and a lot of people don't get to see all the kids live because the Geocaching with Kids is just an audio podcast. So they see them in the Nano Kids, but they don't see them actually live. And getting to see that was a lot of fun. And I absolutely loved having them up there. And I just thank everybody for sticking around with us and watching. And I'm getting comments, personal messages sent to me that's been just really encouraging. And I thank you for that. And I can't wait to share that with the kids. But all right, we are into our Gadget Hour. Gadget Showcase, and I know I've been looking forward to this. How about you, Chad?
Yes, absolutely. This is fun. I've been looking forward to it as well. We got some great videos that people have sent in that we're going to have a chance to watch here, and you can kind of go over them, right, a little bit, just talk about them a little bit. But the whole point of this is kind of to showcase other people's videos and caches and not ours. So I'm excited to see what other people have made.
Right. And the first one I want to kick off to is we're going to go to Germany, and we're going to talk we're going to hear from Olaf, and you'll see a little bit about what he creates and some of the ones that he's done and how he's worked with West Virginia Tim on some of the smart caches that they've done together. And it's just been really cool. So I'm going to go ahead and let's go ahead and go to Germany and see Olaf.
Hello, my name is Olaf and my geocaching nick is TH10GT. Don't ask me, as so many others, about this nickname. The time would have passed by and it's much better to talk about caches. And don't ask me about the background of this video. I'm sitting in my home office. My wife is saying it's the most chaotic place in the world. And I fear she's not so wrong. But sometimes she's using it for different things. This is why you can see some clothes just drying here. What you can also see in the background is an Ultimaker S3 3D printer. But this cache was built prior I've started 3D printing. I'm living in Germany, more precise, roughly 25 miles south of the beautiful city of Hamburg, and at the north border of the so-called Lüneburger Heide. I've joined geocaching community in 2009, and in the first years I did nothing. Some years later, I was a normal seeker, but I discovered that for me building caches makes much more fun than searching for them. So I started to build caches, and after a short time I became aware about W.V. Tim, one of the greatest cache builders in the world, at least from my point of view, and I think I'm not the only one. When adapting, which is a nice word for stealing, some of his cache ideas, we came in contact, which became closer over the time. More about that, our real friendship, and starting to work on joint, because US and German, smart caches you can pick from different channels on YouTube, as the one from Derek Baker or mine. Prior starting to talk about my caches, I want to ensure that all of us are knowing the difference between a gadget and a smart cache. Gadget caches are offering a kind of a puzzle the cacher has to solve at ground zero. Most of them are mechanical, and there are tons of really great ones. A smart cache is offering the same, but in addition it is interacting with the cacher. Most of them are based on microprocessors like Arduinos or different models of the ESP. For me, smart caches are a subgroup of gadget caches. In this video, I want to talk about one of my smart caches. In the meantime, I've built roughly 30 of them, and so the question is why I'm talking about this one, which is more than 4 years old. It's quite easy. There are two reasons. Most of my caches are inspired by something I have discovered in the web. Sometimes a cache, but sometimes something totally different. The cache I want to talk about is based on nothing I have seen anywhere. It seems a lot of cache builders are loving the concept. There's an American adaptation by Eric Christoph with a totally different display. It has been copied already 2 times here in Europe, and a guy from the Netherlands just asked me for permission to copy it also. The cache is named Crazy Poties and was published in September 2016. The idea came up after a great lunch. One of my other hobbies is cooking, cleaning up the kitchen and lying on a sofa in the living room. WB Tim and me discussed new ideas in different ways. Emails, video chats, both of us are Mac users, so it was FaceTime, prototypes shared in Dropbox. Sometimes I've sent him a video showing a prototype and explained it. The next section of this video is taken from such a clip where I'm explaining an idea to Tim and asking for remarks. So Tim, now I'm back to explain. These are the 4 poties. The first line is for the first poti, the second line is for the second, and so on. What you can see here, this is a target to which you should turn the poti. So the target is here, 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 and here. As I said, only the third target is fixed. Not really fixed, because every time when you are starting the sketch by a random number, it's defined somewhere else. But in this case, it's here. The other targets are based on the actual values of each poti. At the moment, all potis are turned to the left, so you can see it here. Now, as an example, I will turn the poti, the 4th poti. Just have a look. When turning the 4th poti, nothing is happening, and in this case, when you see the asterisk, it means the value is correct. But now I will turn the 3rd poti. And you can see that on the 4th line, the value is changing. So this means you have to investigate which poti will not affect another one. So you can see when turning the 2nd one, something is happening also with the 4th one. So this means the 4th one is not only because of the 3rd one, but also on the 1st one. And when I'm turning on the 1st one, you can see that also the 2nd one and the 4th one is changing. So what is not changing is the 3rd one. All the time the asterisk is still here. And now I will go on with my exercise. I will turn the 1st one to the right value. And to be honest, I'm very proud on what I'd programmed here. Then I'm going to the 2nd one, also fine. And now I'm adjusting the 4th one.
All right. That is just a really intricate design. Chad, have you found one like that?
I found one sort of like that. DJW House has one where you actually have to look in a hole and then adjust the potentiometers to get them all turned on. But yeah, I've seen a couple different.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say I've seen a couple different variations of that, but that's pretty cool. I like the one with the 4x20 screen or
Yeah, that's really cool. And like I said, these are just different ideas, and different people are doing these really great caches out there, and gadget caches and creative caches. And that's what we really want to showcase this hour. And that was just phenomenal. And like I said, he worked with West Virginia Tim, and that's just really great. And I know West Virginia Tim's kind of gone away a little bit more away from smart caches to doing more of the gadget style again. And that's great. Like I said before, there's caches for everybody out there.
Yeah.
So the next one, we're going to go back overseas from the US, I'll say, and we're going to go to the Netherlands. And this is a really great channel. I mean, there's not a lot of videos, but oh my gosh, I sat there and binge watched this video and all his videos, and it's like, wow, these are really cool. And it's Father and Friend. Do you remember this one, Chad?
Oh yeah, yeah. This is gonna be good. This is a good one.
Yeah. All right. So here we go.
Hi, this is Father and Friend from the Netherlands. Around 6 years ago, when this guy was just a little bit smaller, or now to think of it, he was a lot smaller. Wow. He came to me and he said he had there was a treasure hunt app on the phone and he could download it. So I installed the app, and we saw that across the street from our house here was already a treasure hidden. Just around about there. So we went there, and it was the first geocache that we found, basically. And we haven't been doing it since. At that moment, we also understood why, when we looked out the window, we always see these strange people wandering around in the bushes over there. Right? Yeah, that's funny. Really funny, yeah. Okay, after finding a number of caches ourselves, we wanted to make our own caches, but they had to be special, of course, right? So we searched the internet, and we came across videos of all these nice gadget caches. And we thought, that's what we want to do as well. So from that moment, we've been starting building our own caches, right? I build the boxes, and if anything like electronics or Arduinos get involved, this guy over here is in charge, right? We're doing it since. Come on, Dad, let's show them one. Yeah, come on. We'll show you one of our caches. So, after a long, long walk, we finally arrived at the cache. Yeah, I know, but it sounds better for the video when we say something like that. Now, we like to make field puzzles or caches where you need to have teamwork to get the logbook and not the grab-and-go kind of caches, right? Although we don't mind finding a couple of those once in a while ourselves. But the cache we want to show you today is a cache we made. It's clearly recognizable as a cache, of course, where you need to solve small puzzles to get to the logbook. Well, if you look at the cache, the box, there's a drawer here which doesn't open. There's a lock. The cache page won't tell you how to open it, by the way. And on this side, yeah, there's a spotting hole and something else. Not much else, right? To open this lock, we need to look at the bottom of the cache. And there you see an abacus, right? An up and down, and some things here which you cannot do anything with, right? Well, the abacus has beads, of course, and if you turn the beads, then sometimes you see some of the beads have some lines. We won't go any further for here, but if you turn them all, this will turn in 3 numbers, and with these 3 numbers, which are written here, you can open the lock. So, yes, we're there. Let's go to the logbook, right? You open it, and there's another lock. And we know the logbook should be right there, right? And there's something here, and other puzzles and things here and here. So you need to solve a number of different puzzles to get to the cache. You do need to bring a flashlight. And I can show you the spotting hole we have on this side. If you look here and we turn on the light, you can see an X, right? X means nothing, it's just a test. But there are more spotting holes on this cache. And if you find the 4 right spotting holes, you find the 4 numbers of the lock. I can show you one. So if you pull this out, for instance, at that moment, this will open. We're here. But if you look in there, nope, it's a red herring. Right? If we solve this puzzle here, and I do it quickly, then you see over here, the last one you open, we have another spotting hole. And if you look there, you got the number. And I give you this number, number 5. So if you find all the numbers, finally this will open. And you get to the logbook. So this is just an example of one of the caches we built. So we hope you liked it. We made movies of this cache and other caches and place them on YouTube. So if you want to look for them, they are search for Father and Friend and Gadget caches, and you should find them there. We show the caches we made, but also how we built them. So if you want to get ideas on how to make Gadget caches yourself, check it out. For now, thanks for watching and thanks for having us at the WorldWide CacheCon event of 2021. All right? For now, enjoy the rest of the program. Okay?
Bye.
Bye.
Hey Cacher, are you looking for some ideas of how to create gadget caches and even very creative containers? Well, hey, don't look any further. Check out my channel, Behind the Cache. My name's Derek, and Behind the Cache is a channel that I like to share ideas of how to create gadget caches and creative caches. Now, you may be asking what's the difference between a creative cache and a gadget cache? Well, you're gonna have to check out my channel to find out. But on this channel, you'll find caches that are very simple to make all the way up to more advanced. So if you're looking for ideas, check out my channel, Behind the Cache. The easiest way to find my channel is to go to behindthecache.com. I hope to see you there, and always remember, every cache has a story, so go check out Behind the Cache.
Well, that is, Chad, on that, did you realize that on that last cache with Father and Friend, there actually is no electronics on that cache?
Yeah, that's some, you know what? Some of the best gadget caches I've found are that way.
Right.
Actually. And that's the creativeness that you have to make something like that is amazing.
Right. And you're probably asking, well, how did he get the number to light up? Well, that is actually using fiber optics, and you can see that on his channel, and it's hard to find his channel. It really is. We'll have to message us and we'll get you the channel link to that, because he doesn't have a lot of subscribers yet. So he doesn't have a designated channel itself, but it's name, but it is, like I said, I binge watched his channel and got so many great ideas. But we had a question earlier, and Gary's going to bring it up real quick. It's saying, is there a group or area to talk about gadget cache ideas? Maybe an idea I need for a gadget someone else sees a simple solution that I'm overlooking. And there are. And Chad and I are part of several different groups that we do. And a lot of the gadget builders that you're seeing today are from those groups that we reach out to. So you can search them on Facebook and just kind of type in Gadget Cache Group, and you'll find them in there. And there's some really, really great ideas and different ones. So, in fact, one of those from one of the groups that we have done, and we heard his name earlier from Olaf, and that's Eric. And he has some really great caches that he has created. But yeah, you want to talk about doing some smart caches? Eric has done some really cool smart caches.
Yeah.
So anything else, Chad, that you want to say?
No, I mean, just that Eric has been we're on a group with him, and we do see some of his caches, and they're amazing. You know, people who can program with these microprocessors, microcontrollers, do an amazing job on these caches. And I really appreciate them sharing them with us on Facebook and out in the wild.
Yeah, and I just got to say, you have probably still one of the coolest backgrounds. I mean, you got Signal down here with the mask on, and that's, oops, there we go, mask on. And then, hey, there's the Signal and Carbonite from the HQ tour that was earlier. That's just really cool. And you built that, and that's something that's really cool. So I just love that.
Yeah, and that actually is going to be a permanent display down in HQ in the visitor center. So anybody that's going to go there to visit the HQ when it opens back up will actually be able to discover that as well.
So that's just really cool. And that's something from this event that's going to get to live at HQ. And that, I just absolutely love that. But all right, so now let's go ahead and check out Eric's caches. And he's got, I think it's like 3 or 4 different caches that he's going to show us. And these are all coming out soon.
Hey, my geocaching username is Hyliston, and I make and release smart gadget caches in Massachusetts. I have a sneak preview of 3 of them that are coming out this spring, and I thought I'd go through a few of the steps needed to make them. Alright, let's take a look at memory first. This is all an Arduino-based gadget cache on the back here. You can see the Arduino controller. There's also a power system, a speaker off to the side here that makes noise, and of course it connects to 2 LCD screens up top and a button to turn it on. To play the game, Geocacher just comes right up. You can hit the button to start it up. I don't know how this is going to look on screen. Alright, press any key to begin, and you can press a key, and left screen is a Giga type cache. And then we get a CETO on the right. And you just go through HQ webcam, and you have to make pairs, traditional and event. It's a CETO, and there's the CETO. So we've made a match, makes a little noise, and notice those lights stay on, and we keep going. All right, as we finish it all up, I'm probably going to get this wrong. Yep. 2 mystery caches and then 2 earth caches. And when it's done, gives you the combination of the lock in 1 window. And over here, it tells me it took me 3 minutes, 19 seconds, and 43 turns. I'm hoping geocachers will post their time in turns in their log, although they don't have to compare with others. And as you can see, you know, this is pretty self-contained. The batteries are a little loose, but they can just slip right in there. And what I've gotten into the habit of doing is building these birdhouse cases with a combination lock. You know, West Virginia Tim probably was the first person I heard of that was doing this. And that way I can work on the electronics upstairs, and I can do the bigger woodworking here in my basement. And that just fits in there really snugly, and I can screw it right in. And so you can still see the top. Haven't made the roof yet. This is my latest creation. And then this would actually turn off automatically in a couple minutes, or you can hit the button to turn it off. And then it's ready for the next geocacher who comes up. Something else I've started doing, and maybe you've noticed, is this isn't actually wood. This is a PVC board. I have another piece here. I've started using this to make my birdhouses because it doesn't break or split. I'll show you my first ever gadget cache. All right, it's huge. The gadget cache itself is still out there. It's been over there 5 years now. I did a complete rebuild of it. But if you look inside, I salvaged some pieces out when I did the rebuild. But you notice there's a lot of, you can see my hand back there. This wood split over time. This was a red oak, which maybe wasn't the best thing. These were actually old stair treads that I used. And apparently the glue is not waterproof long time. It split on the roof, and that let water in, and that's really what ruined the electronics, was when the water started coming in the top. So now I've tried to switch over and use the PVC wherever I can. It's also a lot lighter. This thing's really heavy. Hey, the second cache that I'll be releasing as part of this series is called Going Green. Again, it's a birdhouse container with a separate panel that I can work on, you know, in a different room from the actual construction. In this case, though, I do have a wire connecting back to the box. This is the wire that goes to the release mechanism that opens this bottom door. Don't worry, the batteries are just hanging there. I did tape this up I actually put my phone number in all my gadget caches and ask people to text me if there's a problem. I would much rather get that text than have someone break something trying to get in. Realistically, I get like a dozen texts a year. It's not that bad at all. So yeah, and that just slides right back in. This one's a little tricky. I might need to relay out this face because the silver button's up a little high. But yeah, it just sits in there, and I'll screw it down when it's ready to go out. But yeah, the crazy potty's idea came from a German geocacher, TH10GT. I decided to do it with colored LEDs, and these LEDs are addressable. You can actually set the red, green, and blue value of them to make any color you want. So again, geocacher shows up, they don't need their own batteries. They push the button and the cache lights up. Those lights randomly, any color. And if you move them, you know, first somebody say, oh, well, this one controls the one on the right. I just got to make that one green. And then they hit the next one and they're like, oh, it's changing 2 lights. So I can't make them both green. And then they keep going. They're like, oh, the third one changes all 4 lights. And the last one's changing 3 lights. So the trick is you got to do it in a certain order here. And this randomizes too, the order. Who's going to be next? And then the last guy, once you get it, all the lights blink. The cache pops open. See, there's a container inside here, so you have your log and trackables and stuff inside there. And notice the cache turns off automatically. This is another battery saving plan. DJW House I've chatted with. He's kind of becoming the expert on power savings for geocaches. And I figure this one can be run about 300 times before I need to come in and replace the batteries based on how many amps it's drawing. Once everything's done, you can just close up the cache, push hard, it caches again, and if you need to open it again, you have to power it on and play the game. Alright, this last geocache I'm previewing, I decided I wanted to kind of show off the electronics a little bit, so I put an acrylic face on it, and so you can see the parts inside. Instead of using an Arduino on this one, I'm using what's called a Teensy microcontroller. It has a great sound library for recording and playing back music, which you'll hear in a second. A nice LCD screen, so there's something to read. You know, obviously the PVC or the clear acrylic helps with that. This is just an audio amplifier to make the sound a little louder, and just a couple of speakers for nice stereo sound. And the whole thing normally will just screw on top. All right, I'm not an expert video recorder here, so I turned the exposure way down so you could read that screen that basically says press play to begin. This light will blink. All right, so I have to sing that note. I can tell you right now I can't sing that note. If I don't like the note, I can hit skip and go to the next one. I definitely can't sing that note. I think that was a little off. Yeah, I think I about 100 hertz too high, or too low. Way too high. All right, within 4 hertz, that should give it to me. All right. As soon as you get the right note, and thank you for putting up with my lovely tone generation, it just gives you the combination right on the screen. This actual cache will be set inside another container out on a trail. Hey, so these 3 smart gadgets will be out this spring. I hope you get a chance to visit. Let me know what you think of these caches. And I hope maybe I've inspired you to do a little smart gadget research on your own at home. Thanks, and I hope to see you out on the trails.
All right.
All right.
Good grief. My mind is just from those.
Another builder that I have to make a road trip to go find his caches. I mean, those are amazing.
Yeah, and of course, we saw the comment from Josh with the geocaching vlogger. Oh, I'm adding these to my list. Something I didn't think about, and this is a great for builders, is that PVC board. Because of maintenance and that aspect of it, things are breaking. Yeah, see, Chad's got it right there. Yeah, that was just a phenomenal thing. I need to find out how much that is, because I mean, I've been building with a lot of cedar, and I know DJW House builds with cedar. So that may be something I may be kind of adjusting toward. I don't know. We'll see what kind of cost is. But there was also a question in there about the batteries and the maintenance issue in there. I was wondering if it was just a CO maintenance or solar. And the quick, easy answer is yes. But it looked like that one was batteries, and you could have to just replace it. That's why he was having it power off, so it saves that battery. And there's a lot of different batteries that you can get. And Chad, you know, you've dove into those batteries because you have a lot of these smart caches that are out that are using the batteries. What type of batteries do you like?
I maintain my caches quite a bit, so mine are not out in the wild. Mine are all in urban areas, so they're easy to access. I go by them quite a bit, so I can change the batteries. So I use a lot of 12-volt batteries, 12 and 6-volt lead acid. But what these guys are using, and DJW House, we actually did a show on that earlier this year on how to power your caches by battery. There's some AA's out there that last a long time. I think they're an Energizer. I'm not exactly sure what
it's like
type.
an Energizer Max.
Something like that. But these guys, if you go to those Facebook groups, they will talk about how to make these things power down. When they're powered off, they don't use very much power at all. I mean, they can get these things to last, I think, 4 years on 4 AA batteries.
Yeah,
so those guys dive into that a lot more than me.
Yeah, that's a lot of looking at voltmeters and a whole bunch of different stuff. Now, this next cacher, we've seen a lot of him lately, thanks to Joshua. And let me tell you, if you are up in this area and you want to go see the Disneyland of geocaching up there, Energizer Ultimate. Thanks, DJ W House, Dave Wagner. Awesome. He's got some phenomenal caches, and he sent us a video, and you do not want to miss this, because I mean, we've seen him a lot on Joshua's channel, but he's got some really great caches, and I cannot wait till this pandemic is over so I can go get these. So, but let's go check out Tricacheus.
Yeah.
Oh, hi there. Geocaching public service announcement. Do you have lots of favorite points to give in your geocaching account, and you're just like, I don't have any good geocaches in my area to give favorite points to? Well, do I have the place for you? That is Gilby, North Dakota, the Disneyland of geocaching. This is the home of Tricacheus. He is a premier hider, one of the best hiders in the world. This whole area, as far as I can see, is filled with amazing geocaches. So you need to come here and give yours to these caches. Let's go find it.
Hello geocachers, my name is Tricacheus. I am from the eastern side of North Dakota in the small town of Gilby.
My specialty, I think, is putting out gadget caches. I've got all kinds of weird ideas, weird things out in the trees that you would never expect to find around a small rural community like Gilby. People around Gilby are excited when they find out that people are coming to Gilby just for geocaches. They think it's very odd, but people come up to Gilby just to find these caches that I've put out. I started in 2008, and 3 months later I hid my first geocache. And from the beginning I wanted to make different caches that I've been finding. My very first one was, at the time, I thought was pretty smart. I took an old stump, I hollowed it out and put a container in there, and of course the hint was, are you stumped yet? And you know, at the time in 2008 I thought that was pretty good. And I think it was my 5th cache that I made, that's when things really started going over the top. And from there I just kept building more and more bizarre caches.
Here we go. What the? Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! What is this?
My favorite cache is definitely Driving Miss Daisy. It's completely unexpected that you go out into the middle of a group of trees, and then you find this goofy little thing, and you have to get back in your car and race down the road to get the wind to blow through it to generate electricity and turn on the code on the machines. Yeah, driving this daisy definitely my favorite one. Strongman at the fair I really like, and then Little Strongman at the fair, I get a kick out of the logs I read on that one, because they're going to beat that poor thing to death trying to get the cash out.
I have a fairly well-stocked shop. Several tools are available. I do carpentry work in my regular hours. In my off hours, of course, I'm out designing geocaches. I have always been creative, and geocaching has given me an outlet for that. I have worked with a couple of the state parks in the area to help hide caches. Pembina and Walsh County Historic Societies invited me in to help them put out some geocaches in the historical areas they have in those two counties. Geocaches also invited me to help her with the Geo Tour in the Fargo-Moorhead area, along with cachers M&MO and Onion Pond and a couple of artist friends of hers. We created an awesome geocache tour.
We had a small event that called Gilby Gone Wild, and we had people from 8 different states there, roughly 120 people, I think. It really surprises me in my small little community that I've got people coming from all over the United States.
One thing I didn't expect when I started geocaching was all the friends I would meet along the way. Going to events is one of my favorite things, to get to visit with all the people that come to them.
In Bemidji, Minnesota, there's a geocacher named Pink Monkey 2, and every year she puts on a maker event. So at the event you bring a goofy item of some sort, and it gets traded to some of the other caches that are there. And so you bring that home with you and you build that into a geocache, and a month later you come back to the second event to show off what you created. Tennis rackets, crutches, a vacuum hose is another one that a cache that I made out of all because of this maker event. I enjoy making fun caches, and it brings a lot of people from all over the US and into Canada to come into Gilby just to find these odd little puzzles I put out in the trees.
If that doesn't make you want to go to Gilby, I don't know what does. That is so much fun. and
That's
I think it's
on my
funny.
list.
Yeah, and Chad, I think we should do a gadget talk from Gilby. I think that would be really awesome.
Oh, that'd be fun. Maybe we could do it from Trackables' workshop.
That'd be great.
So.
And I think it's funny that in the chat room, Trackables' kids are fighting on the others. So that was just really cool. Really enjoying that. And we've shown you some really complicated, how maybe some builds that are really there, but there are gadget caches that anybody can build. And this next video that we're going to be showing is a very simple gadget cache. And I know Chad and I tried and find a balance from being advanced builder to a basic build. And it's really hard because we want to make sure that there's a gadget that anybody can build. I mean, we've gotten some different ideas. I know I've shown on my channel, one of the simplest ones is a tape measure and a bison tube. Put it together. Hey, it's a gadget, and you put it up in a tree, and it's simple. And I've seen those, and lots of favorite points on those. But I did an interview close to when this whole pandemic started off with Dan Truckenmiller, and his geocache name is The Truck, and he shows us how to create a very simple gadget cache. And it is a lot of fun. And I've seen many people from this video that have duplicated this all over the place. And I just really absolutely love it. So any other comments before we jump into this video, Chad?
So this one here, actually, I've found over the years. In fact, I think it was one of my first ones that I found. These caches are really simple to make, really creative. and get a lot of favorite points. So if you have a place you can place one of these, I definitely would make one and put it out.
Right. And it's not that expensive to make either. And so here is the truck. It's showing us how to create this really cool, simple gadget. All right, so here I am with Dan, or the truck. Now, Dan, you're going to show us a way to create a very simple PVC gadget cache. So tell us a little bit about this cache, and then let's see how it's made.
Well, it's really simply a spring-loaded cache. If you ever played pinball, it's very similar to starting off the game, and it's just a nice, really easy mechanism. Really, it's just a piece of PVC cap, and any length of PVC, you'll have to cut it down to the size of the spring you have. So when it shoots the container out, you can find it. I recommend using an orange container or something really bright to find, because sometimes these will fly out pretty far. And it's really, the best part of it is it's super cheap. You know, you're looking maybe $1 for a cap, $2 or so for the pipe, and then your bolt. Now I used a 6-inch carriage bolt, 2 fender washers, and I use a locking nut, which that way it doesn't, you don't have to worry about it coming apart. Because you want something that's easy to maintain. That's the most important part. I actually have one of these that's live. It's been live for 4 years, and it's been working really well. And these are fender washers, just a little extra size washer. And here's the hard part, the spring. Finding a good spring that'll work. Any hardware store will have them. And you drill a hole at the bottom of your cache. Real easy there, just right there in the middle. Make sure it's really loose, so that way this has a lot of free play. You don't want it binding up as you work on it. And you'll put your bolt through, the fender washer on, spring, another fender washer, and I'm just going to finger tight this on, but usually I'll bolt it on just so it's just tight to the top. And that's really all there is to the putting together of it. And it should hang, so when it's in there, you got just enough there to get a hold of. So when you put it in the cache, then you just take your length of PVC. I used 1.5 inches, but you can go down to 1.25 inches, or depending on the size. And you just make sure you sand this off done, put some primer and a good PVC glue, because you don't want that coming loose over time. And that's, and that's what it'll look like. I attached mine to a board, and then I zip tied it fast to a tree. I've gotten quite a few favorite points from it. And then I just have a regular matchstick container, and you just drop it down in there. That's the best part of it. You just pull it and pop out. And because it wasn't glued, it'll come apart.
Right. Now, I just really love that. I mean, it's simple, but it's creative and just absolutely amazing. And because not a lot of people, or let me rephrase that, not everybody has the tools and the woodworking and everything like what I do. So really all it requires is a saw and a drill, pretty much as tool wise.
Yes. And not even a power saw. A good hacksaw will do the trick, because PVC is so easy to cut. And these are $4 or $5 at Harbor Freight or Walmart or that. It's just a nice, easy tool to have around and use. It's one of my favorite. PVC is my favorite media to use when I'm building caches, simply because it's so easy to work with. You can mess it up and it's not expensive. Some woods you get into, they don't last long. I've had some squirrels chewing on this. The bottom of this is starting to show a little bit on the one I have out. And it's, like I said, it's been out for 4 years in a state game land, so there's a lot of wildlife there. And the fact that it's held up so well is really one of my favorite things about this cache.
That's really cool. Now, do you put a hole in the bottom for water to run out in case it rains, or what do you do there?
Well, because you have the where the shooter is, where your thing is, and the way it's mounted, it'll constantly keep the water out of it. It doesn't allow it to drain in at all. It doesn't have any. And then because your spring holds the cache up, even if you do get like a little bit of water in the bottom, it doesn't get into the cache. It's actually a really watertight. For not having, there's just nothing that gets into it that makes it that hinders it from working. And this is right under a tree, and I've never had leaves get caught up in it either.
That's really cool. And like I said, just a very simple but creative, gadget cache using a PVC. And if you like pinball, hey, it's Cache Pinball. So it's really great. It looks like I would really love to find this one. I found something similar to this in South Carolina, but not to that size. And I just really like that. It's very creative.
Yeah, a friend of mine actually built one of these probably about 50 miles from where I'm at. It's where I found him. And I was like, that's a really cool device he did there. So I actually mimicked it and was like, well, how do I build that? So it was the trial and error of finding the right spring was because the strength of your spring is going to determine the length of the pipe you can use. Because I started out with a pipe and it wouldn't quite get out. And so now the spring I have here is about a 5-inch spring, and that's got a lot of, you can pull it pretty hard and it'll give a nice shot out. And I would show you how this kicks out, but I don't think the camera will catch it flying out. But give it a shot and see if it comes out, and I don't shoot my daughter's laptop out.
Yeah, I love that. That is just really cool. And I can definitely see how gluing that bottom is going to be very important so it doesn't pop out.
Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Geocache with a Komakino and a Kid.
Hey.
She's back. She took a little hiatus, but now she's back joining us to find this cache. Now, as you know, Bounce is an awesome gadget cacher. He has lots of cool gadget caches out here in the Seattle area. And if you're coming out here for the 2020 Geocaching Block Party down in Seattle, you have to check out his gadget caches. We're going to be showing off one here today that really surprised me. It's really cool. I think you'll enjoy it too, kid.
Really?
Hold back, kid. You're saying a lot. Yes, kid. I think you'll be amazed at it. It really surprised me. It was really cool, and I can't wait for you all to come out here and check this gadget cache out. Now, you ready to find this cache, kid?
Yeah.
Let's do this.
So, what is it?
That, kid, that's a geocache. All right, kid, let's get this thing. Jeez, kid, come on. Get that stuff out of there.
I'm trying my best.
Okay, fine. Here, let me try. Seriously, Bounce. How many hundreds of feet did you put into this thing? Jeez. Seriously, how much of this is there?
100 feet?
Like 100 miles. Kid, I'm tired. It's up to you.
Fine, I'll do it.
Go for it.
Hey, found it.
See, kid, this is why I like caching with you. You can find the caches for me.
Thank you.
And thank you, Bounce, for hiding this awesome gadget cache. It's really cool. When I came out and first found this thing, I was really surprised that, like, there's actually 100 feet of a chain here. Of course, because of the name of the cache and everything, but the way it's all constructed, the way it's all put together, this is fun. It's a simple, easy cache to find.
Simple. Easy?
Are
you sure?
It's a fun cache to find if you got lots of time. And an extra kid to bring along with you there to pull your chain.
Make sure they're 14.
Because that's what she does. This was a great cache. If you're coming out here for the geocaching block party, I advise for you to find as many bounce gadget caches as you can. Because you can see, we had lots of fun finding this one, and we know you'll have lots of fun too. Did you have fun with this, kid? Was this?
I have mixed feelings towards this cache.
Mixed feelings? Oh.
Don't worry, they're all positive.
We're all positive. There you go. We all hope that you have a great time out here in the Seattle area for the geocache block party. And until next time, cache on.
We ain't running away from the camera this time.
I can't run away from the camera because I'm holding cache on.
This isn't working.
No, don't stuff it all in.
Works.
Wow, Chad, I'm telling you, sorry, that is insane. And just two really simple, creative gadget caches that anybody can make.
Yes. Yeah. And the chain one is so simple. That's one I've seen several times. And I thought, I'm going to do this one and make it really long. And so that was fun. And the end of the video, I wasn't paying attention because there's a little bit more to it that's actually pretty funny. So if you have a chance, go on to YouTube and look at the Komokido. His YouTube channel. Cool.
Had to cut it just a little bit right at the end of there, just because we have we're starting to run tight on our time, and we have one more video that I want to show you, because this cache that was I follow this one all the time, and I interviewed the creator of this, but it also just recently got Cache of the Week, and that is the phone booth cache that's in just drew a blank. It's been a long day, but it's a really great phone booth cache, and I believe it's in around New York area. So, but it is just a really cool cache,
right?
Yeah, it was just voted Geocache of the Week. So it's a really cool, and you get to see somehow this one's really done. But I want to thank Komokino and the kid for doing that video. That is great. But thank you. And here is the phone booth cache. All right, so I'm with Steve. Steve, this cache that you're gonna tell us about today, I've been so excited. I've seen when you're going through the building process of this and everything, and I was so excited to see this. The only problem is I hate that I'm so far away from where you actually are because I would love to go find this cache. So go ahead and tell us a little bit about this cache, this phenomenal cache that you built.
Sure. So probably about 200 to 300 hours went into the making of this cache. And it took me about 6 months to do all the coding and to actually acquire a phone booth because they're pretty hard to come by these days. So the place where I put it was actually on my own property, and that's probably the hardest part about hiding a cache that size is getting a property that will allow you to not only put it on there, but will also have electricity for you to use to power the cache as well.
Yeah, because that was one of the questions I was going to ask, because it is an actual phone booth, not the little ones that just has the phone on it that you might see at a rest area or something like that, but actually a Superman phone booth.
Yeah, it's an actual phone booth. I actually drove 12 hours to get it, and it was pretty hard to convince my wife to go with me because where the phone booth was located was probably about an hour and a half away from my son, who was at college in Ohio. So we made the trip. I want to say it was in March of last year. And at one point, we were in the middle of a snowstorm after we had picked it up, going back to our hotel. And I had said to her, do you know that we're probably the only people in the United States right now driving around with a phone booth in the back of our truck?
That's hilarious. Now, how did you even come up with the concept of this whole phone booth cache idea?
Well, I actually had another payphone cache called Number Please. And Number Please was my first attempt at a payphone cache. I came up with the idea with, one day I was just thinking about it. I was talking with my brother and I said, hey, what would be pretty cool is if you're walking a mile in the woods and you come up and there's a payphone there. I just thought that would be like the best thing ever. I ended up buying a payphone and I couldn't get into it. And they're actually pretty hard to get into if you don't have keys, and you pretty well much, if you're lucky enough to break the lock and not break the casing, that's good. But most of the time you have to actually break the casing in order to get in. So I wanted to use the vault of the payphone. So I built one out of wood, and I ended up using the vault part to hold trackables and things like that, and I made it like into a drawer. And I wanted the payphone to call you back. I wanted you to be able to say things and all that, and I had some great ideas. I just didn't know how to make them happen. And my brother said, well, that would be pretty cool if you bought one of those birthday cards that you could actually record messages in. So I was like, oh yeah, that is a great idea. So I went online, I started, researching some stuff. I found these little sound modules that hold about, it was like maybe 3 or 4 minutes worth of audio that you can put on there. And I couldn't really use the keypad for the payphone, so I put some buttons that start the audio behind the buttons of the actual payphone I had. So part of it was an actual payphone, but most of it was all wooden to look like an actual payphone. That was out in the woods for about 2.5 years before Mother Nature just destroyed the casing that was around it. Before that happened, though, I wanted to actually, do everything I wanted to do with the first payphone, and that's when I started learning about Arduino and everything it could do. And I was a developer in a previous life, so I knew some coding, but unfortunately I didn't know anything about Arduino and the C# coding. But it wasn't that long for me to pick up.
That's great. I mean, it's seeing the pictures of this phone booth as you're seeing on the screen right now. It is just absolutely phenomenal, and I love the cache page because there's some things on the cache page that you have to do. So remember, you need to read the description, because if you don't read the description, more than likely you're not going to be able to figure out what you're going to have to do with this cache. Is that correct?
That's correct. Unlike my first one, this is an actual payphone. It does everything that payphones do. You can dial, with the exception of dialing out, but you can dial phone numbers. You get phone calls in. Everything on there acts like an actual payphone.
That's really cool, because what I thought was interesting was how to get into it. I guess there's when you're looking at the cache itself, you have to do a lot of different things with different numbers that you're seeing on there. And I love a lot of the old 80s and early 90s references in there. I think that's just really great.
Yeah, so there's over 500 phone numbers that you can call. And
Wow.
that's the whole basis of the cache, is to just call phone numbers. And I had to make it so it didn't matter if you were, 16 years old or 86 years old. I needed to have something in there that anybody would recognize. So there's newer stuff in there. There's older stuff that, our parents would recognize. So it's all in there. So there's definitely something for everybody in there. And it's just all fun stuff.
That's really great. What are some of the logs that you've gotten that are like some of the ones that really stick out that you've gotten on this cache?
They're just really amazed. They love that it's iconic. They love, they haven't seen a payphone in such a long time because they're just not around anymore. And I drew a lot of artwork on the payphone as well. And they absolutely love the graffiti that's on there. And they just, all the references to old movies and old sayings and stuff, they just love it.
Wow. Steve, this is just fantastic. All those hours of putting into it is just amazing, because I don't think a lot of people, when they're putting out caches or going to find caches, especially the new ones, know how much work actually goes into making a really great cache. And I just really thank you for that. And that's just awesome.
Thanks. And that's the big thing about making these things, is reading the logs. When people go and find Tupperware in the woods, they usually put a TFTC or something small, but on a majority of the people on my gadget caches, they're leaving some really good logs, about their whole journey, about how they got through it. It's pretty cool.
Well, once again, I just want to thank you for pushing the limits of cachers and inspiring so many cache builders to be able to do so many different things with caches and creating gadgets and just doing that. So I just really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Oh, thanks, Derek.
Wow. Hey,
Whoa,
look, we are
wait,
what
we're live.
here?
We're live. We're live. We're live.
Chad, I want you to know, first of all, I want you to know, I went to Seattle and I muggled your cache.
Oh, well, have fun with it.
Sorry. I made the chain a little shorter. Is that okay?
Just a little shorter.
Should have put back that way. Before I introduce our host for this hour, I do want to throw it over to Derek. Derek has a question for Josh.
All right, Josh.
Yes.
So you spent a lot of time. I think you've moved to Gilby now. I think
I'm actually at Gilby right now.
Okay, so tell us a little bit about Tricaceus's caches. That's almost hard to say. Tricaceus's caches. That's like a tongue twister. But tell us a little bit about the time that you've spent in Gilby.
Here's the thing that I'm so amazed by. Gilby right now, I think it's like 18 below zero in Gilby. I'm really not in Gilby right now. And I asked him, I was like, he's got some electronic stuff out in the woods. And I just think it's crazy that he builds these things so well that they can withstand the horrible Gilby winters, and they still work in the spring. So amazing, the variety. It had me laughing. It had me puzzling. I highly recommend making a trip up to Gilby, and then you can catch the Fargo Geo Tour on the way there.
Yep, it's really cool. So, all right, Gary, Chad and I are going to jump out of here. It's y'all's
Thank you,
hour,
sir.
so have fun.
All right. See you guys later. Have fun. Thanks, guys. Take care. Bye. Well, we got a new hour, and very excited to have hosting this hour. We've got Joshua, the geocaching vlogger, right there.
Hello, everybody.
And we'll get into another thing he wants to bring up, but also Doug McCrae.
Hello,
all the way
folks.
you're in Boston right now, buddy, aren't you?
I'm in Boston. I've been grounded.
Yep, you've been grounded, which is amazing because Doug has been to many countries. So this hour is going to be perfect. But we'll get into that here in a minute. Let's watch our first video.
Hola, saludos desde España. Hi, greeting from Spain to the friends of the WorldWide CacheCon 2021. Spain is a country where you can find mountains, beaches and a great cultural wealth due to the pacing of the centuries and the number of civilizations that have passed through here. My home is in Extremadura, a beautiful region in the west of Spain, near Portugal. Extremadura is a world land with extraordinary landscape and millennial historical past of many cultures. There are magnificent historical buildings, mainly Roman, Arab and medieval, in beautiful cities like Mérida or Cáceres. And in each building and point of interest there is a cache. For example, in the iconic Roman theater of Mérida, there are a simple sword-like container, but the crazy geocacher from here take nice photos with it. In Extremadura, there is not a lot of geocachers, but local owners try to make special and high-quality caches, such as gadget caches or fire rocks, or gadget caches inside fire rocks. Well, congratulations to Geocache Talk and Friends to organize this mega virtual event. See you in Spain!
Scotland and Spain. What a way to crank up this hour. I want to start with Doug. Doug, tell everyone first a little bit about yourself and also let people know just how many countries you've been to, because I love this.
Well, a little bit myself. I'm a retired guy. I retired about 15 years ago and took up this sport of geocaching. And I used to do a lot of international travel on business. I was originally involved in video games and the creator of Ms. Pac-Man. And once I retired, I decided to go back and visit all the countries I used to work in and go get caches in them. So I'm up to 131 now. I have visited Scotland, got Scotland's oldest, which is quite a hike. I had weather change on me at the last moment. I was in the middle of a driving rainstorm as I got to the top or near the top of the mountain. It's not on the very top, but GCHQ, Scotland's first, which is the oldest in UK. And then Spain is very exciting also. I've been involved in many restaurants in Boston, and one of the food capitals of the world now is Spain. And you have to get there for the food. And as you do, get a few geocaches. So recommend both countries dearly. And by the way, I'm Scottish. Douglas Bruce McRae.
There you go. It's perfect. Perfect. All right. Well,
I want to know if Doug, if you could make a very, very tiny Miss Pac-Man geocache, just like that Tetris one.
That's right.
I'll have to give it a try.
That would be great. Yeah. Everybody and people are commenting too, Doug. They love the ghost behind you. I always love that too, that you got the ghost there. So anyway, all right. Yo, he's got his shirt on. There we go.
I love
That's
it.
awesome,
I love
Doug.
it.
Doug showing his Star Wars / Pac-Man brand thing there. That was great. So all right, we're gonna watch a couple more and then we're gonna talk to Josh. So we'll be back here in a minute to talk to Joshua, the geocaching vlogger, in one moment.
G'day Gary, Jesse and the rest of the Geocache Talk crew. See my shell here, the Aussie Geocacher, coming to you straight from Australia. Now what's caching like down under you, you ask? Well, I'll show you.
We're Team Geo Rick from New Zealand. I'm Rick.
And I'm Lynn.
We make videos of our geocaching adventures around the world for our YouTube channel, Geo Rick's Travels. But of course, travel's severely limited at the moment.
Yes, we haven't got COVID in New Zealand, so we're free to travel around, and we've found some very interesting and unique places. Come and have a look.
One of the special places we've found is a group of caches on a sheep farm in the Manawatu. We picked this one up before heading down to a special earth cache on the Rangataiki River. Can you see where it's hidden?
It was great passing the ewes with their lambs.
We made our way down to the river to find a group of large spherical boulders, concretions, and to complete the earth cache.
Right through the middle. Woo! You can cache at ocean beaches, amongst rare flightless birds like the takahe.
You can even find a cache and then go gold panning in a river in Otago or along the west coast. You can find geocaches in geothermal areas.
This one we found by walking through warm geothermal water and eventually got to a hot waterfall. Then it was into our kayak and then on to another geocaching adventure.
We hope you like that small glimpse of New Zealand, and we'd love to see you down here geocaching one day.
Have a happy and safe geocaching year.
So, a couple things I want to talk about. First, Joshua, tell us a little bit about what you normally do on the social media side of things.
Yeah, so for your audience that maybe hasn't seen me before, my name is Joshua Johnson. I'm a geocaching blogger, and I have been making geocaching adventure videos on YouTube for 10 years. Next week is the 10th anniversary of me making geocaching videos, and if you would have told me 10 years ago that I'd be still doing this, I have not missed a week in 10 years of making geocaching videos. So that's really exciting for me, and tomorrow I'm posting a special video to celebrate. So I'm pumped about that, and I'm glad to be a part of this worldwide caching segment. And I haven't been to nearly as many countries as Doug, so maybe I just won't share that.
No, I'm going to ask Doug here in a minute about his experiences down under, but we have a special one we're going to show later that's down under. It's very unique, but yeah. Become a patron of Joshua because you get to see videos early on part of his patron thing, and I got a sneak peek at tomorrow, and it is amazing.
Yeah, there is a very special holiday coming next week. I think it's on the 2nd, so that'll be a good hint of what the video is about, and it might be. This is saying a lot. I've made hundreds and hundreds of videos. This might be one of my favorite videos that I have ever created, and I'll give you another hint. It has to do with a groundhog.
Wait, did you say the ground? Wait,
see the groundhog, Phil?
I had groundhog for dinner. All right. So over to Doug. So I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot, and we're going fairly quick tonight, which we have to do. We got so many, but tell us a little experience maybe that comes to mind when you think of. I'm sorry, I have to lump Australia and New Zealand tonight just because of worldwide, but do you have what are your thoughts about that part of the world?
Well, this obviously was not planned. That was exactly on my schedule for 2020 is to have 2 trips over to Australia and New Zealand because I'm trying to finish up all the year 2000 caches in the world. And I, during the pandemic, did pick up my 100th in the United States. I think there's 114 there. Most of the rest of them are in Australia and New Zealand. I've been to both. I picked up a couple of the year 2000 ones in New Zealand, but I have to get back there. And I've got to spend some more time in Australia because there are, I believe, 7 year 2000 caches in Australia. And so I'm going to be heading there eventually, at least 1 or 2 trips. And also have to pick up the rest of my Australia souvenirs.
Wow,
that's something else I collect. So
that is awesome.
I'll be getting down under at some point. I do have the oldest geocache in New Zealand, but I will have to go for the oldest in Australia.
That is awesome. Yeah. Well, we have Doug also has something to share in a little while. Contest he's got going on. We'll get to that here in a little bit. But first, we're going to do a little Netherlands and Germany. And so you guys prepare yourselves to discuss those areas of the world. We'll be back here in a moment.
Joshua, practice German.
What's that?
Practice your German, Joshua.
Yes,
Ja,
he can.
ja, bitte.
That's right. He'll practice his German for us. Yes. All right. Off to the Netherlands. Here we go.
Grappig. Nou, eindelijk een echt overblijfsel van het pretpark. Hoppa! Woe! 5 seconden dan. Wat is er nog? Spinnen? Maar. Lijkt wel een of andere, of een klep. Lijkt wel een gehaktmolen bijna, joh. Maar dat zal wel een klep zijn die ze open en dicht konden zetten. Gelukkig, maar gaat het niet helemaal volgens de anatomische manier. Maar wel aan de goede kant. Want ik heb hier in ieder geval een toegang gevonden. Uh-oh. Dat die open is. Dat die open is. We hebben hem te pakken, jongens. Geweldig. Wat een gave kist. We hebben hem. We hebben hem. Ik ben wel heel blij dat we dat gaan niet pakken hebben. Hoppakee. Yes. Alweer een toestand gedaan. En je doet het goed. Oh, gaat hij het opeens doen? Yes. En dan is het niet te vergeten, de helm. Met onder de helm neem ik aan de geocache. Geweldig.
Dear attendees of the CacheCon, my name is Daniel and I would like to show you around how geocaching in Germany is like. We Germans are crazy about geocaches. What we do is, for example, we build geocaching phone booths. This whole thing is actually a geocache. Isn't that amazing? I show you another example. We also turn whole shop entries into great and huge geocaching logbooks, like this one. This whole entry, this wall, and this wall is a geocaching logbook where you have to put your GC name with Lego bricks on the wall. And they're inside of this safe. And sometimes we take a car and turn it into a geocache, like this one. GC. The whole car is a multi-geocache where you have solved different stages to open the box in the trunk. That's how geocaching in Germany is. Another great thing about geocaching in Germany is that every single geocache is built so that you can place your beer bottle on top of it, like this one. That's another thing about Germany. You can always go geocaching with a beer in your hand. Isn't that amazing? So this is geocaching in Germany. If you want to explore the geocaches here, then go to cacher-reisen.com and see our offers for English-speaking geocaches. We organize geocaching trips all around the world, and also in Germany. If you come from another country, then we get you around here, go to the best places, and show you all the great caches, all the favorite points you have to collect in advance and spend them here. So, see you.
Joshua, I love it. Joshua, we have 10 seconds.
I love Daniel Flieger so much.
Okay, there you go.
Like
all right,
one of my favorite humans. And I found all those caches, and he made them look much easier than they were.
Yeah, tell us, take a minute and tell us about your two trips to Hanover, and tell us about spending time with old Daniel.
It was so great. I had to go twice. And so one thing is, yes, the geocaching is amazing, and it's even more amazing when Daniel goes with you, because he can help you read the cache pages. He can help you solve the field puzzles. Like, for example, that car cache. Not only do you have to know car terminology, not only do you have to know where things are in a car, but you have to know what they're called in German. So that was probably maybe one of the most difficult caches that I ever found, and I would not have done it without Daniel. And yes, he does walk around with beer when he geocaches.
Now, Doug, you've had some great experiences caching in Germany. In fact, you found all the states.
I have.
In Germany. So tell us a little about your time in Germany.
Well, that was quite a moment trying to convince my wife that it was a great idea to do a full lap around Germany in 2 days. But I did point out that you get to do it with a beer at all times. So it was quite the event. We were in Germany visiting some friends, and we rented a car and did a complete lap around Germany. And as you were mentioning earlier, the caches are mainly written in German, and I don't read German, so I was doing a lot of cutting and pasting and putting into Google Translate and hoping I could figure out what it meant. And in some cases I did, and found many caches, but many stumped me also.
Yeah, it's incredible. We're about to go, next we'll be in Brazil, but before that, tell us a little bit about, as we're kind of in Europe at the moment, is there anything else? I know that you've had some great experiences, Doug, geocaching in just Europe, but is there anything else that kind of stands out? I know you know it's kind of like babies. It's hard to distinguish one from another, but is there something about some other part of Europe that stands out to you?
The most memorable part for me was we were in Budapest with a group of really non-geocachers, and I convinced them that it would be a great idea if 4 of us got in a car and got up at 3 a.m. and got geocaches in 6 countries. And this included Bosnia and Slovenia and a few others. But it was quite the adventure. We got back at around 10:30 at night. We were crossing into countries we did not obviously speak the language. I had written out a paragraph in English and then translated it in Google Translate to each language and had it printed out so that if someone did ask me what was going on, I could at least hand a sheet of paper that they'd laugh at. I don't think it would have been all that useful, but at least I would have tried.
Right.
And I remember in Bosnia, the experience there was we were looking around for the cache a little bit, and we looked up, and off in the distance, we were not too close, was a sign warning us about landmines. I don't know if they were active or not, but we decided to keep our distance from those.
Wow. Incredible
That
story.
takes terrain rating to a whole new level.
It does.
Yes.
All right. We are now off to Brazil. Here we go.
Daniel!
Joshua!
Oh my gosh, this has been the most fantastic. Hold on. Get. There's creatures at our feet. Daniel!
Joshua!
This has been the most fantastic Cache Horizon trip. Thank you so much for an amazing adventure. We've done some amazing things. We've done the 8 cache.
We've done the Geo Tour into Wells Park.
Oh yeah, the Geo Tour, fantastic. And then, oh my gosh, we went to Iguazu.
We went over the border to Paraguay.
We went to Paraguay. I got my very first geocache in Paraguay.
And you lost your very first geocache in Paraguay?
Yeah, I lost it for everybody. I don't think there's anything else I could do to be more happy.
Yeah, maybe one thing more.
What?
Shall we go to Argentina?
We're gonna go to Argentina?
No, it's close by.
It's right across the border.
Right across the street.
Oh my gosh.
Go there?
We could cache
and log.
Cache and log, fantastic. All right, I'm Joshua, the geocaching vlogger.
I'm Daniel, the geocaching travel agency owner.
And this is our cache tour. Let's go.
Welcome to Argentina.
Micah. Yes. We are here in the
Argentina. Don't cry for me.
The Argentina. We're in the Argentinian jungle. We're about to find our very first geocache in Argentina, and we are not going to cry. We are going to cheer.
Yes.
All over the world, there are strange piles of sticks, and under them are little treasures. So we're here in Argentina. We've got the beautiful waterfalls in front of us, and look,
the Earth cache behind of us.
Look at all our friends are getting the answers for the Earth cache. Daniel, it's just so breathtaking. It's so amazing. It's just inspiring. I want to paint. I want to write. It gets my juices Is there a bathroom around here? There are a lot of people here. It's Muggle Central. We're gonna use a little stealth and find another Argentina geocache. Oh, in the wall. Nice work. Man, Daniel, I really love this place.
Yeah, but there's one thing.
What's wrong?
There's so many rules around here.
Yeah, there are a lot of rules. This is true.
They tell you not to jump in the wall.
Don't jump in the water.
You're not allowed to go that way.
I know.
That way.
Argentina's strict. We are now heading to what some people consider the grand finale, the most spectacular spot of the Iguazu waterfalls here on the Argentina side. Oh my gosh, look at this. It is spectacular. Daniel, that was amazing.
Yeah, thanks.
Once in a lifetime, amazing thing. Those waterfalls were awesome. but I did notice some boats.
Oh, boats down there.
Yeah, there were boats down there, and people looked like they were having a great time. Do you think it's possible that we could maybe go on the boats?
I'm not sure. Shall we?
I think we're gonna go in it. I think we're gonna go inside Iguazu.
Where's the geocache? Where is it? Oh, it's over there!
Hey Cachers, it's Lookout Lisa from Cache Advance, and I am so excited to be a sponsor and a part of the WorldWide CacheCon 2021. So how would you like to get specially curated geocaching gear delivered right to your door every month? Well, that would be a part of our Cache Crates, which is a monthly subscription box just for geocachers. And we have a special for you right now. If you join up today, you can also receive 10% off with the coupon code WWCC2021. And that will get you 10% off your first invoice. So if you join us for monthly, it's 10% off your first month. Or if you go annually, it's 10% off the entire year. And we would love to have you as a part of our Cache Crate crew.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Incredible. Joshua, tell us about
I was smiling ear to ear rewatching that. Well, first of all, I got to call out the chat room right now.
Yeah.
Because you're viewing one of the most spectacular waterfalls in the world, and the chat room is talking about German cookies. So I don't know what's up with that.
That's a chat room for you, baby. Right
That's
there.
okay. But hey, that trip was the trip of a lifetime. The Ape Cache, also getting to see Iguazu waterfalls. The first time I saw it was on planet Earth, and I thought maybe someday I would be able to go to that waterfall. And the fact that I got to go there geocaching with a bunch of geocachers with Cache Horizon, which is Daniel's geocaching tour group, it was unbelievable, life-changing, and as you can see, really fun.
Yeah.
And did you go get one in Paraguay while you were right by the falls?
I sure did. We went across the river. I actually, this is a confession, I actually went into Paraguay without a visa because the border is very, let's just say, very, very loose. So the Germans didn't need visa. A USA guy did, but they snuck me in the back of their van. So they smuggled me. Not a lot of people can say they got smuggled into Paraguay by a car full of Germans.
Well, I paid $80 for that visa.
Did you?
And we were planning on driving across, and the traffic was so backed up, we abandoned our car and walked across the border. The visa never was looked at. I wasted $80, but I got my Paraguay geocache.
There you go. There you go. We probably got the same one. Maybe the one on that video, I actually dropped the geocache down the tube, and it was maybe the one chance we had to sign it. Luckily, a local gave us created a new container on the spot. So,
yeah. So, Doug, like you said, you've had good experiences down there, and actually, we'll get into the part that I think was part of the same trip. We'll get to that here in a moment. We have the video you sent us for that. But first, let's before we do that, let's tell people about a contest you got going, and then we'll come back and talk about your experiences in South America. So tell people a little bit about a contest that you're currently running, and I'll bring up the GC code.
Sure. Well, I felt that no segment with Gary would be complete without having a contest. So I was thinking that we're doing a quick segment on caching around the world, but we were leaving out the extraterrestrials. So I figured we'd have a contest where I will give away 1 Ms. Pac-Man Geocoin.
Oh,
and 24 to the next 24 people, Ms. Pac-Man path tags. And I will give them out for the first 25 people to solve for the coordinates on a mystery cache, starting in just a second.
Okay.
And they just have to enter their caching name and the coordinates into Certitude, and it will track who got there first and will let me know the top 25 people. Gary, I don't know if you want to do this now or the end of the segment. It is your choice.
No, go for it. I put the GC code in the chat room. That's the
okay.
Right.
Then they are probably started. The geocache has been out for about 10 years. It's called ET, appropriately for the extraterrestrials, a video game classic series. And the GC code is GC3D, as in David, Quebec, Bravo, November. That's GC3 David, Quebec, Bravo, November. And if you solve it, put the coordinates into Certitude, and it will record your geocaching name if you're logged in. And I will send path tags and a geocoin out to the first 25 people. There you have it.
This, by the way, I am very proud. Joshua, you've got one too somewhere.
It's one of my favorite coins.
That is an incredible coin, and it's fairly rare. I think, Doug, did you only do one run of this? I mean, not many.
I've only done one run of that. I've done two runs of the path tags, but one run of the geocoin.
One run of this coin, and that's it. And look at the back of this thing. It is incredible. So I love it. Go check out some of our previous videos with Doug. He can tell you all about the experiences, or go to Netflix and you can watch the game on there. That was incredible. But let's get back to briefly your trip there, and we're going to then transition to your video. But tell us about the trip you took down to South America. It wasn't too long ago. That was a fairly recent trip. Is that correct?
You're talking to Josh or to me?
To you.
Yeah.
Both of y'all had a trip recently.
A couple years ago, 2018, my wife and I were headed to the very, very south, but stopped on the way in Brazil, Paraguay, Argentina, Uruguay, and Chile on our way down to Falkland Islands, South Georgia Islands, and eventually Antarctica. So we got 8 countries in there and had a memorable time. Great travels, but particularly getting to see the penguins, the walruses, and a couple of geocaches down in Antarctica.
Yeah. And let's watch that video right now. If I can click the button, here we go. Where'd I put it? Well, help me out there, Derek.
Well, while you figure that out, I'll give a little voiceover. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, while I'm looking for... Oh, I found it. We both found it at the same time. Okay, before we show the video... Well, yeah, let's show the video, and I want to talk to you about the exact opposite part of the world, okay?
Okay.
We'll do that here in a minute. So here we go.
Additional logging requirements if people don't know ALR.
I love the penguins there, Doug. That's great.
Well, we thought they would teach us how to do a polar plunge, but some of them even backed out themselves.
That's incredible. Oh
so this is an Earth cache that requires you to do a polar plunge as part of it.
Yes.
You're bundled up in about 12 layers, and you're slowly stripped down. My wife got her clothes off a little bit faster than I did. And then you try building up your courage. And as you saw a little bit earlier, the courage came from almost an entire bottle of tequila we did at 8 in the morning. This is about 9 in the morning that we're going out.
Yeah, I
noticed the penguin bathing suit.
Yeah, I noticed she was ready, but she didn't dive in. She waited for you. I bet that was cold. I mean, come on. Antarctica. Look at the ice in the background.
Yes, this is the best.
You ready to do that, Josh?
That's some Minnesota polar plunges.
Oh yeah, it's true.
Looks through the ice, so I imagine it's similar.
Yeah, but salt water can get colder than fresh water without freezing.
Yeah, incredible. So, all right. So let me ask you about the other side of the world for a moment. I don't have a video for it, but you have done caches on the other part of the world. Tell us a little bit about your experience doing stuff north of the Arctic Circle.
Yeah, so I've gotten 10 caches north of the Arctic Circle. They're all up in Kugluktuk, Nunavut, Canada. But I've also found caches in Scandinavia, Iceland, Greenland, and Russia. But even further north than all that, Retired Girl and I put out a Earth cache on Wrangel Island, which is north of Siberia in Russia. And besides the very remote area there and getting to see polar bears, the exciting thing about the Earth cache there is the coordinates. It's north 70.9 something, but west 180 degrees 0.00000. It's right on the line east meets west, exactly opposite from Greenwich, England. And as I put it there and submitted it, the geocaching app or website converted it from 180.00000 to 179.9999.
No.
180 cannot be handled. I guess it's on the other side of the world or something. But we got to be there with our GPS reading exactly 180 degrees and north of the Arctic Circle, up at 70 degrees north. So
incredible.
Exciting place. We did this a year and a half ago and expected roughly 200 people get there per year. And I did not know whether we'd find many other geocachers getting there, but assumed 5 or 6 would get there per year. But because of the pandemic, no one went to the island last year.
Oh, no.
So it is still there for a first to find for anybody that wants to get up to Wrangel Island. The code is GC8 Charlie Bravo Yankee 2. And you can get a first to find up in Wrangel Island, north of Siberia.
Challenge.
Wow, that's incredible. All right. Well, speaking of Canada, let's visit Canada for a moment.
Look at the colors.
What's it like to come geocaching in British Columbia? Well, it's big, real big. We have 950,000 square kilometers for you to explore. And mountains? Oh, we've got lots of mountains. From those mountains come waterfalls, bigger and more spectacular than you'd imagine. And that water flows to our 25,000 kilometers of coastline along the beautiful Pacific Ocean. But the best part of geocaching in BC? Well, it's the memories you'll make here. Memories of time spent with family and with friends, finding geocaches together while enjoying the amazing natural beauty of our province. And that's what's really big. Sure, you'll find plenty of geocaches, nearly 50,000 great geocaches to find. But the experiences you bring home from exploring this big, beautiful place we call home, and the new friends that you'll make when you visit, that's what's really super about British Columbia. When it's safe to do so, plan to come visit us. We'll be waiting for you.
Well, we love our Canadian friends. Thank you, Canada, for providing such great geocaches. Thoughts from anyone? And then we're going to go all the way back across the world to Korea. So let's start with Canada for a moment.
I just want to give a shout out to Cache Canada and Land Monkey for that beautiful footage. What a beautiful country. And a lot of people, when they think about international travel, they get a little bit intimidated by it. And our neighbor to the north is an incredible place to explore. And hoping that we can enjoy a Geo Woodstock up there soon.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Doug, you want to say something real quick?
Yeah, I'll give a quick shout out. When we did the trip to north of the Arctic Circle in Canada to Nunavut, we got a great help from a local geocacher there, Nunavut Tatey.
Yeah.
He no longer is in Nunavut. He is now in British Columbia. So if people are in Prince Rupert, look him up.
That's true. Yeah, I know that guy. He's great. Fantastic. Okay. All right. We got one more video to show, and then we'll get to a wrap up for the next hour. But first, this guy went to Korea. Can you believe it?
Somebody. Who is it?
I don't know. Who was that?
There I am. I'm inside that little plane.
Today, we are going to find the top, the best, the most favorited geocache.
If you want to comment on that,
Korea,
and Doug, if you want to
next.
unmute too, I'll get you to comment on your times over in Asia as well.
Hey everybody, it's Joshua. I'm the geocaching vlogger, and I am in the country of South Korea. Can you believe it? Yes, South Korea, and I'm at one of the most famous geocaches in the whole country. It's been Geocache of the Week for the whole world, and it was hidden by this man right here. Hi! There he is, Blue Sky 61. You're the hider. I'm so glad you're here because this is a very challenging hide.
Yeah.
But I don't
Welcome to Korea.
Yes, I do not want any hints until I look for a little bit.
Okay.
All right. Look at this, guys. These are trees that people put locks on, locks of love on, and the geocache is hidden in one of those. Are you kidding me? Inside of a tree lock? Let's find it. I'm confident. I've got over 3,800 caches. I should be able to find this by myself. Let's go. Although I do have some help with me. Look at this guy. This guy.
We'll try.
We'll try. Have you found this before?
I have not, no.
You haven't found it? Well, let's find it together. Let's do this.
The cache owner really cracks me up in this video.
Okay.
The guy in the blue shirt is
guy?
You know what this is reminding me of, people? This is reminding me of
He seemed
in
like
Seattle,
a
there's
great guy to
wall,
hang out with.
And a wall is filled with gum, right? And you have to find the geocache that's the fake gum piece. Well, this is a little different. It's like the color of gum, but it's actually locks. I feel the love. Do you feel the love? I feel the love. Oh, All right, let's find it. All right, they said we have to find the yellow string, and when we're close to the yellow string, we are very close to the geocache. Look, look. Pine cone. Look at that, guys. All right, you guys, there it is. There is the yellow string.
I couldn't even
see it. All right, so now we got to
even when I found the yellow string.
Oh boy, good luck.
You had to have help finding the yellow string. You had to find help to find the help.
Us.
Touching vacation.
Oh, you seem like a great guy.
Everybody's touching it. Everybody's
No.
It's the string.
Yeah.
I can see the string.
You can see it.
Oh, there it is. String. Oh, cash.
Evil.
Look at that. Look at that, guys. Can you believe it? There it is. Oh my gosh.
There's nothing romantic about this vine right now.
There was nothing romantic. It was a little evil. The crazy thing is that it was staring us right in the face the whole time. And there it is. All right. Who has the tweezers?
Does this count as the first
Oh,
vine?
new logbook.
Yeah. All right.
First to find the new logbook.
I never even bring a pen to South Korea. What's wrong with me? I'm the worst geocacher.
All right, guys, I am signing the most favorite geocache in South Korea. Pen to paper. Here we go. GCB. Yes! That lock tree geocache was so awesome that I think I need to add my own lock right where the geocache is. Which color should I get? What color shall it be? I'm going with red.
They sell them right there. Wow.
At the Love Lock tree, and I bought myself a little lock here, and so I'm going to attach this lock right next to geocache. So I'm going to put geocaching vlogger on it, GCB, and then any of you that come here, you can find my lock because I'm going to put it right next to the cache. You can buy these right inside the shop here, and they give you a free marker too. Let's open up the love.
Yeah, we're wrapped up.
There it is, guys. All right, come and find that bad boy.
I put my wife's name on there.
Yeah, that's incredible.
It's like, well, you can't come along with me, but I'll put your name on a lock.
Aww,
so that was
sweet.
Not enough, but
so sweet.
I know we got to get going, but that trip was a prime example of when you're a geocacher, you have instant friends all over the world.
Oh, that's true.
So the guy in the blue shirt, he knew I was coming. He literally picked me up from where I was staying in a taxi and took me all around Korea, held an event for me. And when we got to the event, this is so funny. When we got to the event, there were about 30 people here, and he goes,
incredible.
Josh, you're not going to believe this. We're all here. And I was like, what do you mean you're all here? He goes, all the geocachers in South Korea are here.
Incredible.
I thought that was great.
Well, guys, it's been a fast hour, let me tell you. And I so appreciate you guys being along because you guys have done the great. I've been to 6 countries compared to you guys. I need to get out there and start getting more countries. So, again, thanks so much and appreciate you. And we're into hour number 5. No, it's hour number whatever. It's 5 o'clock here in the U.S. Here we go. So we're joined by Annie Love. Annie, thank you so much for being with us today for this part of this hour.
Yeah,
and
thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely. We got to meet. We met in Geo Woodstock. I think was the first time you and I got to meet. I know you know Tom from way back.
Yeah.
And but tell us about your role with HQ and maybe just tell a little bit about how you even got started in geocaching.
Yeah. My dad got me started back in 2004. He was kind of obsessed with it, and on my graduation day we went out geocaching, and then for my birthday that year I asked for a GPS and he got me one. So I've been caching since then. I started working at HQ in 2007. I was working the front desk when there wasn't a front desk. There was just a table, and just kind of as the company's grown, my role has grown into different things. I've been part of the merchandise team. I've been part of business development. I manage our API program with all our API partners. I manage the Trackables program, logo licensing, just whatever. I take photos for HQ. A lot of the shop geocaching photos are mine, or I've edited them. And yeah, I love it. I feel fortunate that I get to work at the place of a hobby that I love. So
yeah.
Well, let's start with the questions.
All right.
Well, my first one is there anything that can't go on a Geocoin?
Oh, go ahead.
Or I said, or needs approval first.
So for our bulk tracking codes, everything has to be approved by us, which is usually me. And what I'm looking for is just kind of that the design is family friendly in nature. And, you know, I know family friendly sometimes varies from place to place. So I sort of go off of, you know, what might be shown on TV here in the US versus, you know, other things. And also what that it has the text track at geocaching.com or trackable at geocaching.com. So just something to denote to a person finding that trackable in a geocache so they know it is actually a trackable. And then hopefully they will go to the website if they're new to trackables in general and look up, you know, the tracking code and figure out that they're supposed to move it on to the next cache.
Right. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. And what if I wanted to put signal on my coin?
We do allow signal to go on the coins. We do, because it is one of our trademark designs, we have to make sure that it's following the look of signal, and signal has changed over the years. So what I'm always looking for is the new version of signal, and also needs to have the little TM for trademark next to the body. If the coin's trackable, then it's totally fine to use signal. You can use the geocaching logo. The big thing is just don't modify anything in a big way. And the importance with signal is the signal has to be showing because that's his GPS. Yeah, if there's a hat on there, it's got to have the signal coming through.
Right.
So, yeah.
I just know he looked real good riding a bull and driving a race car.
He really did. That was pretty cute.
What event that was involved with?
Wonder where that was. That was
Fort Worth.
That was a cute design.
What's some of the good advice to keep your trackables from going missing?
That's a good question. So it does happen just because people new to the game don't know that that is not a swag item sometimes. And so that's where it's really important to have the track at geocaching.com. If it's a coin, you might consider putting it in a baggie with the printout that comes on the trackable page that explains that it's meant to move from cache to cache and kind of gives you an idea to look up the goal. You can put the goal on that page. The other thing I've seen people do is, physically drill a hole in a coin and attach a tag that says this is a trackable. It's supposed to move, help it make its goal. That's usually good. Sometimes you just see when you go to geocaching events, people keep their geocoins and they just put them out on a table and let you discover them. So that's a nice way for you to get to enjoy the coin. The owner gets to keep it in their collection, but they get to share it with everyone. And trackable tags tend to do a little bit better in caches just because like the travel bug has this iconic look to it. And so people know that if it's a travel bug, it's meant to move from cache to cache.
Yeah, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
So what if my poor trackable does go missing? I've only had that happen 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, good. So yeah, it does happen, and for various reasons. And I've actually had trackables show up, several years later. But if you know for sure, and unfortunately, there's been some wildfires like in Australia and the US, caches get destroyed, and then trackables might be in there, and that trackable is not going to be able to move anymore because it just doesn't exist anymore. And if you want to take that code, you can actually apply it to a new item. And again, I keep it labeled with that track at geocaching.com just so people know that 6-digit code is a tracking code.
I've got one for an example. So a little show and tell here, but I'm blocking the number because this was from IB Geocaching did this, and They got a little card. Just kind of cool.
Mm-hmm.
And on the back of it, it says that it's a replacement tag for a geocaching.com trackable that was muggled.
Yeah. Oh, and that one looks like it's laminated. That's also a good idea. You know, just so
Laminated,
it can withstand the elements a little bit better. That's why
Yeah.
you'll see them in plastic baggies too.
And where it's, you know, and it says, you know, this is something we always great to see. It says this is trackable, not a trade item.
Yep. Yeah, the clearer you can be, the better. And I know I've seen them before where you used to be able to buy some tags that had that, and you could actually attach that to your trackable. That's where I'd see people drill holes in a Geocoin and attach it that way. So
yeah, those cards. I remember the cards you used to get. Yeah.
Yep.
Very cool.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask this one, and then it'll have a follow-up. So, when's the first time you saw a trackable tattoo?
Oh gosh. So let's see. I started the company in 2007. I think it was probably sometime in 2008 that I sort of took over doing tracking codes. Bryan Roth used to be in charge of that, and with all the other things that he does. Wow. And yeah, and so it was probably within the next 2 or 3 years of that someone said, "Hey, I want to make a trackable tattoo. I bought this travel bug. Can I do that?" And I think it was probably one of the first tattoos that we saw. We decided that why not make a custom icon to go with that. And so it's sort of the same line, but it's a person. And so if people want to get one of those, they can just email me, email HQ and with a picture showing the trackable tattoo, showing the code, and then I'll update the icon to that special icon. So
that is cool. I've seen some of those, but it's also cool that you see that there's, like you said, there's a special icon for that.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yep. Yeah, and there's I want to say there's something like 700 trackable tattoos, a little over that. I keep track just for fun.
Yeah, that's interesting in
Yeah.
itself.
I've known a few people with them, and yeah, you're dedicated if you get one.
Oh yeah, and I've actually known a few geocachers that have multiple trackable tattoos. So I think there's it might have been Geo Woodstock. I met some guy that was handing out a card with all his trackable codes, and it was something like, I don't know, 20 different trackables tattoos on his body. And I'm like, cool.
He's committed. He's past committed.
I hope he doesn't ever fall out of love with it.
I knew a couple that had half the code on the husband and the other half of the code was on the wife. So that was pretty cool.
That is cool.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
Trackable tattoos sound pretty crazy, but what other crazy stuff have you seen?
I've seen, I can say more than one trackable tooth. So that was probably pretty crazy. I also know that there's at least one, maybe a couple trackable RFID tags that are implanted in people's hands. So if you scan it with an RFID scanner, then you can log the trackable. You go to geocaching events and you see the really large travel bug, full size, taller than people travel bugs. There's
the one you don't want to get. Get stuck with.
Yeah.
Tom.
Do not be the last person at the event.
Yes.
I was gonna say Tom's probably been the last person at some of his or Texas Challenge. Have you ever been stuck with some of those, Tom, where you're like,
no, I know that lesson.
Yeah.
I remember from Woodstock and Carnation, one of the Friday night event had like a 14-foot or longer surfboard.
Wow.
And that showed up at Woodstocks after that for a couple of years. And I'm thinking, how the heck do you get that thing moved all the way across the country? I mean, that's just nuts.
That reminds me, one of my travel bugs, which it actually made it back to me at HQ after a few years, which was really cool. I was out on a hike with a bunch of geocachers locally, and it was a beach hike, and we decided to pick up trash on the way back, because cash in, trash out. And I found a fin from a surfboard, and I was like, this is kind of cool. I kind of want to keep this, and I ended up drilling a hole in it and attaching a travel bug to it. So I've got that at my desk at work.
Cool.
I've seen some great stories. We were at Texas Challenge of all places, which surprise, in Denton.
Yep.
And we went to one of the early coffee events, and Jesse was coming down from Colorado, and this guy was in Texas, but he came over to give Jesse back his trackable that had made it all over, and he just happened to come back to Texas, and he knew that Jesse was going to come down for the event. So you probably heard stories similar to that where somebody will have sent a trackable, and that's something we always want to encourage people is move them. And speaking of, I got to get this one moving, but it's fun to hear the stories.
For sure. Yeah, it's I remember Coco, who was the original artist for Signal. One of her friends in Japan sent out a trackable with the mission to get to Geocaching HQ, and that was back in the day when geocaching wasn't that big, and trackables, it was cool for one to move from a state to another state. And and I think it took 2 years, but it made it to HQ and into Coco's hands. So that was super fun.
It's always cool to hear the success stories.
Yep.
I just thought of something. The trackables, the mileage gets tracked on them, how far they've gone.
Yep.
And there's one coming up that will probably have the longest distance of all of them the first time it's ever logged.
Yeah, I think you're right. So there's the Mars rover. Maybe you've heard about it through the logbook or a blog post or a social post, but yeah, the Mars rover has a travel bug on the side of it, and I probably don't tell the story well, but essentially it's what they will use to make sure that the video camera or something like that is reading things properly.
Calibrated.
So it will focus on the travel bug. And so, that's super cool. And I actually got to make the code for that, which was, hey.
Yeah.
So some of my work is headed to Mars.
Yeah, it's crazy. We had Dr. Beagle on as part of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory.
Oh, that's awesome.
And the trackable came up. So thank you so much for doing that and to sort of spread geocaching in a whole other way. But I know a lot of people are excited to, see that thing unlocked and
sure.
So that is great. That is crazy. It's great.
Yeah, it's you kind of joke about like, oh yeah, maybe they'll put geocaches on Mars someday, and here it's happening. There's a geocaching trackable going to be on the surface of Mars. Like it's out of this world.
It just better not get muggled.
I know, right?
It's about the safest trackable out there, I think. That one or the.
I hope so.
There was
I don't know. Does Marvin still have his plutonium 238 space modulator?
Well, let's hope he's just a geocacher and a good one. So.
Exactly. Yeah, because for a long time, and I think it's back at HQ now, but correct me if I'm wrong, but the one that was taken up to the International Space Station was up there for quite a while. The trackable was up there, and then I think was brought back at some point.
Yeah, I actually just had to go to HQ to photograph that one the other day.
Cool.
It's in a nice frame. If once the office is open again, people can come into the lobby and see it and discover it. So there's been, as far as I know, 2 trackables that have been up into the space station. So, and yeah, that first story was just super cool, because to see the picture of a travel bug in the space station is awesome.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Yeah.
So items that HQ sells, do they sell better when you put a trackable on it, or? We
definitely find that, just for the various reasons, like people like to have something that others can discover at geocaching events. So if it's a t-shirt, and it has a tracking code on the sleeve or something, then that just makes that t-shirt much more valuable to that geocacher, because then they can look back at the logs of all the people that they've met at events and read those and have fun. We have like logo stuff, but we definitely find things that have a tracking code attached to them do a little bit better. So, when you look through our store, you see that we have space pens that have tracking codes on them. We now have a wine stopper that has a tracking code on it, which I have on one of my wine bottles right now. Yeah. So it's just kind of fun, and people really love their trackable collections. And I love looking through the Facebook groups for trackables and just seeing how people have displayed all theirs and how much pride they have in them. So yeah, it definitely makes, it's a small thing for us, but it's a big thing for someone who buys that product.
Yeah, I've got one that is on my car, but well, funny story, maybe not funny, but when my car caught fire, burned to the ground, it was not salvageable, but I still had the number, so I had the number remade into another vinyl.
Yep.
Put it back on the car. So
yeah, I'll probably have to do the same whenever I get a new car and can't peel that sticker off.
I can't peel it off sometimes. Yeah, but you're right. It's fun. It's fun. It's a lot of people, people have different responses to them. But I mean, I've seen for me, it's kind of fun watching others do it, which is they'll walk around events and you'll see them scanning codes.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a little limited on what I discover. I usually, if it's someone that I've had a conversation with, and they're like, oh, I'll grab a picture of their shirt and with the code or their tattoo or whatever. And but I've definitely there are some times where I'm like, oh, I want to get my numbers up, so I want to scan all the ones available. So. People can take anything they want out of it, and there's a community that just loves trackables, and some of those folks might not cache a whole lot, but they love the camaraderie of trading and selling, and just the friendships that have been built over it. And I think that's wonderful. And then the other cool side is you see scout groups that have little trackable races or classrooms, and they send their trackables out and get to follow the adventures and get to see the logs and the pictures, and that's super fun.
Yeah, that is cool.
I've enjoyed when I've picked one up and found they had some kind of mission I could accomplish for them.
Oh yeah,
and get some cool pictures with that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah,
missions always been around. Do you think, Annie? Have missions always been around, at least from the beginning, or was that something you think was?
That would be a good question for John Stanley.
Oh, okay. Mr. Mountain Bike.
Yeah, I don't know if it started with the very first one, but as long as I've been playing the game, there has been, a goal of the trackable, whether it was just to move from cache to cache. But yeah, I don't know on the first iteration if that was the first intent for it. So, and people do different things, because like Mountain Bike would just put a coin in a cache, and it was meant as a gift for the next finder. And the cool thing is, before I had found my first geocache, and before I had an account or anything like that, I knew who Mountain Bike was, because my dad had found one of his coins in a cache in Idaho. And it was a big deal to my dad. He was like, oh, there's this guy, and he puts these coins out there, and and it was, you could tell my dad had so much pride over that coin. And then a few years later, here I am sitting literally next to Mountain Bike at HQ, and I was like, oh my gosh, I get to sit next to Mountain Bike. so yeah.
Yeah, the celebrities are always still fun to be with, but yeah, and I've seen some great missions. I saw one where the person wanted, they were law enforcement, and they wanted to show their support for law enforcement. They said, whenever you take this trackable somewhere, if you would ask, ask nicely if you could take a picture with a different, with a person who was in law enforcement, if they would do that holding the trackable. And it's just kind of fun, just something unique. And they had pictures of people from like all over in different places. And I think they even got like firemen involved. So it was kind of like it expanded, but they're all holding the same little fuzzy little, gnome or whatever they had.
Yeah.
It's funny awesome that little thing got passed around.
Little thing, but all these people had fun with it. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I was kind of wishing the other day that I had I just got my new tag.
That's awesome.
So I actually had probably my first encounter with it was with Border Patrol. I was geocaching right at the Canadian border, which it's closed right now, so I couldn't cross the border, and one of the Border Patrol officers pulled me over while I was walking, which was kind of strange, and just kind of asked me some questions, and I was like, oh, I'm just up here geocaching. He's like, oh, is that the thing with the trinkets where you take something and you leave something? And I was like, yeah. He's like, I used to do that 10 years ago. And I wasn't prepared, but I would have loved to have said, hey, here's my personal tag that next time you geocache, you can put that out there.
Yeah, that is awesome. Yeah, I got one of yours, the original, I guess maybe.
Yeah,
but
nice.
Now you got a new one.
Yep.
That's the fun of it. Yeah. Gotta find
reason to meet again.
That's right.
Yeah, with COVID, it's been sad. I haven't been able to get these out to people, but because I like to give them out in person,
Oh yeah,
when I'm meeting people. So.
Yeah, I love talking to lackeys, and that's sort of a bonus, is to be able. Some of them will, if they have one with them, but I think I'm pretty confident that one day we'll all get to be able to be together in the same room and. Swapping stories and swapping trackables.
Yeah, it'll come soon. So
it will. Well, Annie, thank you so much for being on, and thank you as being obviously part of HQ for promoting, and partnering with WorldWide CacheCon and making this such a great event. And we really a lot of this obviously we could never have done without HQ support and blessing, and it's been a pleasure for us to be able to work with the whole team there. So please pass on our word to them and tell them thank you from us.
Yeah, well, thank you for having us and reaching out, and this whole WorldWide CacheCon is awesome. So I think it's really a great idea, and that's the one thing. With COVID times, it's been sad to not be together with geocachers, and I think this is a really cool way to keep that community connected. So thank you for what you're doing.
You bet. Well, thanks again.
Yep, thank you.
Tonight we're going to talk about trackables, but more specifically, we're going to talk about coins during this section of this hour. So, Tom, you got some questions for Chris. Take it away.
Sure, Chris. Well, how did you get started in all this?
In caching or coins?
In the coins.
Cacher, so we don't forget that.
In the coins, we were just kind of new to caching, and we were actually quite bad at it. But New Year's, I want to say not New Year's, Christmas Eve in 2005. We'd been watching to see if any of these mysterious coins ever actually came by our way. Mm-hmm. And Fox was actually the one who saw it first. He said there's a coin that had showed up. It was up on the top of the mountain, but if we hurried, we might get it before the storm blew in. And so that ended up being a really terrible idea. We ended up spending far too long doing it, almost getting killed in the process. But we did finally find that coin, and there was something about the idea of finding an actual metal coin in a cache that just transformed everything for us. It went from being the idea of just trinkets or the logbook to treasure, and it was kind of that aha moment. You went from feeling like you were playing a game to suddenly feeling like you were Indiana Jones, and that was everything. As soon as we saw it, that just changed it, and then it was all we could talk about, and And then it was just a matter of figuring out how to do it. And a lot of the things that sort of scared us about the idea of making a coin are kind of what everybody goes through that first time, timing and money and how do you do it, and all the stuff that all those ideas that kind of hit you and make you doubt whether you can. And I think it was just a matter of working through those, talking to the community, getting advice, listening to people who'd gone down that road before. And then once we got that part of it figured out, then it was just a no-brainer. We were going to jump in and do it.
Then what drew you in the world of designing coins?
Well, I've been a professional designer for, I don't know, probably 20 years prior to that. But, you're going, you're working a job where you're, it's 12, 14 hours a day and you're doing design all day long. And, you go home and the last thing you want to do is more artwork. And I was kind of losing that buzz, the creative buzz that you get when you're doing something you're really excited about. And discovering coins was a way that I could kind of do something different. At the time, everybody was on the Geocoin forums and everybody wanted avatars. And so it was a way to help practice the idea of sort of building logos. And I was already an advertising print designer anyway, and an animator for 3D animation. So when people wanted these avatars for their profiles on, the geocaching forums, that was just something I could do for fun. They were quick jobs that were just for the sake of creativity. But a lot of those later on would become what were the first path tags and even first geocoins.
And so how did you transition from doing this for fun to doing it as a profession?
I think I loved the idea so much. The idea of actually making a coin was just, I was so wrapped up around the idea that it was going to happen no matter what, that I actually ended up finding someone who was going to make a coin, but they didn't know how to do the design part. I knew how to do the design part, but I didn't have the funds or the, temerity to try it. And so working together with the UO trackers, we actually worked on a design together, worked out how it actually had to be done, and then kind of made that first step into producing a coin. And that was daunting, but once we got through that first hurdle, then I wanted to do it again, like immediately. And within weeks, we were already designing our own coin.
Wow. Yeah. One thing too, we're going to do tonight, we will do some show and tell. So don't worry, folks. We're going to show you coins question mark, and we're going to show you some coins too. We're going to do both because we've got a couple different examples of things you can do trackable wise. So stay tuned. We're going to do that here in a second.
Well, let's talk about some of the design stuff for a minute. So why do I need a coin designer? Why can't I just do this myself?
I think the biggest problem is it's how you go about doing the design. A lot of times, and most of it is a matter of experience, learning that everything down to the smallest detail, like line thickness. If you go to draw something that you want to become a part of a design on a coin, you actually have to know what the size of coin is first before you draw that first line, because the size of the coin then decides how thick that line can be. Then you decide what kind of enamel you want. Well, now that just changed everything because some enamels take more space than others. And then you decide what kind of molds you want. And well, that just changed everything because now your finishes don't match. So it was a matter of plowing through these processes over and over and over, kind of, trial by fire is kind of how I learned what worked and what didn't. And I wrote a book on a number of these things that I learned along the way. And mostly it's a cautionary tale of what to watch out for. But the single biggest item might be is knowing how to work in reverse, starting with a dark background and working up, working with light metals. So literally the best way you can design a coin is probably start with a chalkboard and a piece of chalk. Because if you're using anything other than black nickel, you're actually drawing in reverse. And that's a really mind-blowing concept for a lot of people. That idea that everything that you would normally do, you have to throw that all away and start doing it the opposite way of how you've learned, which was pencil and white paper.
Right.
And so
that's interesting.
So that's one of those things that you have to have an artistic mind to do it anyway. But I think it helped a lot that I'd started out early on doing architectural engineering right out of high school. And then immediately out of high school, in college, doing print design. And then right after that, I was into doing, commercial animation. So I was already working and seeing things in my head, creatively in 3D. And so understanding how that works and how a die works was a huge bonus. That was, it's just one of those things you don't normally get. You don't normally have the opportunity to learn all three of those things, those skills together and be able to use them. It was just, a combination of luck mostly that allowed me to sort of see that process ahead of time and be able to work backwards from it.
Right.
So is it fair to say if I presented you a design on a piece of paper tonight and said, this is what I'd like to do, you could take a look at it and in a few seconds decide, well, this might be good in just a base metal and nothing more, or couple things of enamel, or this just can't be done what you want to do, but here's what you can do instead?
Usually I can. Usually within the first few minutes of looking at a design, you have a kind of an understanding of are what we want to visually convey, is that applicable to metal, or is it something that would only work in print? And I've had that. I've had the customer that wants the Bible on the grain of rice. And I've had customers that just want very, very basic stuff. There's no right way. There's no wrong way. It's just a matter of what's possible. And the idea of what's possible keeps changing. So that's another part that's, that kind of helps, having somebody who's been, through it before. Right. It helps. Even if you design it yourself, talk with, do a little research. You're investing a lot of your time and energy into something that's going to be a part of your geocaching world forever. So make sure, you're giving the same amount of attention to preparing what you want visually, as compared to just going through the process of having it made. You only get one chance to make that first impression.
Right.
Hi, my name is Sean, and I own Artofcrafted.com. We make custom geocaching shirts. Just go to Artofcrafted.com and save $3 on each and every geocaching shirt that you want. We've designed geocaching shirts that look like this, and we've designed geocaching shirts that look like this. You can send us your own art from your own tag, and we can print it on a shirt for you. Or we can come up with an idea, and we can print one just for you. Thank you very much for your time. Make sure you watch the WorldWide CacheCon. Cash on and stay safe.
So when I'm coming up with my coin design and I'm creating my budget for what it's going to cost me to make this stuff, how much should I devote to the designer?
A lot of it's going to depend on the design. I charge a flat rate. So basically I'll go through a set of sketches. Included in the flat rate, I'll do 3 or 4 sketches and we'll work on those together. And if I can't figure it out by then, the problem's probably mine, not yours. If we decide on a sketch that we like, then I'll go through to the roughs, and then I'll go to comprehensives, and we'll make all the fine-tuning details together. When all that's ready, then the mint basically just has to cut the dies and do the work. The part of having that done, though, the thinking is the hardest part of the job. It's not so much the actual putting it together, but the thinking of a good idea and a good collaboration makes all the difference. But getting it through, that's, like I said, I set a flat rate. So if a coin takes me 12 hours, it's the same cost as a coin that takes me 30 hours because we had to do it twice because the idea didn't work. But that allows you to put it in your budget and it's not going to change. A lot of times that's going to be dependent on how big is your coin, how many pieces does a coin possibly involve, because that has changed a little bit too. Different techniques take longer.
So a coin like, I say we're going to show you several tonight, but Chris, a coin like this that you designed was for Geocoin or Geo Woodstock 14er. It's a big coin. I mean,
it's a hefty one.
Compared to our little Puzzle Talk coin, it's an enormous coin. and it's got you know, a lot of different facets to it. Let me cover up the GC code. We'll talk about that later too. But so the back of it, I mean, it's a lot of intricacy.
A lot of detail.
A lot of detail. Looks like a lot of detail, but I know for you it was. I mean, obviously they're labors of love, but I mean, I guess the thing is though is it has this kind of even though I love the design and the fact that it's not circular, perfectly circle. It's got the mountaineer type things. It's got this kind of design, whereas when you talk about something like this, I'm going to show you. If I can make sure I don't show you the. Where is it? I think we're safe. Oh, it's on the edge. That's right. So when you designed this one too, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing about this one, which is incredible, is there a difference in your planning for something like this, which is cool as well, but there's no.
Yeah, it's reverse engineering. What the primary difference is, they're both made the same way from the mint standpoint, and even from the design standpoint to some level.
Right.
But if you look on the Woodstock coin, do you see the two different colors of red in there? It's a single fill, but because there's two different depths, there's two different colors without any metal to divide those colors.
Oh yeah.
And so to get an effect like that, it's only possible to using the soft clay zone, sometimes called imitation hard enamel.
Okay.
And that's a technique where they kind of overfill it and they polish it similar to a rock polisher, to where it's a glass-like smooth surface.
Okay.
So it has to be perfectly smooth because every part of that coin is all being ground at the same time. And you're getting multiple colors out of single fills.
Yeah.
Whereas, to do that, like the other coin, you'd be paying for twice as many enamel fills because you're using twice as many colors to make the same effect. So it's a lot of times it's, what do you want to make? What do you want it to do? How do you want it to work?
Whereas in this case, these different fills,
they all have the exact same color.
Right.
And we can't change that because they're a soft fill. So a soft enamel it's a little bit thinner of a medium. So when it bakes in the baking process, it actually evaporates more liquid off. And so you get that kind of sloping down of the color. So it's not even. So if you look at any one of those spots under good lighting,
right,
it's like a pool where, it's deeper on the edges. And so the colors are not consistent. You can, sometimes that's not good. Sometimes it is good. If you know what it's going to do ahead of time, you can use it to your advantage. So that thinking part, where I was saying planning out what you're going to do, that's hard work. Knowing what you want to accomplish and starting from there and working backwards is how you figure it out. So we were asking about, as far as like budgets and stuff, like where do you want to start? My first point every time I talk with a person who's going to make a coin is, what do you want the coin to do? Is it a traveler? Is it just for trading? Is it just for gifts? Are these ever going to see the inside of a cache, or are you just going to hand them out person to person? Depending on what you're going to do, it changes what those options are. If you know what that is, and you say, well, I want to do all these things and I want to fit it inside the budget, it changes all the rules of what I can apply, but it doesn't mean it's going to be any less good a design. We're just changing how we mechanically build it. And so designing the coin, those two coins cost the same amount to design, and they probably cost close to the same to produce, but they have wildly different looks. And so you're working your way backwards, but it's what do you want to do with your coin? And everybody has a different idea of what that's going to be. And it's really important because, especially for a personal coin, it's, what is your coin going to do? What do you want? What kind of impact do you want to make on caching with your piece?
So say somebody wanted to make 100 coins, and I know there's a ton of variables to this, but What should they budget for making 100 coins?
Coins today, a lot of it's dependent on size. A lot of it's dependent on what kind of coin it is. But I would say on average, I've seen people make coins for under $2 a piece and over $12 a piece. A lot of it's going to be where do you want to go with it. But on average, coins, even it would still fully trackable coins. Coins are trackable at geocaching.com. You can still make 100 coins and not break that $1,000 mark in production, which is surprising. As much as the prices have gone up on everything else, I'm surprised that those haven't risen more. But you can still produce a coin for $8, $9, $10 per piece. So it's still very, very doable. And the demand for trade and the demand for people to add to their collections is still very high. I've heard a lot of people say, coins are over, no one knows coins anymore, but I'm designing more personal coins now than I ever have since I started designing coins.
Wow.
People are still making personals. They may not advertise it as much. You might have to be in those inner circles of people who make that leap into the pool to find out about what's going on. But there's coins being out there being made, and there's some amazing stuff coming out.
So what kind of crazy designs have you done?
I've done a lot of unusual stuff. Early on, the most difficult thing I ever had to work with was, say, glow enamel or translucent enamels. I was kind of there when they first became available, and I was one of the first people to get to use them on more than just a rare occasion. So that was an exciting thing for me, the idea of being able to change what was the norm. And I'm always trying to change up and do something different. The first big leap for me in thinking completely outside of the box would be probably the EarthaCoin project, which we did for DeLorme. And the idea was to make the Eartha globe, which is there at the DeLorme headquarters, and that, to actually do a full, a 3D piece that also had movement.
Yeah.
There were several challenges in this because for me, I wasn't really aware that you could do more than one piece, on a coin right up until the moment we kind of took on the project. And the second problem was, how do you add enamel to a round surface and get it to stick? So there was a bit of learning curve there, and a lot of people don't know it. But if you look at the DeLorme under bright light, you can actually see the patterns of the ocean floor underneath too.
That is cool.
But, it was great. I worked with at DeLorme. There was a gentleman there, Chip Noble, who's one of the guys you might have seen at some of the geocaching events, and he's kind of like their promo marketing guy. And we went through a lot of steps, but they're very good at conversing and having a good rapport with a client is probably the best thing. Brainstorming together is fantastic. But we got this piece done, and the idea of adding movement to a coin kind of changed what I was thinking of as a coin. And then right about that time, everybody, kind of had that same idea. What else can we do? How far can we push it? And so that for me was a revelation, the idea that we could take multiple pieces and put them together. And before long, that's something that I sort of aspired to. The idea, I think the next thing we made after that was the Path Tag Sherpa, which was a coin that could carry along a path tag in it.
Oh, wow.
Had path tags, but they didn't have a coin that was trackable. But if we gave them a coin that they could slip their personal path tag into, suddenly they had their own trackable coin. Wow. And that was kind of the idea of making a trackable personal coin available to anybody. And so we did a few different versions and variations of those for working with what is now Direct Mint and the Geocoin Club.
Right.
And then we started thinking what else can we do? How else can we put together multiple pieces and tracking? So I think the next big step would be working with maybe Moga. Moga did a piece, I want to say it's around 2014, I think, the Mission Impossible. I'd worked with them once before.
Right.
Working on some really elaborate 3D pieces, but we were talking about the idea of Mission Impossible and how do we make this this coin more than just a coin.
Right.
And the idea of putting together a coin that served a purpose. You know, it didn't just have movement, it didn't just have pieces, but it actually served a purpose within the game.
Right.
And so I had seen one of the older, like when we were talking, some of these, everyone was kind of jumping into how this stuff, you could make movement. One of the coins that I bought immediately as soon as it became available was the Lizard Toads decoder spinner. And I thought that was just a brilliant idea. When we were working on this project for the Mission Impossible, we wanted to make something that was, you know, far more elaborate. So the idea of a decoder coin that had like 32-bit encryption, you know, was the idea. So we made a coin that basically had, you know, I think it was like 26 to the power of 13 possible combinations.
Wow.
So it was an insanity piece, but we ended up being able to use it in the game. So if you were a person, like if you're in Moga, if you've attended that before, you know it's a bit of a foot race. And so there are some people who can do it and some people who can't.
Right.
And I love the idea that maybe we break this up, that there are people who could run out and do just the race, all the physical stuff that Ethan Hunt and Mission Impossible would tackle. And then there are other people, if they chose not to do that, could sit down and do all the brain work and get to the same place in the same amount of time. And it became a race of physical versus mental. And so it kind of changed the dynamic of that entire event. The idea that you could, you know, that you could use this as a tool to actually get ahead of the guy, you know, running on foot. And everything about that, it was excited me. And so from that point forward, I'm always thinking, what's the next thing that we do? What else can we do? How else can we manipulate what's available to us technique wise? And what can
I love the spinners. I show people have ever seen a spinner. This is the one Moga from a different year, but you're talking about the spinner's got this part on top, right? That spins.
Mm-hmm.
So the decoder ring had a part that's spun at the top, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
The decoder for Moga.
Yeah. Did it have
it actually had two separate rings and seven bands of symbols, letters, and numbers.
Oh, cool. So, but you manipulate it side. You know, you make okay, cool.
But yeah, so the idea is constantly how do you reinvent the wheel and make it a better wheel when it still basically serves the same function. It still goes around. It still propels you forward in the game.
I have to show this one too. This is my wife's favorite coin you did, Chris, was this one, which is coin. Which was the heart, and when you open it, will. I should open it here where people can see it and make more sense, wouldn't it? So you can separate out. There's the top part, and these parts come out.
Yeah, it's called a shackle. I never knew that before I did that coin.
Shackle, yeah.
The metal part on a lock.
Oh wow! And so it's got, there's the different parts to it, and you could, give part to your significant other, and you carry one part, But anyway, it's just a neat idea that
the idea behind it was trading coins without giving away your coin.
Right.
If you were wearing one at an event, you could switch half of yours with somebody else. They both have the same tracking code inside.
That's true. You have the same
tracking codes. If they saw someone else, they could trade out one of their halves.
Right.
And so you could have these halves hooking up and linking, and eventually you might find your own half again from somebody you've never met within the geocaching community.
That's awesome. I love that though. That's that's very creative, but a neat idea. Something we did with Puzzle Talk is and this is something you've done, I know, with other coins too, Chris, is that you've sort of buried things into the coin. In this case, it's a puzzle. There's a puzzle on in the inside workings of the coin. You can see there's letters. You can't really see it very well on this screen, but you get the idea. The fact that inside there's there we go.
There you go.
Nice.
So without giving away the whole thing, you can see there's something you need to decipher, And I love the idea that not only whereas we're kind of getting to the end of this time together, what are some I know, Tom, you put this in the notes, which was something that
What's on the horizon?
Yeah.
What's next?
What's next?
This is a loaded question for 2021 because everything's already been done. So we were ready to go for 2020, and then everything got put on hold.
Yeah.
But there's some amazing multi-piece coins, some just great, puzzle work coins, gadget coins. There's a lot of stuff that's out there. I wish I could share more because I can't share until the events do and the people do who are come out with this stuff.
Sure.
But there's a lot of cool stuff coming out. We have gone to where we've pushed the mint to do more than just coins. And then we kind of had to bring it back a little bit. I think we were asking a little bit much on the engineering end. So now we've come back to doing what can we do at the mint and then collaborate with back here to come up with the final product. And so we're getting to where we're being a little more self-reliant and coming up with better ideas that are less engineeringly complex. But I think you're getting the best of both worlds then, because I think we're just getting better coins out of doing that. This is the Tri-Cities. This Tri-Cities Geocoin Challenge is always pretty amazing. This is one that we did.
Oh, that's amazing.
Years ago.
Yeah.
And the idea behind this was, the STEM program, and each of these rings actually represents a different part of the STEM program.
Right.
And so math and, and engineering and so on. The idea was if we embedded all of these with jewels and then spun it, well, we wound it up so it could spin under its own
there it goes.
speed. But when it's open up and all those jewels are glittering, it looks like an actual spinning molecule, or not molecule, an atom.
Oh,
and
right.
So all the spinning electrons, zipping around the outside of that atom. And so, again, it was an idea of making all the individual pieces. We had to make it easy enough for Mint to make the pieces. But if they could make the pieces, we could put it together, back here. Right. Or we could put, we had to make it simple enough that it could be put together in a way that it's, that assured that it would be able to conform and be quality piece. So, yeah, we just, we're working about a year ahead of time each year. And this year is no different. We're pushing the absolute edge of what's possible. And so we're still getting through it. But I'm really excited about, what's coming down the pipe. There's a lot of stuff to look forward to in the 2021 caching season.
$7.55. There we go.
Sorry.
All right. That was crazy. Hey, it's what happens when we're doing these live shows.
Well, it's funny is that the video just kind of keeps going. I think that's the problem, but that's okay. We're back.
We're back.
We're back for the end. We've got one more segment, which is a concert. Really excited about the concert. So, but before we do that, Derek, you've got some updates on the Instagram.
I do. Let me we're sharing my screen real quick. And it has been actually a lot of fun seeing a lot of these posts today. It's really cool. So we got Joshua here as he's watching it. We got people out here that are geocaching as they are watching it. This one's really cool. We got Doug and then there's a Miss Pac-Man path tag.
Oh, it's so cool.
Let's hear this one. If I'm gonna see if I can pull this one up real quick.
Yep.
Jam into the travel bugs. Not awesome. Travel bugs. Travel bugs is coming up, but jam into Bugsy and stuff. So that it was just it's been really fun seeing all these different posts. Really love it. Continue to post, tagging us at hashtag WWCC21. So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, it really has. Very excited about this last hour. This is our last real chance, I think, to thank everybody.
Yes.
Because once the Travel Bug concert is over, it kind of rolls credits and we're done. That's what we have to do, because we got to keep it to a hard 8 hours.
Right.
Can you believe it? We've done this for 8 hours. It's very much like podcast.
7 hours right now. Yeah.
But so thankful for everybody around the world. It's been an incredible run today. Thank you, Derek, for producing this. It's been incredible.
Thanks to the team for getting a lot of these videos and everything like that. It's been a phenomenal day. Mind blown. We just had some numbers. One of those Trackables has been logged over or discovered over 800 times.
Yes.
I mean, check that. I mean, just imagine that. Go check out, go get some more swag. Go to there, go get some more coins, all that.
Buy some swag. The owners of the swag, we asked them earlier, and we said, how's sales? And they go, we don't really want to talk about it. It's been incredible. It's blowing their minds. So
they're like, this has like been mega status, like a mega event status on the swag. So that's been really cool.
I think it's blowing them out of the water as well. They're like, I didn't want to go look and see how we're going to do, but it's awesome. Keep buying. And real quick, I put some notes about Chris from the last hour. Chris at Aura Design Group. You can send him an email. He'll be happy to talk to you about possibilities. And I sent that earlier too. AuraDesignGroup.com is in the ticker right there. So we got one more trackable to show you. So stick around for that. And during this next hour, and also we've got an incredible concert. So,
all right. But before we get to the concert, we have a commercial. I think this is probably as our last commercial that we're doing today. But thank you to all the sponsors that have helped this. We hope this has helped you guys out as well. And I really am. I can't say it again. I'm really proud of this team. The Geocache Talk team and everybody that's put all these videos together, and all those that have submitted videos. Thank you. We couldn't have done this without you. And just like everything else in geocaching, it's so much better with the community.
Yes, absolutely. All right.
Here we go.
Hi, my name is Sean, and I own artofcrafted.com. We make custom geocaching shirts. Just go to artofcrafted.com and save $3 on each and every geocaching shirt that you want. We've designed geocaching shirts that look like this, and we've designed geocaching shirts that look like this. You can send us your own art from your own tag, and we can print it on a shirt for you. Or we can come up with an idea, and we can print one just for you. Thank you very much for your time. Make sure you watch the WorldWide CacheCon. Cash on and stay safe.
Hi again, everybody. It's Bryan Roth. I hope everybody had a wonderful day and really enjoyed all of the presentations that the Geocache Talk Network had prepared for us. I know I did. It's been just fantastic. And again, thank you to the Geocache Talk Network. Thank you to all the geocachers out there who have participated. Thank you to the community volunteers and the lackeys who do what they do every day to keep this game going. Once again, we miss you. We hope to see you again soon. And until then, happy geocaching. Get out if you can. Find some geocaches. Stay safe. Stay healthy. And all the best to all of you, really.
Greetings, CacheCon geocachers. Greetings from Colorado, United States, and from my little wood shop here. My name is Steve Weeks, and I am the creator behind the geocaching music group, The Travel Bugs. My geocaching handle, in case you want to connect, is the_travel_bugs, each word having a capital first letter. So the_travel_bugs. Today we're going to have a little acoustic concert of Travel Bugs music. And I'm just so thankful to get the opportunity. Thank you guys for being here, and a big thanks to everyone who made this happen. It's one of the things I love about geocaching and the geocaching community is this sort of creative, collaborative thing that happens to solve problems. and make events happen and things like this. So in these crazy times when a lot of events can't happen and there's not a lot of live music, geocachers roll up their sleeves and figure out a way to make it happen. And I want to actually give some shout outs actually to some specific people. So I actually have a list here. I asked Gary Slinkard, who got me involved with this, if he would send me a list of people, because I would like to thank the people who really made this opportunity happen for me. And so, and Gary sent me a list and he put his name last on the list. Very humble and very nice of you to recognize the people you work with, Gary, first. But I'm going to say Gary Slinkard first, because Gary is how I got involved with that. And particularly he and Jesse Lunsford I have had me on the Geocache Talk podcast a couple times. And it's always very welcoming and warm, and I just love being on there. It's super professional, but laid back. You feel like you're just hanging with these guys, and it's a great. If you like podcasts and particularly about geocaching, that's a really good one to check out. It feels like you're just, like I say, hanging with the gang. But also, I'd like to thank Jeff May, Emily McConaughey, Tom Brotherman, Charles Watkins, Chad Champion, Derek Baker, Zach Fick, all the lackeys at Geocaching headquarters, and especially Chris Ronan. So big thanks to them. I do appreciate this opportunity, and am very, very happy to be here. It's a little cold out here, so I got some coffee and I got some heaters running. So I'm just going to play you a few songs and tell you a little bit of anecdotal stories behind each song, because I think that might make them interesting rather than just listening to music. And the first song that I'm going to play is the title track of the Travel Bugs CD, Found It. So this is Found It. Everybody all around the world, every single boy, every single girl, found a way to shake those blues. They're lacing up their hiking shoes, yeah. They're heading up to Geocache. Everybody's going, it'll be a blast. Gonna find a cache today, and when they do, you know they'll say, found it, 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 found it. Gonna spend the day with my friends. I got my map, got my GPS, yeah. Gonna leave the couch far behind. Step outside and see what I can find. So everybody follow me. Play a little game of hide and seek. Gonna find a cache today, and when we do, you know we'll say, found it, 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 found it. Talking to a satellite, got a lot of stuff to hide. Stash it all out of sight. I'll find yours and you find mine. Sun is shining, the signal's locked. The trails are calling, the search is on, yeah. Gonna find a cache today, and when I sign a log, you can bet it'll say, found it, 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 found All right, this next song is actually not on the Travel Bug CD. It is a single that I released called The Worst Cacher, and it is a straightforward Irish drinking song. I thought that geocachers might want to have a song that they could all sing along together to in the pub. And so it's about a fellow named Daniel Neville Flunkerbaum, initials DNF. He has searched for years, but has never, ever, ever found a cache. And in 2019, I had the pleasure of performing at the European Geocoin Fest in Manchester, England. And I had the great honor of being backed up by the musicians from Bugsy Travels and the Ammo Boxes, that music group. They came over from Belgium. They're a Belgian group. And they not only performed their whole set, but learned the Travel Bugs songs as well and backed me up so that we could have a full band Travel Bugs concert. So I'm very thankful and grateful to them. And when we did this song, we chose to do it as simply an acoustic duet with myself and the lead singer, lead vocalist, and lead guitarist of Bugsy Travels, Jan. He is the lead singer and the lead guitarist. And we just did an acoustic a duet with this. And so it's my favorite version by far of this song. So we're going to try and recreate that version here today. So joining me from Belgium is Jan. Say hello to everyone, Jan.
Hi. Hello, everyone.
So we're going to give this a shot and see if we can do The Worst Cacher as an acoustic duet over the internet. Raise your glass to Daniel Neville Flunkerbaum III. He's the worst cacher to have ever walked this earth. For 20 years he's searched, but a cache he's not found. He cannot find his own behind when he is sitting down. Daniel's never really been very good at finding things. Can't find his shoes, his hat, his coat. Can't find his wedding ring. In fact, he's lost so many things he hasn't much to show. He checked the lost and found, but he can't find that, you know. Daniel was a little boy walking down the street. He came upon his friends, they were all playing hide and seek. They said, Dan, come join the game, it's great fun all around. Dan joined the game, and to this day, 3 kids have not been found. Oh, raise your glass to Daniel Neville Flunkerbaum III. He's the worst cacher to have ever walked this earth. For 20 years he searched, but a cache he's not found. Cannot find his own behind when he is sitting down. When Dan took up caching, his friend said, oh no. How will you find a cache? You can't find your way back home. He started caching anyway most every single day. For years he searched but never logged a single smiley face. Well, Daniel's friend said, Dan, we know just what you should do. Go find a lamppost cache. Now that's the one for you. Just go to the coordinates and a lamppost there you'll see. Lift up the skirt and there's the cache. It's easy as can be. Daniel went out to find his first LPC one day, but he came back battered and bruised. His head hung in dismay. He said, when I got to the spot, there was a lady by the post. I lifted up the skirt, and she punched me in the nose. Oh, raise your glass to Daniel Neville Flunkerbaum III. He's the worst cacher to have ever walked this earth. For 20 years he searched, but a cache he's not found. Cannot find his own behind when he is sitting down. Well, now Daniel's friend said, we must help him out, we think. So they got a big container, and they painted it bright pink. And they put it right in the middle of his yard, right there in plain sight. They said, Dan, outside there's a cache you cannot help but find. So Dan went out looking, and he searched the whole day through. But he came back looking sad and empty-handed too. He said, I looked everywhere, I searched in every spot. I even looked underneath that big pink rock. Oh, raise your glass to Daniel Neville Flunkerbaum III. He's the worst cacher to have ever walked this earth. For 20 years he searched, but a cache he's not found. He cannot find his own behind when he is sitting down. Daniel's friends hated to see him feeling so blue. They looked at one another and they said, we know what we have to do. registered a new cache, and they named it Our Friend. The description read, Dan's a cache. The cache is him. They said, Dan, we've got a cache for you. This one's guaranteed. The cache is yourself, my boy, wherever you might be. With tears in his eyes, he said, thanks, lads. You're such dear friends. Then he went off to find himself, and no one's seen him since. Oh, raise your glass to Daniel, never flunk about the third. He's the worst cacher to have ever walked this earth. For 20 years he searched, but a cache he's not found. He cannot find his own behind when he's sitting down. He cannot find his own behind when he is sitting down. All right. Thank you, Jan, from Bugsy Travels in the Ammo Boxes.
My pleasure.
Great joy to play that song with you again. And any rate, that was The Worst Cacher, our acoustic duet. Say goodbye, Jan.
Bye. Had a great time.
The interesting thing about doing an album of geocaching music is that there is no genre of geocaching music. Geocaching music really is defined as music for you guys. It's music for people who like geocaching, and that's kind of it. So it's kind of liberating as a musician to be able to record any style that you want. And given that I don't really have a stereotype of a geocacher in my head, I assume all the geocachers are a very diverse group, all different types of personalities, different ages, speaking different languages in different countries with different interests, and therefore liking different music genres. I decided to just have fun with it. We're supposed to be having fun with this, right? So I decided to just do several different genres. That's why if you listen to the CD, you'll hear rock, blues, country, some weird electronic stuff. But there is one thing I wanted to include, which was I really wanted to do at least one geocaching love ballad. Now, I originally thought, wouldn't it be funny if I did a country breakup song about how geocaching split a couple? And then I thought, no, I want to keep this positive. I would rather do something about geocaching bringing people together. And so that's what I did. And I assume that there's situations out there and lots of stories of people who met their significant other, spouse, boyfriend, girlfriend, partner through their shared passion of geocaching. So that's where I came up with this song. It's called Geo Girl. I'm just a lonely geo guy in this simple geo life, searching every single place I go. I know somewhere that there must be a geo girl just for me. Someday I'm gonna find her, don't you know? I'll keep looking all around the world. Someday I'm gonna find that girl, cause the signal's strong and it won't be long until I find my very own geo girl. She's out of sight. Everybody says she's hard to find. I won't give up no matter what they say. She likes to play hide and seek. I don't care, that's fine with me. The search is half the fun anyway. Geo girl. Geo girl, where are you hiding? I've looked everywhere, you're like a hidden treasure I've been searching for. I haven't found you even though the numbers say I'm getting close. I guess I'll have to search a little more. I'll keep looking all around the world. Someday I'm gonna find that girl, cause the signal's strong and it won't be long until I find my very own geo girl. She's out of sight. Everybody says she's hard to find. I won't give up no matter what they say. She likes to play hide and seek. I don't care, that's fine with me. The search is half the fun anyway. satisfied until I find you. Leave no stone unturned until I do. Yeah. Geo girl, I'm just a lonely geo guy. I've been searching my whole life for something that I can't seem to find. I was thinking about giving up, then she caught my eye. She was right there in front of me the whole time. I kept looking all around the world. I knew someday I'd find that girl, cause the signal's strong, and it wasn't long until I found my very own Geo girl. She's out of sight. Everybody says she's hard to find. I won't give up no matter what they say. She likes to play hide and seek. I don't care, that's fine with me. The search is half the fun anyway. A Geo girl, a Geo girl, yeah. A Geo girl. When I was creating the album Found It, the Travel Bugs music album Found It, I wanted to do a song about a cache that was so difficult that it had never been found. I don't know if that actually exists out in the real world, but I just had this idea and I wanted to write a song about it. And originally, when I was writing the song, it was from the point of view of the cache. So the cache was challenging cachers. You can't find me, I'm too difficult. And I thought it might be like a punk song, something with some grit. But as I started writing it, this mythos evolved about a cache that was so difficult it couldn't be found and was sort of legendary. That it was like, you don't want to go like mysterious, maybe even a little bit of evil. And about a cacher who tried to go find it. And so I wrote this song. It's called The Lost Cache of Forgotten Gulch. Now, over the years, all the caches on that album, all the songs on that album have had caches named after them. But this song had the most number of caches named after it. I think at one point there was 4 or 5. A lot of them have been archived, don't exist anymore. I know there was one in Australia, there was one in Portugal, there was a couple in the United States. There was one in Florida that was legitimately looked kind of scary. Some of the pictures that people posted contained rattlesnakes in the picture. So, at any rate, this is the Lost Cache of Forgotten Gulch. Back up in the hills where the dark secrets keep, in a place called Forgotten Gulch where the signal will not reach, where latitude and longitude don't mean nothing at all. Legend tells of a cache no man has laid hands upon. No one knows who placed it there or how long it has lain. It's as old as the river flowing through that awful place, hidden in a spot so bad the copperheads avoid. Difficulty 15, terrain 21. A young cacher came up from the coast, looking for some glory. His name was Billy Finder, and according to the story, he could spot a micro cache from 2 miles off in the fog, and saw the multi-cache while standing in one spot. He never failed to find or decrypted any hints. This young Billy Finder was the best to ever live. He said, mark my words, before the day is at an end, I'll hold the lost cache of Forgotten Gulch in my hands. Billy, don't go looking for that cache, you better listen well. 'Cause many men have tried, and many men have failed. Some things are better Gulch. Well, young Billy set out on the road, and into those hills he went. In his hand a paper with an undecrypted hint. But the road became a path, and the path became a trail. And the trail became so weak that even Billy could not tell. But he pushed on through the thickets, and he climbed the crumbling rocks. He passed the old dead willow tree, crossed the swampy bogs. He forged the raging river, and he scaled the ragged cliffs. The sky was getting darker, but deeper still he went. He got so far back, the accuracy read unknown. The numbers started spinning, and the wind began to moan. He looked down at the encrypted words he held there in his hand. He said, "I'll never give up, and I won't decrypt that hint." Just when he thought these badlands can't go on much more, he passed a dead willow tree he thought he'd seen before. He said, "Mark my words, before the day is at an end, I'll hold the lost cache of forgotten gulch in my hands. Billy, don't go looking for that cache. Better listen well, 'cause many men have tried, many men have failed. Some things are better left unfound. You never know the cost. You might become another secret lost in forgotten gulch." Young Billy Finder, he never came back down from them hills. He wandered in too deep, and he's wandering out there still. But his name will be remembered. It will forever last. You can find it in the listing of the contents of that cache. They say on quiet nights when the fog comes rolling in, you can hear Billy's lonesome voice calling in the wind, saying, "Mark my words, before the day is at an end, I'll hold the lost cache of forgotten gulch in my hands. Billy, don't go looking for that cache. You better listen well, 'cause many men have tried, many men have failed. Some things are better left unfound. You never know the cost. You might become another secret lost in forgotten gulch." Back up in the hills where the dark secrets keep, in a place called Forgotten Gulch where the signal will not reach, by a dead willow tree, a paper lies right where it fell. It reads ORJNEROVYYL.
To whom it may concern, my name is Mugford Leon Guy. I raise a few head of cattle out past the county line. I'm writing to you about some strange happenings. People been wandering round the fields out back. I've reason to believe we are under attack, and I thought you ought to know. See 'em out there all the time, way out beyond my property line. People come out the woods day and night, walking around in circles like they ain't right, shambling around like they're going nowhere, looking at the ground with a funny stare. They's a bunch of zombies, I swear, and I have to admit I'm a little scared, 'cause there's big uns, small uns, old uns, young uns, all size zombies, and they just keep coming. I think it's time that we did something before it's just too late. So you know we gotta get ready, gotta make preparations for the impending zombie invasion. Just like the movies on my television, they'll be coming for my brain, I reckon. How many of them, who can tell? Can't hold them all off by myself. You boys have gotta send me some help. Sincerely, Mug L Guy. Whom it may concern, I wrote you just a few weeks past. Since then our zombie situation has deteriorated fast. I hid myself out by the woods to try and get a better look if I could. What I seen don't look good, and I thought you ought to know. See them zombies, much to my surprise, were carrying space-age handheld devices. They kept pointing them up at the sky, calling out coordinates the whole time. They're aliens, I'm sure of it, communicating with the mothership. They finally found some sort of box they had hid. They pulled it out and they opened it. I got scared, so I ran away. Barely escaped with my life that day. We got to save the human race before it's just too late. So you know we gotta get ready, gotta make preparations for the alien zombie invasion. Just like the movies on my television, they'll be coming for my brain, I reckon. How many of them, who can tell? Can't hold them all off by myself. Boys have got to send me some help. Sincerely, Mug L Guy. To whom it may concern, things went from bad to worse real quick. I went out tonight to try and find that box some aliens hid. I found it by the pale moonlight. I opened it up and looked inside. What I seen would blow your mind, and I thought you ought to know. You see, it had a log of alien activity. Hundreds had signed in already, you see. Turns out it's way worse than I thought it'd be. They're hiding these things all across the country. Seems they're from a planet called Geocaching. They exchange in their own strange currency and talk in codes like TFTC. I figured that means time for the calamity. And they were talking about some kind of traveling bugs moving all around the world. And if that ain't enough, they had dog tags with evil-looking spiders on them. Right under our noses, there's thousands of them. There's an army of insect creatures building. Got to be ready, gotta be strong. Bugs is a-coming and it won't be long before it's just too late. So you know we gotta get ready, gotta make preparations for the alien zombie bug invasion. Just like the movies on my television, they'll be coming for our brains, I reckon. How many of them, who can tell? Can't hold them all off by myself. You boys have gotta send me some help. Sincerely, Mug L Guy. P.S. Can you do something about my neighbor's dog? It keeps me up all night.
All right, this next song is about something that I have not accomplished myself as a cacher, and that is to get a first to find. I'm not really trying to get a first to find. I've never really tried to do that, but and in case you're interested, my caching experience is that I tend to cache as part of other activities. A lot of the times I do a lot of mountain bike caching, or when I'm climbing a mountain or hiking, I'll try to find a cache, or as a musician, I travel a lot. And so if I'm somewhere new, I'll often try to find, see what's an interesting cache in Tulsa, Oklahoma, or wherever I happen to be, or a cache that will encourage me to go explore a new area and see something special about it. That's what I'm most interested in. But I do like that there's people out there, these subgroups subcultures, I don't know if that's the right word, that have different takes on geocaching and different areas of interest. I just like knowing that diversity's out there. So there's people that, you know, just cache with their families, and so they just want to find traditional caches so that their kids can swap items. There are people who really want to get their numbers up. You know, I want to find 100 caches in a day or get these certain stats and milestones. There are people that are more into the collectibles, like coins and stuff like that. There are people that are really into puzzles, you know, the puzzle caches. And most recently, that's what I just did, was I just solved a puzzle for a cache. I haven't even found the cache yet because it's very snowy here right now in Colorado. But solving the puzzle was really, really rewarding. I enjoyed that. Then there's people that do extracurricular things to add to the geocaching ecosystem, like designing coins or running a geocaching store, or Gary and company doing geocaching podcasts, or, you know, people like myself and Jan and Hans and Nico and Peter over in Belgium who are making music to add to the geocaching community. So, or people that run events. So I just like knowing that diversity's out there. And I imagine there's people whose one of their areas of interest is getting first to finds, like that's like their thing maybe. And so in my mind's eye, I don't know because I'm not part of this group, I imagine that it's like the great amazing race. You know, someone posts a cache and all hands on deck, who can find it first? And that it makes me happy to think there's a group of people that have taken geocaching and added this aspect of a timed competition race. And this song is about a cacher who's obsessed with getting a first to find. And the song is called First to Find. Up in the morning before the sun comes up, I just hope I'm up early enough. I saw a new one posted minutes ago. Gotta get moving, I gotta run, gotta get out in front of everyone. This time is gonna be different, I know. They say I'm crazy, but don't you see, I'm just fulfilling my destiny. Maybe this time I'm gonna be first to find. This time I'm gonna be first to find. This time I'm gonna be first to find. Said the difficulty was one, I swear. So why am I swinging from this rope out here? I guess it's just the price I'll have to pay. I'll keep going, I'll never stop. Gotta get there before someone else does. Not gonna let anything get in my way. They say I'm crazy, but don't you see? I'm just fulfilling my destiny. Maybe next time I'm gonna be first to find. This 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 time I'm gonna be first to find. Oh, oh, oh. 4 a.m. out in the middle of the woods, knee deep in snow, but I knew that I could. I got a cache in my hands, I did it this time. Open up the logbook to sign my name, then I see it staring me when we started. Tuned in, the signal's clear, coming through Geocache Talk. Voice on the line I hear, coming through Geocache Talk. All right. So many of you may recognize that little ditty as the theme song to Geocache. I would say it's a podcast, but it is much more than that. It is a whole series of projects and people covering all sorts of aspects of geocaching. So if you're curious about or passionate about some area of geocaching or geocaching in general, it's a great place to start because it really is sort of it's a hub of geocaching interest is what I'll call it. So it's a great resource and entertaining, very entertaining. So years ago when Gary contacted me about doing a guest spot on Geocache Talk, we were talking and we kind of got the idea of wouldn't it be great if the Travel Bugs did the theme song for Geocache Talk? And at that point, I had done some guest spots and some bumpers and station IDs, but I had never done a full theme song for a podcast. So it was awesome. So I did that, and it was the first commissioned piece for the Travel Bugs. Since then, I've done a couple more. In fact, recently, not too long ago, I did one for a Norwegian podcast. And worked with the host, Johnny, to learn a tiny bit of Norwegian and get my pronunciation right to sing the song. So that was a lot of fun. But Geocache Talk was the first commissioned song for the Travel Bugs. And the reason I bring that up is that this next song I'm going to play you is also a commissioned piece. It was not on a CD or released as a single on my own. So going back to the Geocoin Fest, which I was lucky enough to get to perform at in Manchester, England, when I booked that, it was kind of scary. There was a lot of risk and a whole lot of hard work, and not just for myself. I mean, not just me, but the event organizers, John, Paul, and Ian, took on some personal risk and worked really, really hard to add this extra aspect to their event. And then I mentioned before the musicians in Belgium, the Bugsy Travels and the Ammo Boxes, they worked really, really hard to learn the Travel Bugs song so that they could support me, which was a huge favor to me. So again, everyone's working hard, everyone's kind of taking a bit of risk, and we're trying to make this thing work. So I decided, was there anything I could do to kind of help mitigate the risk or make it a bit easier? And not afraid of hard work. That's one thing the Travel Bugs have, is a good work ethic. So I decided to run a campaign, if you will, and offer up some goods and services to the geocaching community at large and say, hey, if anyone's interested in this stuff that I could offer, you could sponsor this and help make it happen. And in all good faith, I'll give whatever funds I raise back to lightening the burden for the event. And so I offered, signed CDs and a shout out at the event and some other things. But one thing I tossed out there just on a whim, I said, if anyone's interested, I could write a custom song. And I didn't think I just didn't know if anyone would really want that. But lo and behold, a geocacher came to the rescue, as always seems to be the case. A geocacher named Fiona, who is in Scotland, contacted me and said, I listen to the Travel Bugs music when I cache quite often, and I just think it would be wonderful if the Travel Bugs did a song about my passion, about her passion of earth caching. And at the point she contacted me, she had found over 700 earth caches. I'm sure the numbers are much higher now, but I mean, obviously very, very passionate about this. And she's really made an adventure out of it. So she's climbed Mount Kilimanjaro, I think hiked glaciers in Iceland, kayaked through the seas and climbed through caves and all sorts of wonderful adventures. in finding these earth caches, and she wanted to share that and encourage other people to go find earth caches. So I thought this is wonderful. And at that point, I had only found one earth cache, which was here in my town in Colorado. There's a cliff where you can go up and see some fossilized scallops. So I started writing about that, about, how long it takes to make an earth cache, tens of millions of years in some cases. But then I started reading her log entries from her caches and working with her a little bit. And her log entries are really, really amazing, the things that she's done. I mean, if you read my cache log entries, they read like haiku. It's like, I went on a hike. I decided to find this. Thank you for the cache. Her log entries read a lot more like an Ernest Shackleton memoir or something. There's, day 45. I had to eat the bison tubes to survive. Not really. There's no, that's hyperbole, but they are quite interesting and show the adventures that she went on and how the joy that she has in finding earth caches. So the more I read these, the more I thought, I really want this song not to just be a yay earth cache song. I wanted it to showcase her passion for geocaching and the joy that it brings her and the adventures that she goes on finding these earth caches. And so I contacted her and said, Fiona, would it be okay if I, really made the song about your specific adventures? And please, can I use your name? I want to call the song Fiona Finds an Earth Cache. Now, she was a bit hesitant. She said, she's like, the whole purpose of this wasn't just to, give myself accolades or to point out the caches that I found. I really do want to encourage people to find earth caches. But I was like, I really think I can do that. I think I can still have that spirit and encourage people to find earth caches by using your examples. And, and the name Fiona, I mean, I don't know, maybe in Scotland that's somewhat commonplace name, but here that's like magic. That is like, it's like music. Fiona finds an earth cache. So she agreed to it. And so I wrote this song. It's called Fiona Finds an Earth Cache. And when I finished it, she commissioned it. So I told her, this song is yours. You can do with it whatever you want. You can throw it in the trash can if you want. And she said the only thing she wanted was to make sure that it was available to the geocaching community so that people would be encouraged to find earth caches. So again, giving back to the geocaching community. And I should say, she wasn't even coming to the event, the Geocoin Fest. I don't think Geocoins are really her passion. And although she is there on the island, Great Britain, she was running a marathon, I think, that day or something. So she couldn't come to the event, but she still wanted to support me, support the event, support this area of geocaching that wasn't even her thing, but she recognized as being a part of the greater geocaching community. So just a very endearing, I thought. And so this is the song. It's called Fiona Finds an Earth Cache. And it's about fossilized scallops, sea caves, and mountain lions. 90 million years ago, or maybe even more, a little scallop sat upon an ancient seafloor, happy as a clam nestled in the mud below, till the settlement settled over him and turned him into stone, and then the earth heaved and pushed him toward the sky. The rain and wind uncovered him and left him high and dry, and now that little scallop sits forever fossilized. He's right there waiting for the curious to find. And who's that coming up the trail below? A map in her hand, adventure in her soul. Here she comes with a smile on her face. Fiona's on her way to find an earth cache. If it can be found, you know she'll be there to have a look around and find an earth cache. She's up to the task, and it'll be a day like none other in the past. When Fiona finds an earth cache. On the coast of Scotland, guarded by the sea, there's a secret cave that very few have seen. Carved into the cliffs hides a hidden jewel. In the dark, at its very heart, a crystal clear pool. The undisturbed waters, glassy smooth perfection, where only the courageous can see their own reflection. It's hidden deep beneath the isle of sky, right there waiting for the curious to find. And who's that coming through the dark below? Torch in her hand, adventure in her soul. Here she comes with a smile on her face. Fiona's on her way to find an earth cache, if it can be found. Know she'll be there to have a look around and find an earth cache. She's up to the task, and it'll be a day like none other in the past. When Fiona finds an earth cache. Hiking the forest, she's climbing the peaks, she's trekking the glaciers, she's kayaking the seas. From the top of Kilimanjaro to caves underground, she's gonna find this wide world twice around. In the hills of California there flows a little creek, and it spills over the hills at the falls of Nahui, building out the sediment with what it leaves behind. It's right there waiting for the curious to find. And who's that coming up the trail below? Purpose in her step, adventure in her soul. Here she comes with a smile on her face, but as she rounds the bend, right in her way is a mountain lion. Between her and the cache, he won't back down. She'll have to turn back. As she retreats, she yells back to the cat. You win today, but I'll be back to find an earth cache. If it can be found, you know she'll be there to have a look around and find an earth cache. She's up to the task, and it'll be a day like none other. Everybody come along, we're heading out today, and it won't be long till we find an earth cache. We're up to the task, and it'll be a day like none other in the past. We'll answer every question, and you know that it's facts. And we'll keep on exploring till we find the spot at last. And it'll be a perfect day like none other in the past, when we all find an earth cache. Oh, yeah. So that's Fiona Finds an Earth Cache. Thank you so much, Fiona. Her geocaching handle, I believe, is Mrs. Scott Hogg. Thank you for all your adventures, for sharing them with us, and for supporting me in my attempts to have a Travel Bugs performance, and your geocaching community at large. And at any rate, I hope you enjoy it. Again, it's freely available if you go to Travel Bugs Music website. You can download it and get a copy yourself. So Fiona Finds an Earth Cache.
May your finds be many, and your DNFs be few. May the terrain and difficulty both be less than 2. And whatever it is you're looking for, may it find its way to you. And may we all meet again